Welcome back. I'm Dr. Tammy Nelson, and this is Module 4 of Integrative Relationship Therapy. Now we're focusing on monogamy issues. In this module, we're going to talk about monogamy agreements and relationships, and we're going to have a section on intentional divorce. I'm really looking forward to it. Hi, and welcome to Integrative Relationship Therapy and Monogamy Issues in Treatment. We're going to talk about how to apply monogamy treatment in real cases, and I'm going to give you some interventions. First, we're going to go over some background and some research with details about what does this actually mean in today's treatment society. So some of you know my books, but we've been talking a lot about integrative sex and couples therapy. You might want to look more into the new monogamy or open monogamy and follow along with some of the exercises that I'm going to give you, which are explained in more detail in those books. So let's start with a poem by Michael Xavier. Love, like any wild thing, if you do not feed it, it will hunt on its own. Love, like any wild thing, if you do not feed it, it will hunt on its own. Michael Xavier. So we're really talking about the many wild variations of love and relationships and sexuality. And we are wired for community. We are wired for connection. We are wired for protection, for interaction, for being seen and for being held, for being nurtured, for being received by another, for being understood, and for being loved. And all of those things are in community, in another, with another, or others. And that's just how we're programmed. I talked to Harville Hendricks once about the concept of relationology, sort of the psychology of relationship. And that's really what we're talking about now. What is relationology and how does it apply? Is it always in dyads, or how do we love today in modern monogamy? So we know that marriage rates are at their lowest since 1895. So we're really talking about traditional forms of marriage that were created over 200 years ago. And so if people today are looking at marriage in more contemporary ways, what does this mean for us as therapists? We're not going to have a judgment about whether we should stay in traditional forms of monogamy or whether it's natural or unnatural or it's working or it's not working. We're just going to look at what does this mean for the couples that we see in relationship today. So if it's the lowest it's been in 45 years of the marriage rate, what does this say about the actual institution of marriage? And the fact that we call it an institution is a little bit concerning. But the marriage rate stabilized in 2019, and then it went back to the 45-year low that we've had since 2010. Actually, it stabilized a little bit because of the COVID-19 pandemics. But if you want to know what really has affected marriage rates, it's really about women waiting later and later to get married and have children. So you'll see in this slide that the adjusted marriage rate from 1970 to 2019 for women has dramatically decreased. So 76.5% of women were married in 1965. And then you can see the steady decrease to 2020 where it's down to 30.5%. So that's a steady decrease for women that are driving the idea of traditional marriage, women as the gatekeepers of marriage. If you're curious about what states have the highest and lowest rates of marriage, the U.S. Census Bureau released statistics from 2019, and they said that Wisconsin has the highest rate of marriage, Rhode Island the lowest. Now, Rhode Island has a small population, so I'm not quite sure how to look at that. But most states in the western region of the country had high rates of marriage, and the exceptions included California, Arizona, and New Mexico. Midwestern states exhibit marriage rates in the top 3 quartiles, with the largest share found in the first. And then all states in the Northeast, except for Maine, had very low marriage rates. So depending on where you are will determine most likely how your parents did and how you do. So let's talk about international rates. The average age of women at marriage in Sweden is over 30 years. Sweden, Norway, the UK, and Portugal, closer to 28, 27, 29. In the US, it's about 27, and Saudi Arabia, pretty close. Turkey and Iran and Zimbabwe, we're getting into the low 20s. Bangladesh, it can be around 14 average age. So we can see that in this slide. This is from One World. And if you have any questions about this, the link is in your slide and also in the resources. So young adults between 18 and 24 that are living with someone have jumped almost 10% from 1968 when people got married to now, like till 2018 when they started counting again. So fewer people are choosing to marry, but more people move in together. So those who live with their partner before getting married will live together for longer periods of time and marry much later. The share of children born to mothers who are not married at the time of birth is over 70% in Chile and Costa Rica and Mexico. 60% in France, Denmark, and the Netherlands. And then when we get to Slovakia, Germany, Australia, Canada, Italy, about 30 to 50%. And Greece and Japan, most single mothers take up about 10 to 20%. So we can see how statistically the rate of single motherhood has grown internationally. And 85% of people in the UK get married after they live together. And if you think about the single mothers in the UK that are up around 80%, that means a lot of those relationships create offspring, but then they never get married. So the increase in the age at which people are getting married is higher in richer countries, particularly in North America and Europe. So in Sweden, for example, the average age of marriage for women went up from 28 to 34. And so if you have more resources, if there's more access to education, if there's more jobs for women, women are less likely to get married and less eager to have children. We have more access to egg freezing. We can put off childbirth. We can wait till our bodies are older because we have access to things like IVF, in vitro fertilization, egg sharing. People who have access to the resources for alternative forms of childbirth are more likely to put off having children until later in life when they're further along in their careers. So what does this mean about the future of marriage? Because the decline of marriage is pretty universal. So the United Nations statistics say that 87% of the world's population live in countries where the marriage rates have fallen since the 1980s. So is it that people no longer believe in marriage or monogamy, or it no longer serves the purpose that it did? In developed countries where women have access to their own insurance, they have access to their own capacity to have bank accounts, can get their own mortgages, can get their own loans, there really isn't the need to drive a legal marriage like there used to be. Monogamy is a legal term. It means to be married to one person. And that used to be a much more legally binding agreement, whereas if you broke it, if a woman broke their monogamy agreement, they were not entitled to the resources that were created from the marriage. Today, it's a much more legally accessible and fair contract where women can divorce and keep their children, they can receive alimony and child support. So sexual fidelity now is more in line with what we think of as the word monogamy. Fidelity is commitment to sex with only one person. And we use those terms interchangeably. Versus polygamy, which means being married to more than one person at a time. Or polyandry, which is what we think of as women having more than one husband. Marriage for same-sex partners since 2019 has increased dramatically. You'll see in this map that the countries that are blue have approved same-sex marriage. The countries that are in red have not approved it yet. And then there's a few vague countries here that are still unclear. But there are countries where you can still be put to death or put in jail for homosexual relationships. But there has been an increase in this idea of the definition of marriage. So where we saw in the 60s this sexual revolution that was basically driven by women, we had suddenly access to birth control. You could get birth control pills in the mail, and you could get a divorce where you had access to the privileges of post-marriage family life. Women really drove the idea of free sexual relationships. It was the time of bra burning and some sexual freedom for women. And that really slowed down with the AIDS epidemic. But now we're really seeing a revolution in monogamy and the definition of monogamy and what marriage really means for people. And you may see terminology coming up in your practice, or you may be in relationships where people are deciding that monogamy, being in a relationship with one person and being sexually committed to that person, as we saw in the previous presentation, is not necessarily workable when we're living to be close to 100 years old. And that polyamory now is a more diverse and growing relationship orientation. So it may be less acknowledged in a mainstream traditional society, but we have data related to polyamory that estimates that there is a certain population of people that are believing that polyamory works for them. So roughly 4 to 5% of the population practices polyamory openly. Those are the people that admit to it. Poly, remember, meaning many, amory meaning love. So that would mean that in the US, over 11 million people are involved in a polyamorous relationship. And if you want to compare that to something, 32 million households have cats. So if the population that describes themselves being polyamorous are open and transparent about it, we want to assume that some people don't ever define themselves as polyamorous, but may have openly monogamous relationships and have agreements that are more flexible. You probably know someone that has some kind of open relationship agreement, but they may not define themselves with some of the names that we use today to describe those types of relationships. 1 out of 6 people desire to engage in polyamory, but maybe have not done it. 1 out of 9 people have engaged in some form of polyamory at some point during their life, but they may not be polyamorous now. 1 out of 15 people report they knew someone who has been polyamorous, and 1 out of 7 said they respect people who engage in polyamory, even if they're not into it. So we have a more open environment and more open conversation about alternative forms of monogamy. So as you're working with your clients, can we see more flexible forms of monogamy, more flexible forms of relationships as a reflection of the exploration of self? We've been talking a lot about the self as the ultimate goal of healing, that the integration of the different parts of self, the exploration of the shadow parts or the dismembered parts is part of our growth and healing in psychotherapy. So if we think about growth as the portal of the next level through the parts of yourself that you avoid, working with monogamy agreements can help people face, confront, welcome in, and integrate the parts of themselves around relationships and sexuality and commitment that they may be struggling with. So a note about monogamy that I think is really important. Monogamy is not binary. It's not that people are either monogamous or non-monogamous. It's not that you're either closed or open. It's not that you're monogamous or non-consensually it's not that you're monogamous or consensually non-monogamous. It's not monogamy or non-monogamy. It's not one thing or another. It's not all or nothing. It's not traditional monogamy, which is the stereotype of total sexual fidelity, which it can be, versus a totally open, polyamorous, non-hierarchical situationship. It's not one or the other. Just like we recognize that gender is not binary, monogamy is not either. So while a lot of open relationship enthusiasts proclaim themselves as sort of open, some people can be surprisingly close-minded about this and sort of rigid about the explanations. And I want to encourage therapists to not shame people who do it differently than you think they should or that you do. Whether you're shaming people unconsciously, of course, for being open and non-monogamous, or you're shaming people for being totally traditional. I've seen both of those things in our community. So going so far as to tell people that you disagree with that they're doing it wrong brings us back into that trauma place of being a victim and a perpetrator, being right or wrong, being good or bad. And that will set people into a mind state of how they see themselves in their own community, either feeling in or out of a community. So either keeping people in or out, that's really a reflection of wanting to feel like you're in the in crowd. Like if you're non-monogamous, you're in and everyone else is out. Or if you're traditional, that means you're in and everyone else who's flexible is out. So it's a sort of supremacist viewpoint that is taking over some of the more liberal viewpoint around relationship, which I think is interesting. So let's not grasp onto this narrative of right versus wrong or good versus bad, because it's ironic. Well, we all have, as allies, fought so hard against in the LGBTQIA community around languaging that would be polarizing. So let's educate and be more inclusive around the flexibility of gender and orientation. We recognize gender is not binary, but more fluid and inclusive and self-defined, and that no one outside of someone else's body or personal experience can define that for somebody else. So let's open the conversation around monogamy the same way and try to see it as a continuum or a spectrum, something far more flexible than the binary of monogamy versus non-monogamy. And let's not define it for other people. Let's let each individual and each couple define it for themselves. So let's look at the potential of what the continuum is. We talked about this a little bit in the last part where we were in front of a live audience, but we didn't spend too much time on it. The continuum of monogamy is really from the more traditional monogamy agreement all the way to wide open, and even being detached from your monogamy, which we're going to talk about in the next section when we talk about detaching or ending with integrity. And really a lot of opening a relationship is a way of healing this idea that you have to trade your partner in for someone else, that you can only be with one person, therefore if you're attracted to someone else, that means you have to get rid of this person in order to be with another person. What open relationships infer is that you could have a primary partner or a central partnership and include other people in your relationship, which is quite mind-blowing, and at the same time makes sense if we think about relationship as non-binary, as more fluid, as more of a a village or a centralization system. So on the left side of the continuum, how you talk about your monogamy agreement, how you talk about your relationship agreement is personalized to you in your partnership. So maybe about arousal or flirting, to open the conversation might include, do you share with each other every time you find someone attractive in the grocery store? Do you share with each other every time you have a fantasy of someone else that's not your partner? Do you flirt with other people in front of your partner? Do you have flirtatious relationships that you then come home and tell your partner about? Do you look at pornography and share with your partner that you looked at it, or is it more of don't ask, don't tell? Do you look at pornography together? Do you read eroticism together? What level of arousal or flirtation around sexuality do you share? Some people have a very closed traditional idea of, I have to either not tell anything or tell everything to my partner. Either way, it's a slippery slope. But we don't decide that for our clients. We let them decide it, and we teach them how to talk about it. We teach them how to have monogamy agreement conversations so that they can really look at those parts of themselves and decide what would work for me. Should I come home and tell my partner, I saw this really good-looking person and I really had this sexual fantasy about them, and let me tell you about it? Or should I keep that to myself and use that sort of juice in my own relationship or in my own sexuality? Or should I cut that part of myself off and say, that's a slippery slope, I'm not even going to look at that person? There's a lot of different theories about what could work and what couldn't work, and it's really not my theory, it's your theory about what is going to work in your relationship and agreeing on what's going to work. That can also include things like masturbation. Should you tell your partner every time you masturbate? Should you stop masturbation? Should you only masturbate together? What is self-pleasuring in your relationship? For a lot of people who define themselves as traditionally monogamous, they might find their partner masturbating as a breach of their monogamy agreement. I have people who have walked in on their partner masturbating to pornography and really felt like their partner was cheating on them. So where does that fall into your monogamy agreement? And what about emotional connections? Outside relationships with other people that feel deep and connected and even romantic, but are not sexual? Or what about online relationships? Remember, this is the first time in history you can cheat on someone lying in bed next to them on your phone. We've never had these technological, potentially threatening relationships that can be developed through social media. I have a lot of clients actually who argue over likes and clicks and looking at other people's social media and connecting with people in that way and sending photos or receiving photos. So what about taking things into action around contacting an ex or having lunch with someone? Or can you share things about your relationship with someone else? What about telling someone else about your sex life? What about spending time at work with your office mate and not having any energy left over for your partner when you come home? So what about having an open relationship? We're going to talk about the many different styles of non-monogamy and the definitions and what they could look like. And what about when romantic or emotional experiences start to be involved in what is potentially an open relationship? Maybe swinging is okay, but maybe the line for you is, but I don't want you to fall in love with someone. So how do you protect your relationship from that? Is it even possible? And then all the way at the other end to polyamory, where maybe you have other partnerships outside of the relationship, or maybe they're shared partnerships, or maybe everyone has a loving partner where there's no central partnership. There's no central or primary relationship. Everyone is equal. And then all the way at the far end of the monogamy continuum is detachment. You know, how much of your monogamy agreement includes sort of a clause, if you will, about not holding each other hostage to a monogamy agreement where you're not having sex or you're not emotionally connected. Is it fair to say to your partner, I don't want to have sex with you, but you can't have sex with anybody else? And how long does that go on? And what if your partner is emotionally disconnected from you? How long does that really apply to a relationship agreement? So that's the general sense of a continuum of monogamy. There's a much longer description in my book, Open Monogamy, that you can find the handout to. I'll also give you a handout in the resource section of questions that you can ask that apply to each section of the monogamy continuum. So let's talk about some of the styles of monogamy or non-monogamy. I'm going to give you a ton of descriptions of different types of consensual non-monogamy and the way that people practice their relationship, which is why we really can't define a relationship for someone else. Everyone is going to call their relationship something different. They're going to define it differently, and it changes over time. As your relationship develops over time, you will define it differently as well. Our monogamy is a part of our developmental growth as we age and as our relationship changes and ages. So you may have traditional monogamy, which is honest. The idea is that we're going to be honest with each other. We're going to tell each other that we're never going to be with anyone else until we die. It's pretty inflexible, like that's the rule. But a lot of people have what I call pretend monogamy, where they say we're going to be true to each other, we're not going to have sex with anyone else, but they're dishonest and cheating. So it's still pretty inflexible. Like we're going to be traditionally monogamous. We're going to not sleep with anyone else, and this is going to last the rest of our lives. But they're not being honest about it. So they're kind of pretending. And then there's don't ask, don't tell monogamy, which is very honest. You're both saying, I'm okay with being non-monogamous or being open around our monogamy. I just don't want to know about it. So that's inflexible as well, because you're kind of saying this is the rule. So don't ask, don't tell could be about, let's say, looking at pornography, or it could be about your fantasies about other people or who you're talking to online, or it could be the people that you're dating. So you can date other people outside of our marriage, but I don't want to know about it. Or you can have a polyamorous love affair, but please don't tell me about your feelings. So even don't ask, don't tell, you have to agree on what you're not asking and what you're not telling. And then there's what I call open monogamy, which is where you have a primary or central relationship and some kind of flexible agreement. So it's honest, but it's flexible. It's primary but open. And I see this type of relationship most commonly in therapy as people try to adjust to one another's expectations, and they try to make the rules, and we'll talk about the difference between rules and boundaries, as they try to make things more explicit, and as they run into things like the monogamy gap, the gap between them, what they each think implicitly will work, but may have disagreements about. And then there's committed polyamory, which is we are agreed that we are polyamorous. This is who we are. This is really about romantic and emotional relationships, not just sexual. So it's definitely open, but the rules are clear. Like our roles have rules. There's almost an inflexibility around what polyamory means. That we have an open relationship, but it only applies to these partners, and anything you do outside these partners is breaking the monogamy agreement. So even in open relationships and polyamory, you could still cheat. There's still monogamy breaches. And then there's open polyamory. So it's open without any hierarchy of who's primary, who's central, who's more important, total anarchy. and there's no quote-unquote rules. So let's just go back for a second and talk about this pretend monogamy. I think in the last couple generations where divorce rates have really hovered at around 50%, they've gone up to 60, they've gone down a little bit, depending on where we are in our pandemic history, let's say. The reality of people growing up for several generations in families where there's been breakups and divorce and infidelity, people have really learned that the ending of relationships is what's painful. It's not that we're bad at getting in relationships. We're just really bad at the transition of ending. And that there's been so much dishonesty around monogamy, pretending that we're monogamous but really not, pretending that we made a promise to say we're going to live together forever till death do us part, but over 50% of people don't do that. So what value does that promise really have? And if you've grown up for a couple generations with that idea of, yeah, that's really nice, and it's kind of traditional that we say those things, and it's really sweet that we step on a glass or that we cut the cake, or all those things are really nice, but they don't really apply anymore. So how do we look at monogamy differently? That it really is about keeping your promises. Maybe it's not so much that that the relationships aren't working, but that we're making the wrong promises. So how do we change the rules, the promises? Maybe it's not that your partner's the wrong partner, but that you have the wrong agreement. Maybe it's not that you have the wrong partner, maybe it's that you have the wrong agreement. So now as we move into this new monogamy, the definition of monogamy is not based on morality of right or wrong. It's based instead on transparency and flexibility, on integrity, which is another reason why we call this integrative relationship therapy. We're integrating what you really want and what really works for you in your relationship. We're going to negotiate things like privacy versus secrecy, and where does it belong, in explicit ways of talking about it. Now, there are different styles of monogamy, and if we look at monogamy as a practice, as an adjective or a verb, a choice, like what is your style of monogamy? Maybe some styles work better for you. Just like you might be more of a sporty, outdoor, active person, or you may be more of an indoor yoga, on the floor, on the mat person. That's a style of how you move. Some people think monogamy might be kind of like that, and that for some it might be genetic or evolutionary or biological, and that we might have a specific orientation towards multiplicity. Other people think we're all geared towards multiplicity. That's why we live in communities. That's why we seek out things like church or school or other places where there's a bunch of people and we don't live in isolation off the grid. And that we could do that in relationships as well. It's why we don't have one friend or one child, that we have a natural evolutionary sort of geared towards being in multiple relationships. And there are different types of consensual non-monogamy. The reason we call it consensual non-monogamy is clearly because it's based on an agreement, right? By both partners are agreeing to the type of monogamy that is somewhere along that continuum. Developmental monogamy has an ebb and flow throughout your life cycle. So it changes, your monogamy changes as your relationship changes and as we age and the developmental needs of our partners change. So hooking up, being polysexual, having an extended adolescence, being monosexual, parenting, having an empty nest, polysexuality, companionate, monosexual, all those things happen over the range of a relationship. So for instance, you might be open sexually or polysexual before you commit to someone. We encourage that. Start dating. Don't settle down. Find your person after you've sort of checked a bunch of them out to make sure that this is your person. And then there's a period of commitment where you settle in and attach and nest. And then there's the time of family creation, whether you're gay, straight, or trans. There's a time of creating a family. And people tend to be more monogamous during that time just because it's a time of stress and there's not a lot of time to date around or work on outsourcing your partnership needs. However, it might work better for some people to have more partners to fill more needs in raising children, which tends to be very stressful. And then when the kids are older, we see a bigger shift towards non-monogamy as people feel more freedom as the kids move out and we go into what I call second adolescence. And we look for more excitement and more adventure and more sexual experiences, but we are still with a partner and we want to contribute in that way to the relationship without doing it alone. It's not that the relationship isn't working. It's just that people have the freedom to reevaluate their lives and their relationships and look at it from a different perspective. And then as we age and get older, and there may be ways of settling in or settling down in a polyamorous relationship, which actually may work better in the long run for aging. If we could all live together in a big community, which I know we discuss a lot with my friends, of all of us living in a big giant community as we age. But most people don't. They settle back into monogamy later on after 75, statistically. Now, one form of consensual non-monogamy is actually interesting if we look at pornography as a way of maintaining monogamy. It's the use of masturbation or masturbatory imagery as a way to stay monogamous because it provides variety and adventure, and it does it in an anonymous way, but while providing total commitment to a spouse or a partner. It's like saying I never touched anybody else, but I had all these alternative sexual experiences with other people or other bodies or other sexual proclivities or fetishes, or I watched other people do these things that I have an interest in, but I don't necessarily want to take into action. So the rise in pornography has to do with the extended accessibility of technology, but it also may have to do with the desire for an expanded form of monogamy. And that also has to do with internet monogamy, which is having relationships online. So you can have sexual partnerships where you interact on a webcam, and even emotional affairs where you get really connected to someone that you may have never met. So you might not have even real-time relationships or never have skin-to-skin contact, but you can be very transparent and get very deep with someone that you meet online. And very intense emotional connections can develop because, again, you can be generally anonymous if you want. You could create a whole avatar of yourself. It can get very intense very fast. So these can include, also sexting or sending photos of yourself or videos, or it can be in real time through FaceTime or Zoom or whatever. What I see is something I call suburban monogamy too, which is where couples might present as really traditional and the heads of the PTA or whatever, but on the weekends they have sex with their friends. They may never define themselves as polyamorous or even in an open relationship, just as having fun. I prefer the words disclosed non-monogamy instead of ethical non-monogamy. I think non-monogamy implies that it's ethical, implies that it's transparent, unless it's pretend non-monogamy, where we're all pretending that we have some kind of non-monogamy, but we haven't really talked about it. The polyamory is usually about honesty and transparency, and it trusts that eventually love is more important than anything, that love will win the day. It feels that more than one person is definitely possible, and that multi-partner sexuality is not going to interfere with each relationship. How realistic that is depends on the polycule, which is the group of polyamorous partners. Open can really be a really general umbrella term, and it can be from these generational experiences of divorce, or it can be sort of that later second adolescence, or it can mean we just feel entitled to pleasure, like let's have pleasure in our lives. So semi-open means that there's some sexual fluidity, or couples might try some versions of polyamory or have a pod of people, but it's flexible. Sexually fluid means that there's no defined gender or sex roles, and that a primary partner is by preference of person, not necessarily by being male, female, or specific roles that people play in parenting. That it's really, we explore what's pleasurable. Swinging actually is an interesting term. It comes from the 70s swinger movement. And back when there were things like key parties where people would put their keys in a bowl and you would pick out a key and that's the person you would have sex with or go home with. But today, swinging means basically having sex with other people, either with your partner or separately from your partner. And that might include things like sex clubs or sex parties, or places for people to engage in any kind of sexual freedom with multiple people, with or without their partner. And really that also coincided with women's right to pleasure and their need or demand for orgasm, not settling for bad sex. When we talk about open monogamy, where you have a primary or central partnership, you can also have that flexible relationship include swinging, or it can include polyamory. The way that I define open monogamy, you can have an inside relationship or an outside relationship. So an inside relationship means everything's inside the room and anything goes when you're together in the room. So you can just observe, you can experiment, you can explore, and the goal is to really increase the sexual connection of the partner. An open monogamy relation.
I'm nervous because I forgot to make sure that you're actually recording.
Yes.
Okay. So now just go back in and say an open monogamy means.
An open monogamous relationship with the outside relationship includes things like swinging, group sex, or compersion, which is the sort of delight of seeing your partner with someone else. It's using feelings of jealousy as sort of an aphrodisiac, and using the flexibility to include outside partners, not necessarily in the same room or at the same time. A semi-open relationship is an emotional or sexual relationship with other people, but subject to some restrictions. And the couple decides what those restrictions are. Maybe if the couple is kinky, that can also be sort of an orientation, but it might also come under the umbrella of their open relationship, where in a dungeon or a sex club, they might observe or experiment together, or it could be part of their lifestyle where they have a DS relationship, a dominant submissive relationship, either when they're playing with others or throughout their life. Now, a monogamous cheating relationship or a pretend monogamy relationship it's still monogamous because one person thinks that they are. So you could be monogamous and unhappy, which is having this implicit monogamy agreement where your companions, your co-parents, you're staying together for the children, but you have these parallel lives. Maybe you're sleeping separately, you're not having sex, just staying together until some magical time in the future when you imagine that you'll separate, like when the kids grow up and go to college. Consecutive monogamy is quite common actually now, having serial monogamous relationships. So it's more common today to have a second or a third marriage, particularly in therapy, in therapist marriages, to have multiple partners, but not be monogamous with each of them. So breaking up with one person to move on to the next partner, and then but remaining monogamous with them. We have something called gray divorce, which we'll talk about in the next section, where people are divorcing now later than ever before, in their 60s and 70s and even in their 80s. They are completing their marriage, marriage maybe having an expiration date and feeling like, okay, we're done, and consciously uncoupling to move on to another relationship. Or you can have non-sexual monogamy, which is not necessarily monogamous and unhappy. It might be that you're remaining monogamous to a memory. I have some couples where they'll lose a partner and they'll be a widow or a widower, and then they'll remarry, and it's almost like they're spiritually and physically and sexually still monogamous to their ex, who's now passed on, and they can't be sexual with their current partner because they're still monogamous in memory. Or long-term asexuality, or I have treated couples where one person is gay but has married a heterosexual partner because they want children, they want companionship, but they are non-sexual. So many times it can be an invisible divorce where we're not really together, but in all outside versions we appear to be married. So they can have a closed marriage, which is the traditional monogamy, where you have that unspoken, implicit assumption that all options for discussion along the way are just assumed to be uncomfortable, and we avoid the conflict of discussing them. And what we see a lot also, but maybe not in your office, because you have a particular population that's going to seek you out for problems, you may not see the monogamous and happy couple, where they work on their sex life, they're emotionally connected, they tolerate periods of detaching. They can feel hate and love. They can go back and forth, and they don't feel like they have to end their relationship. So they can play with jealousy and flirting. They can appreciate each other, and love and pleasure is something that they create, even if they're in a long-term relationship. So they can discover parts of themselves that continue to grow throughout their lifetime. There is also something that we should mention called twin flames, which are relationships where people consider themselves soulmates. And a twin flame is a spiritual partner. So you may see that in some of your sessions, that we're meant to be with the other person. We recognize each other on a spiritual level. We remember each other. A Gallup poll said that the majority of unmarried Americans say they want to marry a soulmate or their spiritual partner. So it's really what we've been taught to seek. I just have a couple more descriptions here. As you can see, there's a gazillion definitions of how you can define your monogamy, which is why we can't go from this binary of you're either monogamous or you're not. There's so many definitions of what that might look like. Gigi Engel, who's a sex educator, gave me a few more that I can add. One's garden party polyamory. It's like kitchen table polyamory. Kitchen table polyamory is where you're in a polyamorous relationship with a undetermined amount of outside partners, and everyone gets along, and you might even all live together or have meals together. And garden party polyamory means that the relationship between the non-romantic partners aren't super close. So you might like and respect each other, but you're not really friends and you're not in a romantic relationship. So it means you have a level of closeness with your partner's partner or the shared partners. But she says if your shared partners were hosting a garden party, you'd feel comfortable going there and interacting with their metamors. Metamors are the love partners of your primary partner. Parallel polyamory is where multiple relationships exist parallel to each other. but no one meets your metamors or your outside partners. So there are different styles of relationships, but I'll just give you a couple more. Ambiamorous is where individuals enjoy both monogamy as well as polyamory. So ambiamorous people have no preference. And this is going to vary from person to person. I would add that it's going to vary throughout your lifetime. If you want to be monogamous, it's fine. If you want to be polyamorous, it's fine. If you want to be open, whatever works at different times in your life. A comet in non-monogamy refers to a person who isn't always in your life, but sometimes comes back into the picture at different times. Someone who you have very strong feelings for, but for whatever reason they aren't able to be around all the time. Maybe because of scheduling or their long distance. And it doesn't mean they're not important, but you just don't see them often. And then there's the triad, which is the 3-person relationship. So sometimes they can be sexual or romantic, or I call them a throuple. A quad is a 4-person relationship, and it could be all romantic and sexual. It could be that there's a throuple and then one other partner, or it could be that there's 2 couples. Whew. So there's also affairs, right? Because affairs are a type of non-monogamy. It's a type of, it could be like you can have a whole parallel marriage to someone else, but that your partner doesn't know about. So in a way, that's kind of like a shadow divorce, or a way to exit from the primary commitment. So between 4 and 5% of people in the U.S. are currently in romantic non-monogamous relationships, including polyamory. Over 16% of people might want to be in or try non-monogamy, and up to 10% of people may have tried it at some point in their lives. So non-monogamy is very popular. Desire, familiarity, and engagement in polyamory. They did a study from a national sample of single adults. And what they found is that coupledom and notions of intimacy and family with one committed partner have always been the hallmark of relationship science. But recent surveys found that consensually non-monogamous relationships are more common than we think. And so they also found that no differences in prevalence were found in politics, income, religion, race. They found that greater emotional and sexual intimacy in people's lives are not necessarily about the differences in non-monogamy or monogamy. It's just that we have various ways that we navigate our intimate lives. And that's really the difference. And keep in mind that the number of polyamorous people, it's hard to track that because a lot of people don't openly identify as polyamorous, and we don't include that on the official U.S. Census. We don't have a question to track that. We don't ask people, are you polyamorous? Perhaps because we have preconceived judgments about what's healthy, what's quote-unquote normal. Do we only assume that people who are married are traditionally monogamous? And maybe being traditionally monogamous signals perpetual dependency. Maybe that's not healthy. Maybe there's a certain amount of hostage taking to a monogamy agreement. For instance, like I said before, if you're not having sex or you have not agreed to be in a platonic relationship. Coercion means that you use some kind of threat or manipulation in order to be in an open relationship. But we can also look at being monogamous as a coercion, a threat, or justifying any kind of threatening behavior is a form of coercion. Now, sometimes if people are trying to coerce their partner into an open relationship, that's not consensual, right? That's non-consensual open monogamy. Non-consensual open relationships means that only one partner wants to do it and the other partner is being manipulated into it. It doesn't necessarily work to be in an open relationship if you're justifying continuing your affair. I've seen people do it, and I've seen people have outside relationships with someone that they've had previous hidden or pretend monogamy with. But if you threaten your partner with, I'm just going to continue to have this affair and I just want your permission, then you're parentifying your partner instead of having an open agreement. Using sex transactionally, I'm not going to have sex with you anymore unless you do this. Or I'm going to have sex with this other person anyway, and you might as well give me permission. Or I'm going to leave you if you don't do this. You said you wanted this, and I'm not going to stop. That's another way of coercing someone to stay in an open relationship. So an open relationship is only reached by agreement. So it's not even fair to say that we'll compromise, because if you compromise, you're always losing part of what you need or want. And so that can be a really subtle way of coercion. It can be a way of saying, I'm going to get what I need and you're going to give up what you need. And it can be a form of manipulation to say we're going to compromise. I don't think compromise is really the answer. We have been trained since the beginning of advertising that there are certain women or certain people that are sort of waiting in the wings to steal a partner. That we've been trained that there's so much competition that we have to hold so tightly onto our relationship or else we'll lose it. So a lot of people say, well, if I let my partner be with someone else, what happens if they fall in love with them or they have better sex with them? Then I'll lose them. There's this idea of ownership in relationship that we've been taught that's based on a form of coercion, which is that if you don't protect the boundaries of your relationship, it'll get stolen out from underneath you. And particularly, we've taught that to women. Here's some old ads from the 1950s. There's another woman waiting for every man, and she's too smart to have morning breath. That's from an ad for certs. So the idea is that, she's this black widow waiting to steal your man. There's another ad, you could lose him in a minute. This is from the 1940s and the 1950s. The idea that, there's always another evil sexual woman out there as prey for your husband. This is the idea that if we open the boundaries of the relationships, there's going to be someone there to snatch away your partner. People say, well, what if my partner falls in love with someone else? Well, they could always fall in love with someone else. We don't protect or own that part of our partner's emotional openness. Giving permission to talk about those feelings actually prevents partners from separating. So coming home and saying, I have these feelings for someone, what should we do about it? Should we veto this relationship? Should we stop doing this? Should we talk more about it? Should we let it run its course? If you're committed in your value system to staying together, what does that mean? So when we think about choosing our values, what are the 3 values that you as a couple can keep coming back to over and over? Perhaps it's honesty. Perhaps it's a total disclosure all the time. Perhaps it's that our relationship will always come first. Or perhaps it's that we always get a veto power. That if something doesn't feel right, I get to say, I don't like this about this person. Let's get rid of this activity. Let's not go to that party anymore. So that both of us feel like we have some comfort in the relationship when we feel threatened. Or we just are honest about it and talk about it. So that we know we always come back to the value of our relationship comes first, or we're honest. What is the value that we share no matter what? And this really has equalized in many ways the power between the male-female dynamic of traditional nuclear relationships, that nuclear family experiment that no longer applies, where the male role goes out to work and the female role stays home to take care of the family, and you have 2 kids and you live in the suburbs, and the male, because they're out in the world, has more access and opportunity for infidelity, so they become the primary cheater. and the wife is the victim of infidelity, unless the mailman comes along, in which case there is some opportunity if it presents itself at the door. The mailman or the milkman comes to the door and rings the bell, then the wife has opportunity for infidelity. Now, the equalization of power through these ritualized practices of mating, first of all, that we meet online, so we're all meeting sort of at the same level of opportunity, is a rebalancing in a way, because women can initiate contact and make choices, and the same thing happens in open relationships. So women make choices about whether or not they're going to open their relationship, or whether they're going to close it, or who they're going to meet, or how they're going to act, which is important when we talk about non-coerciveness. So when you have open sexual behaviors, you can still define yourself as monogamous. You have a fluidity of commitment. And so what are the differences, though, that come up when we start to identify these things? Some people may want just to focus on the pleasure that they can experience in their body, and they don't want to have any romantic or emotional feelings. And so we can experience this with couples as a gap in their monogamy expectations. One person might just want sex, the other person can't have sex unless they're emotionally connected. And so we, again, go back to those values, those North Star values. What is important? Is it that our relationship is primary, that we don't form ultimately sexual relationships with other people that we both don't approve of? Like, where are the values in our differences? And how do we talk about the important conflicts that might come up? So first of all, when we help people talk about polyamory and open relationships, we don't call it poly because the Polynesian community has asked that we call it polyam or polyamory, because poly is how they refer to themselves. One of the conflicts is about don't ask, don't tell, and how people use that as a way of denying what's in the relationship. So as we help them define those terms, we have to define them very clearly. What exactly does that mean to you? And to be very clear that you're not sort of self-gaslighting yourself, like this isn't really happening. We're not really pretend separating here. We are really staying connected and able to make choices that work for both of us. In really focusing on what my needs are, and then talking about what your needs are so that we can have an open monogamy conversation. Some people really love to pursue outside relationships, and other people are really conflict avoidant and don't want to have those relationships. Other people need change all the time. Other people do it because they just love the eroticism. So where are you in those types of monogamy? And then there's the subtypes as well. Do you feel like the traditional form of monogamy really works for you? So having an outside partner, you might feel sort of the elevator feeling of, well, I met someone, I'm attracted to them, I'm going to date them. Now I feel like I should be committed to them. I feel like the relationship should keep going because that's what I know of relationship. And that might not be acceptable to your partner or even to you. Maybe you're more of a placater where you meet outside partners and they want more than you do and you just placate them, but it's not really what you're looking for. So just know that there's these types that bring out those parts of you. Just like in IFS or IRT, we look at those parts that we might not be aware of. So traditional flirter, sexual, emotional, triangulator, the initiator, the adventurer, the distancer, the one who just stirs up chaos, the lover, the friend, the placater, and the supporter. And we'll look at some tapes of sessions and see if you can recognize any of those parts. So being really clear that part of love and attraction is recognizing our differentiation, recognizing that we are different than our partner. We want to see the partner for who they really are. Remember when we talked about peeling off that projection? And individuation doesn't necessarily mean separation. It doesn't mean that we will lose that partner. It just means that that partner will be more autonomous, and that we have to relate to them as someone who might feel differently about monogamy than we do. And the goal is empathy and validation. Knowing you the way I know you, it makes sense that you want that. It may not be what I want, but I get that you want that. And how do we have those conversations? Again, this idea of compersion is sympathetic joy for our partner, even when their experience does not involve or directly benefit us. So it's a word that was made up as the opposite of jealousy. I like to think of it as fun adjacent. It's adjacent fun. So let's do some work on integrating the parts that have been disintegrated. Before we look at some sessions with couples, here is some work that you can do in order to have either a journaling activity for your couples or your thruples or the partners. I've given this as exercises in polycules, and I've done this work with individuals. So if this work helps to integrate the parts that have been disintegrated, to ask people as they are healing from outside relationships in order to bring that part of themselves into the current relationship. So in other words, we don't look for someone else as much as we look to be someone else. So if you became someone else in that outside relationship, how can you integrate that part of you to be whole in all of your relationships? So one question you might ask, what did you love about yourself in that other relationship? How can you love that part of yourself in you? Those two questions are so key to integration. What did you love about yourself in that other relationship? And how can you love that part of yourself in you? Because we see that part of ourselves mirrored in the other person, and we care about them because we want to learn how to care about ourselves. How can you encourage that part now to become more present, more alive, more connected to other people? How can you express that part in your life? And will you be able to hang on to that part? Because I've seen that part sort of show up sometimes, but how is the longitudinal expression going to, what's the stick-to-itiveness, if you will? And how do you express that part at home, which is the ultimate goal, and hold on to this part of yourself around other people, maybe your family or friends. Before we move into the next sections of the exercises, we're going to take a quick break. So if you want to write this exercise down or look in your resource section for the handout, you can practice this as a journal entry. And I'll see you then. So let's look now at some other sentence stems, questions, and dialogues that you can use either as journaling exercises or questions that you can ask in sessions. So to increase insight about how the open relationship partners mirror parts of ourselves, we can continue to ask those probing questions. What's the hidden part of you that this outside lover or metamor represented? So it's not just me in my open relationship with my outside partner, but if my partner has an outside relationship, what is that part that comes out of me that is influenced by that relationship? So is that the jealous part of me? Is that the the generous part of me? Is that the sexy part of me? What part does that bring out in me that's reflected from my relationship to my partner's relationship with their partner? What part did that mirror for me? What was I looking for in a partner that I have denied in myself? So sometimes I see people who encourage openness in their partner, but they're a little more trepidatious, or they want their partner to be a little bit more closed, and perhaps they've denied that part of themselves, that they are looking to be reined in a little bit, or a little bit more, have a little bit tighter boundaries. What were you looking for in them that you've told yourself is not in you? So I have a couple who, it's a gay couple, and one of them is looking for an outside relationship because he feels like that partner is just more relaxed sexually. He's more open and fluid and into being more erotic than him. Really, that's the part of himself that he has not been able to get in touch with. What were you looking for in them that you kept from your other relationships? So that part of him, for whatever reason, he was not able to express in his current partnership, most likely because of the domestication and the parentification of raising children together, a more traditional co-parenting arrangement. And sometimes we can look at how people sabotage what they really want. Going back to our first module, we talked about how people sort of paradoxically create the problem that they say they want to change. So how do you sabotage yourself from having what you want? You say this is what you want, but what are the behaviors that you do to keep yourself from being wholly yourself in the relationship? How do you prevent your partner from actually giving you what you want? That's a really important question. How do you prevent your partner from giving you what you want? I don't think we look often enough at how we might get in the way of getting what we want from our partner. Even though we say we want these things, how might the opposite also be true? How might we be keeping others from having what they want? Are we getting in the way of their happiness? And why do we think we might be resistant to change? So what story are you living out that you didn't even realize you were reenacting? What story am I living out without even knowing that I'm doing it? And what story are you putting others in where they don't belong? So to move into a real partnership, what's your biggest fear about how this might turn out? How have other people's stories turned out? What are some of the positive ways that this story could turn out? So thinking of open relationships, what's the biggest fear that you've heard other people discuss? What is it like in the movies? Sometimes in the movies, people open their relationship and then realize, oh, this was the wrong decision, and they come back together as if the dyad is always the happy ending. I've heard many therapists tell their clients, oh, an open relationship is never going to work, and you're just on the road to divorce. That may or may not be true for this particular couple that they're working with, but it's a gross generalization. Unless you've known every couple that's ever opened their relationship. And again, it's a self-serving population. So we only see the people that it's not working for. People who it is working for don't come to therapy. So what are some of the positive ways that this could come out for you? And then what is this story that you're telling? How can you heal your own history with it? Which of these stories belongs to your parents? You know, that if I get a little loose with my boundaries here, my monogamy agreement, my partner's going to leave me. Well, did your father leave your mother, or your mother leave your father, or your grandparents? Or what's the story about their relationships? And how are you afraid that you're going to relive theirs? And really, it's about examining the origin stories. What did you see when you were growing up? And what happened in your father's story, and your mother's story, or other caretakers? What worked and what didn't? At this time, a lot of people have grown up in open relationships, and so they may have stories of their own around that. And so the goal is not to necessarily get people to open their relationship or close their relationship or have a particular kind of open relationship, but to help them to process and talk about their agreement. And we're really looking for validation and empathy. That's the goal. The goal is not openness or closed traditional monogamy. How do you help people validate each other's experience? How do you help people go from one side of the bridge to the other and let the other person know that it makes sense that you would feel that? It may not be how I feel, but it makes sense that you would long for that because I know you and I know what you long for. It makes sense that you desire that. It makes sense also that you would be afraid of this, or it makes sense that you would think about this in this way. Because, and then how can you help people to expand on that a little bit? Why does it make sense that you think that they would be afraid about this right now? To really get them to express empathy in a way that can be heard and validating. Empathy is really about expressing feelings that you think the other person might have, and you don't have to get it right all the time. It can just be a guess. So what I make up about you is that I imagine that you're feeling. If I put myself in your shoes, I would feel. I can understand that this is your experience. It makes sense that you feel nervous, upset, happy, sexy, alive, petrified. Whatever the feeling is, you may guess that the other person has. You can feed that to your clients as well. Like, I imagine that this must be really difficult for you to talk about. I imagine this must be really scary given how you grew up with your parents. Knowing their origin story will help you give them words that they can use in empathy around the open relationship conversation, which gets you out of being the judge and jury around whether or not they should open it. So knowing you the way I know you, I understand how talking about this even might trigger some old experiences for you of when you were young and your mother had several lovers and that they were in and out of the house all the time, and that really made you feel insecure. And I'm wondering if some of those feelings are coming up now as your wife talks about her multiple partners. So to be able to stay in empathy, teach them how to have empathy for each other. And to also, I would just caution you to stay out of traditional gender role assumptions. That I've seen therapists sometimes assume that in heterosexual relationships that the woman is being taken advantage of, that it's really men that drive these decisions. And statistically, it's actually women who are, as I said before, the gatekeepers of whether or not an open relationship is going to happen. Men in heterosexual relationships tend to bring up the topic first. It takes women a little bit longer to join in, and then they are more likely to stay in an open relationship where men want to shut it down a little sooner. But we don't have any longitudinal studies in those areas. We do know that more than half of Ashley Madison members and a quarter of the general population believe that non-monogamy benefits society, especially for women. So we know from sociological studies that actually monogamy is not good for women. And therefore, some sort of non-monogamy actually benefits women, particularly after they have kids. 80% of Ashley Madison members say you can love more than one person. And 20% say they identify more broadly as non-monogamous versus as an adulterer. So keep in mind, Ashley Madison has 80 million members worldwide that are dating but married or dating but committed. And that now in this shift in our culture around monogamy, it's not all just married people looking for an affair, that the platform has really broadened so people can identify more as non-monogamous, which implies that it's consensual and that it's not non-disclosed. So they're in a disclosed non-monogamous relationship. Some partners go on to sites like that to search for partners, and maybe shared partners or maybe a partner for their partner. 14% of Ashley Madison members report being in an open relationship. That's about 11 million people. So out of 80 million members, over 12,200 new members sign up daily. And if you think about this statistically, 30% of traditional dating sites, those members have been found to actually be married and pretending that they're single. So they're non-disclosing about their marital status. So they're actually lying and saying that they're single and available. You do get some people on open relationship websites that say that they're open that really aren't, that are saying, oh, I'm in an open relationship, but I just haven't told my spouse, which is not really being in an open relationship. So the benefit of places like Ashley Madison is that everyone is saying, I'm definitely in a committed partnership. And so for that percentage of people that identify as consensually non-monogamous, they are absolutely presenting as living in integrity. So monogamy is not so much about sex. It's not the dilemma around sexuality, but it's really about integrity. If it's not that I have to have sex with only one person to be monogamous, it means I have to be honest about my commitments and keep my promises. So monogamy is not a moral issue or even a sexual issue. It's more about honesty and transparency. Now, some things that therapists get caught up in at times is around the attachment issues that come out in non-monogamy. So let's just take a look at that. Research has shown that people in non-monogamous relationships are no more likely than their monogamous counterparts to have insecure attachment styles. I think there is some truth to some partners being avoidantly attached, but the research doesn't bear that out. As long as a relationship is secure, not necessarily that both partners have secure attachment styles, consensual non-monogamy can bring greater satisfaction to the relationship. That's what the statistics show. So non-monogamy might be easy for people that are securely attached and not easy for insecure attachers. So an ethical non-monogamy, because you have to share openly, you have to be able to manage threats to the relationship or threats to your attachment. Anxiously attached people can get triggered more easily. And if they're with an avoidant attacher who detaches or becomes more adjacent or more diluted in their intimacy, it can be threatening. So sharing partners with others can be confusing for people with insecure or anxious attachment. So actually, it works better for people who have a secure attachment base. And it doesn't mean it can't work for people that are insecurely or anxiously attached. In reality, it can help people who have attachment issues to develop a stronger connection with their primary partner if people stay connected through honesty, transparency, and continuous conversations around their feelings for each other. So as we see couples or thruples or polycules of groups of people, how do we intervene when there's that threat to the attachment? All of these dialogues of integrating those parts of the self are very explicit narratives. They're about talking about how people really feel. The people that it works best for are actually people who can communicate and share their feelings and share their internal experience. So the more you can help people have insight into how they feel and talk about the difficult emotions that might get triggered, the better they'll do. It's not that people who have no jealousy do better. It's not that people who have no intense feelings or reactivity do better. It's actually almost the opposite. It's that people who talk about those intense feelings, who can process their reactivity, actually do better. If they can focus on appreciation for the things that are working, they do better. if they can integrate the meaning of their feelings and build on the connection, they do better. So we talked earlier about the resources in a relationship: time, attention, affection, and sex. That if we have a narrative that this outside partnership is taking up too much time away from this primary relationship, we can learn how to communicate the meaning of that. So it might come out as like this cover issue, like I'm jealous or I don't like this partner, when really what I need is more time together. Or I feel like it's not about the other partner, but you're texting that other person all the time, and that takes away the attention that I need from you. Or if you're coming home exhausted after dating other people, you no longer want to snuggle with me on the couch, I'm missing the affection that we used to have. So it's not always about the sexual jealousy or feeling sexually deprived because the sex has gotten diluted over multiple partners. We can integrate some meaning around what those resources or lack of feel like. So time might be my language of love, so to speak. And if I feel like the time is diluted or my attention is diluted in my relationship, it might be a signal to me that I need to talk about something that's getting triggered from my childhood. Most couples who are in these forms of relationship are looking for, like we all are, connection and freedom. Connection and freedom at the same time. So we want to feel connected to a partner. We also want to be free enough to feel differentiated, to explore ourselves and to grow as individuals. And this might just be a more blatant example of what it means to be in a differentiated freedom-like environment where you can explore sexually or romantically or emotionally separate from your partner. However, a lot of people experience that as just an added, expanded experience of being connected to their partner. That it doesn't necessarily feel separate from their partner, that it adds more connection. In our adolescence, we go through a phase of development called separation and individuation. And for those people who were able to do that very successfully from their families without a lot of conflict or attachment wounds, sometimes being in an open relationship feels very simple. You know, they understand that we could still be connected and we can have personalized experiences outside of the home. But the risk is that you try to separate and individuate from your family, and the family is your partner, your current partner, your spouse or your committed partner. And so we have to be careful that we're not acting out our adolescence by breaking away from home when home is our adult relationships, because it parentifies the partner at home. So being curious about that, what are you curious about what's happening? If emotion starts to rise to the surface, if emotion starts to get intense in the session, can you ask the individual, like, what are you curious about now? Or ask the partner, what are you curious about what's happening in the room, what the partner is feeling right now? And eventually you get to the narrative. What is the narrative? So I have this one client, you never wanted this and you only agreed to make me happy. And so you as a therapist might say, let's talk more about this. Let's be curious. Let's get to stretch out this particular narrative. What does it mean when you feel like your partner never wanted this and they only did this to make you happy? How does that feel? We're going to look at a couple now and learn some lessons about how to really intervene in doing a session. As you watch the couple session, just notice what you, as the observer, are feeling in your body. What do you want to ask, or what are you curious about? What progress do you see them make from the beginning to the end of the session? And notice if you feel that this is another session on Zoom, how you feel that might be different if they were in person, and what would you do differently if you were in person? And then just notice what you appreciated about the session, because what you appreciate will integrate into your memory a little bit stronger than what you criticize about the session. And be aware of your thoughts. Like, focus on what's happening right now as you watch and feel, and notice how your emotions might reflect the moment around what you see and hear. And then if you get triggered by it, notice what's going on in the room around you and be aware of what's right in front of you to bring you back into the moment of the session. So you'll notice that we use the techniques that we learned in Module 1 in the session. We focus on the frustration or the narrative, and then when the client's removed from the emotion, I might push them to go deeper, and then help them to peel off some of the narrative, some of the denial, what's happening, to help them go deeper into the experience. As the therapist, to avoid colluding with their narrative, you want to be really aware of what you're feeling in that moment, to avoid burning out, and to avoid giving too much or not giving enough. Just be aware of what's coming up for you. So in other words, if the narrative is, I only did this to make you happy, what's the sub-narrative? I do so much for you. You'll notice in this session where this is a couple that you've seen before in earlier modules. He says, I clean the furnace, and she says, so you clean my pipes, ha ha. But the sub-narrative really is, I do so much for you to make you happy. What else do you want from me? You want too much from me. So where are we in that narrative in this session? So you saw the first part of session 1 in module 1. This is part 2 through 5 of session 1. So we're going to see the rest of the session of Bill and Sue. Remember, Bill and Sue are struggling to create their monogamy agreement and to have an agreement that works for both of them. Sue's been dating other people and doesn't feel like it's working for Bill. Bill tried it and he fell in love with a single woman, but she wanted more from their relationship. And he wasn't willing to give that, and it didn't make him comfortable. And that relationship ended, and he's grieving both the end of the marriage that he thought he was in, and now the relationship that he tried to have. And I would also say he's grieving the marriage that he's currently in. And remember, we talked about that a certain stage of the therapy that you're in is always grief. Grief for the vision that you thought you had of the reality that you're actually in. So Bill's basically a monogamous person, and Sue is saying she's really polyamorous. So the new monogamy is that Sue wants outside relationships, but that may not work for him. So they're struggling to define what sex, romance, and emotional commitment is going to look like. Neither of them wants to get divorced. And they both want to define what the ancillary relationships are going to look like. He's struggling with depression. He had COVID. They both are looking to get out of the stuck place that they're in. So let's take a look.
And I've been struggling with lately is that you said yes to doing this, and then I find out after I've developed some really lovely relationships with also ethically non-monogamous people who are married and all that, that you never wanted this, and you never ever wanted it and agreed to it to make me happy.
So let's talk about that. I mean, are you feeling like it worked for a while for you, or now it doesn't work, Bill? Like, tell me where you're at with this.
I think I view it differently. That I guess I'm more monogamous than I am polyamorous. it's it's been a little odd for me to kind of look at all different people and imagine, well, I could have a sexual relationship with them. I could have a sexual relationship with them. Whereas once in a while, I would have that thought or feeling and then go, well, no, it's not going to happen. That's not part of this thing. Um, and then when I thought, yeah, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to,
Once we opened our marriage.
see someone, and then someone that I was interested in because I liked what they did, and we hit it off in a really deep way. So
That was Bill's one relationship. We'll call her Jane. And I was over the moon happy for him when he found this. And when they were together, and I knew they were together, I was even more happy. And I kind of imagined, kind of fantasized what they might be doing together. And it kind of turned me on. And I was very excited about that and very happy for him.
It doesn't sound like it was exciting for you, Bill. Like, it sounds like it's
The reverse. Yeah.
it's problematic for you.
yeah, because I guess I view sexual intimacy as being connected to love, and like I said to you earlier, maybe that's naive. That's a naive view of it. But I have love for lots of different people. I just don't have sex with them. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if I'm feeling horny and I need a release and there isn't, I masturbate and I take care of that. And that's like, you talk about maintenance sex, I just, that doesn't have much, I don't have much interest in it because I can maintain myself, that way. It's like cleaning the pipes to me. It's like changing the filters on the heater, which I just did,
That sounds so romantic.
Doesn't
Yeah,
it?
I just listened to a Dan Savage podcast last night where somebody called in and talked about this, and it was, and he talked about maintenance sex, and he talked about what it is and what in a long-term relationship and how, and so I explained to Bill last night what that was, and how I was like, yeah, I've had that before. That's been part of it. I, wouldn't admit to it, but since we're sort of laying this all out on the table and talking to you, Tammy, and why not bring that up as part of the way something's been done? It has been for me. I don't know that it's that way for you.
Yeah, it has.
I have sex with people who I do love them. I tried having sex with a few people that I didn't love. I liked them. They were interesting, a little bit attractive. It didn't do much for me. I have to build a relationship and become really close with someone before I want to be intimate. So I do love them. I'm not in love with them, and we've had a lot of discussions about, well, not a lot. We've had a few discussions about what that means to each of us, and I kind of came to the realization that I'm not in love with anyone. I don't have that sort of goo goo gaga. Oh, I think about them all the time. I just don't. And even you, and it's where I am in my life, and it's changed and it's different, and I don't know that I'm the right person for you anymore. If that's what you need to have intimacy and a partnership and all of that. So I was sort of hoping, because to me it was obvious for the past 8 years that we hadn't been in that place, that if we opened our marriage and we met other people, we'd still have what we have at home with each other, because I believe we're really still good friends, and maybe some intimacy, but find that amazing connection with people outside of it, and then come back home. And we have 2 kids. I don't know if that's part of this recording and education process.
That's part of it. That's a huge part of it.
They're 22 and 14. They both live at home. Mm-hmm. The 22-year-old's working on getting launched. It will, just graduated college last spring. Will eventually. The 14-year-old's a freshman in high school, so we've got that to continue raising and being here for. They're very happy kids. They're both transgender, and we're accepting of all of their pronouns and orientations and this and that and sexuality. And why we're able to accept that, but can't accept kind of this new reality in our marriages I've been struggling
It's
with.
personal.
Oh, of course, I get that. Yeah, and
And they're their own
Kids
people and
know
you're your
about
own person.
Do your kids know about your marriage?
yes, they do.
Wow, guys have a lot going on.
We first told the older one in the spring. And who's 22, and they were sort of great, cool, get it, understand polyamory, multiamory, all that. Decided to tell our 14-year-old June, July, because it was sort of like, where's mommy going every Sunday? I'm not going to a book club.
So Bill, what that looks like, it really upset you when I said that. She seems okay with it. You seem upset. You want to say something more about that?
I don't quite know what to say.
What do you think you're feeling? What's coming up for you?
I mean, I'm sad. I'm sad that we're in a different, we've been together a long time. So I just think the views of what love is different for us, each of us. I grew up, my father passed away when I was 10. My brother passed away from muscular dystrophy when I was 20. And in our family, we were always very touchy-feely, very hugging, very, almost, kissing good morning and kissing good night every night, and kind of the that physical connection that reinforced the fact that we're alive and here. So it's something that I really crave and I really enjoy and really like in return. And so it's tough when I don't get that. So
We've had a lot of discussions, or not a lot, I'd say some discussions about our level of interest and need in that. It has dropped off precipitously in the past couple of years. For me, I really felt a drop off kind of our late 40s, early 50s, kind of that change of in both of our lives, and for multiple reasons. I don't necessarily feel sexual or attraction or desire unless a man kind of comes up and touches me and tells me I'm beautiful or sexy or your ass or you're this or that. I mean, I need a little fawning over. And that really stopped. And Bill's taken some personal blame for that, which I don't, you can take it, but I don't, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying this is what it is and the way that it's kind of natural. And, I was 20 pounds heavier and I don't think I looked good or very attractive. And, I was not in a place where I was doing my hair. And you say, Bill, that appearances don't matter that much for you. It's the soul and the energy and all of that. And, I was feeling pretty shitty about myself. And drank more and and the more I drank, the worse I felt. And, and I took that lack of that kind of physical adoration or desire from you as a reflection that I'm just not attractive anymore.
So we saw the tension of holding multiple relationships. So Sue felt like Bill didn't desire her. Their relationship had become sexless or desireless. So we can't blame the other person for a sexless or desireless relationship. It always takes two. But Sue began to find a part of herself in the other relationships where she felt younger and desired and sexier. So how do we integrate that part of her back into the relationship, and will it create some sexual energy between her and Bill? Bill wanted someone who wanted more, and he said it felt great to be wanted, but he didn't feel it was okay to continue for her. He said he did break up with her because it wasn't good for the outside partner. So I mirror all that, and I am curious, right? Remember the point of therapy where the therapist becomes curious about the narrative. Did he really do this for the outside partner? Or did he get scared and he didn't like the tension, holding the tension around how this might threaten his commitment to Sue? Is he really truly just a monogamous person? Was he afraid he would leave Sue? What do you think is happening? So again, we don't necessarily look for another person, we look to be another person. So to encourage Bill to figure out, who did you become when you're in this relationship? And then also where they're at now is looking at what I call the monogamy gap. So, we're both on separate tracks. One wants a monogamy agreement to mean one thing and the other wants it to mean another, or it could feel like a betrayal of their desires. So sometimes that's caused by the lack of communication. Sometimes it's just simply a lack of trying to communicate what you want and not being able to find the words that work for you. So the monogamy gap actually is the thing that causes the conflict and the resentment, and can even create like separation. So it's more the communication around the agreement than the agreement. We all have a gap in our monogamy. The way that we think about how we're monogamous, implicitly we make these assumptions about what monogamy means that might not be exactly what our partner is thinking monogamy means. So the more explicit we can be about our monogamy agreement, the better. They don't talk enough about their assumptions to identify exactly where that monogamy gap is.
And I took that lack of that kind of physical adoration or desire from you as a reflection that I'm just not attractive anymore. I've had my kids, my body's changed, so. And it wasn't until I had this transformation at 55 for me and it was a gradual, thing. And it's still happening, to be honest with you, that I began to look at myself differently and think, maybe I'm not so bad. Maybe somebody else thinks I'm attractive. This guy, that one, this woman, like more than one person thinks I'm attractive and shows me and tells me. So maybe this is not that anymore. And maybe that, I can't just come up in the morning and give you a kiss in the morning just because I'm grateful I'm alive, and it's not an affectionate or a desirous demonstration of affection because I'm not feeling that you even like that about me or want that in me. So it's a really weird, dysfunctional symbiosis, that we've struggled with.
I felt the same way physically,
We had a couple of things happen that had a big effect. One is that when we were living where we lived before here, Bill began to have more snoring at night and like a restless leg or a periodic limb movement in bed at night. So there was a lot of falling asleep noises and movement from him, and a king size bed, nice big bed, right? But that kept me awake, and I'm a very light sleeper. And the older I've gotten, I'm light. I've had that mother hearing, any sort of thing, I'm awake and alert. So we began this thing, and it was a courteous thing where Bill would let me go in and go to sleep. And let me fall asleep, and then he would stay up and maybe watch a movie or whatever. And, I would sort of toddle to the bathroom and toddle back, and I'd see him kind of watching movies. And I never made the move to say, hey, come on in bed, let's fool around or really snuggle or, because he was engaged in a movie and I didn't want to interrupt him. That was his work also as a teacher, director. I sort of went into this because I'm just attractive, it just that movie's more attractive than I am.
Rolling his eyes when you're saying all that. So
well, I would have come in definitely. The idea was that they needed their rest and their sleep, and I was keeping them up, and I didn't want to keep them up.
And then CPAP came into play, and then chronic pain was in there, and there was, a lot more physical things. And I don't want to really rehash all that. It's just, it changed a lot. It changed a lot for me. It made Bill less desirous to me. Like, I just didn't feel like opening myself up to someone with all these challenges.
Yeah. So, now it seems like with the open relationship structure, the way you have it, it sounds like, Sue, you're still interested in having outside relationships, but Bill, you've kind of shut it down. Is that true? Like,
yes.
Outside relationship, you fell in love with somebody.
Yes.
But then that scared you, or it threatened the marriage, or what happened there?
I made the mistake of connecting with someone who doesn't understand polyamory or have an interest in it. And they really wanted me to make a choice between them and Amy.
I think it was more non-monogamy.
Because they were single, right? So that's
non-monogamy. Yeah. They were divorced and
looking for a life partner, understandable.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, Amy, as you can see, is very attractive and will get a lot of hits on social media. I'm not that's not for me. That's not going to happen
the apps
for me.
We're talking about. I'm on one app only.
So
you can be on as many apps as you want to be.
But wait, just to stay focused on this. So you had this relationship with this person, you really connected with them, but you felt like they wanted more from you and it wasn't fair to them, or it wasn't fair to your marriage. It wasn't fair to you. Like, why did you shut it down?
I didn't feel it was fair to them. They had an expectation of what was wanted from me. I mean, it felt great to be wanted. Sure. Absolutely. But I had brought this up a number of times, saying we really have to kind of figure out what we're going to do in this relationship. We need to work this out so that that I'm still with Amy, but I want to be with you. And that was not part of the equation for her, which I completely understand.
Sure.
I mean, it seems like, of course, when you're not with someone else that is your primary partner, then the other person is, getting their cake and eating it too. So it's, it's win-win for them. But what about for me over here, who only gets you on certain times? And I can't, there were a number of circumstances around her situation that being with a married man would not work. Mm-hmm. In her work, in her family,
small town, so people would know.
I don't even want to give any relation to that in case this,
It doesn't really matter so much. It's just the fact that she wanted more from you than you could give, and it got to the point where you were really clear with her that you were not available, and you made a choice. You made a choice to stay in your marriage and to not go further with that. I mean, there's a difference between sort of having a parallel marriage with someone else and having an outside relationship that fills a need. I really believe, and maybe you've heard me say this before, that we don't necessarily look for someone else. We look to be someone else.
Yes.
So on whoever you were with this other person, it filled a need for you because you became this other person, right? Someone that felt desired, or whoever you were with this other person, it filled something in you, but it wasn't enough to break away from your marriage. It wasn't enough to say, this is all of me and this is going to fill all my needs and I can leave my children and my marriage and 38 years. And obviously it wasn't enough. So you shut it down to stay here. But now it sounds like what Sue is asking for is to continue the open relationship, but to have sexual relationships only, or maybe I'm getting this wrong. And so maybe you have what sounds like a monogamy gap, like you have this idea of how to do this, but that it's different between the two of you, or maybe one of you wants to shut it down, one of you wants to keep it going. I'm sort of confused about what your vision is of how you think this might continue, or are you feeling like this is not working for you at all, Bill?
I don't know how to reconcile it. If, to be honest, if we probably didn't have kids, I probably would be with the other person
Okay.
because,
You're in love with her.
yeah. And I got from her what I'm not getting from Amy.
Or Sue. Yeah,
It makes
I
sense.
totally hear that. It makes sense to me. And
Mhm.
I'm at a point where I want you to be with and have that if that's what you want. I love you so much. I'd rather you go and be happy than be here and be miserable. There was something Bill said that made my heart elated and painful at the same time, is that his pain disappeared when he was with her. He didn't have it.
Mm.
And this has been 8 years, and my immediate conclusion, I know you don't want to say this, I'm sorry, but like, this is making you sick. This relationship, doctors can't find any medical reason wrong with you. The relationship is making you sick. And if that is the cure, my God, then go, then be, then have, then do, live the rest of your life happy, desired, loved, out of pain. I'll be okay. I will miss you. We can still be friends. You can still be a father to our children.
I'm their father.
I want you to be happy. And you might be a better father. Not that you're not a good one. You're a great father. But you might be, okay, you can poof that.
No, it's nice of you to say. I appreciate that.
But I'm looking at this holistically. I'm trying to look at it not from, what do I want? What's always been? What's the regular? Who's going to fix this or that? Who's going to, we'll figure that out. This is about our life and our love and our heart and our relationships. And I think, like our previous therapist said, you're inherently monogamous. I'm really inherently non-monogamous. And we're at a gap. And what do you do about that?
So really we're talking about creating a new monogamy. And we talked about how whatever age your children are going to trigger your own developmental issues from when you were that age. So thinking about age 14, which is where their kids are, his identity issues around family and career are going to be really at the forefront here. And he's lost his jobs as an actor. He's rethinking his future, what he wants to do with his life. She's really peaking in her career. And so now we have to move them into a vision of their new mission as a couple. Up until then, it may have been that she was more in the mother role. He was more in the provider role. Now they have to reconsider their whole vision of the future. And as we move into the next section, you'll see how that influences their sexuality and the power dynamic in their relationship.
And I think, like our previous therapist said, you're inherently monogamous. I'm really inherently non-monogamous. And we're at a gap. And what do you do about that?
Well, it sounds like, Bill, you don't want to end your marriage. Is that because you're feeling like you have a loyalty and a connection and a commitment, or because you're not? I mean, it's not necessarily a good idea to end your marriage because you want to swing from branch to branch. Like the thought that this other woman's going to save you is not necessarily the best idea, because
No, I understand that.
Yeah, and if you're going to end your marriage, end your marriage.
Listen, I don't even know if she has any interest in seeing me again. I don't know. I have not been in contact with her, so I don't know. She may have already found someone else that's.
I think you're spot on, Tammy. I think the issue is, the marriage has been having trouble for a long time. My suggestion of opening it was like, well, maybe this will fix. Maybe I'll get something I'm not getting here out there, and everything will be fine. And
I think your impetus is very intuitive, that you you've been together for a long time and you have many marriages within the lifetime of your marriage.
Right.
You're at a turning point that your marriage is becoming something else again. Just like when you opened it, it became something else. It's about to become something again. So it's really going to behoove you to create it together as a vision of something, whether it's you're living together, living apart, you're creating something where you're just companions, you're creating something that is going to like reboot some kind of sexual relationship, whatever it is. There's a potential for anything, but you're going to have to be really conscious about what the next phase of your lives are, because it's like a bridge, right? You have your life, Sue, and you have your life, Bill, and you're working on the next sort of decade of your life. Like the vision, the mission that you have for your own life is in front of you. Like you're going to have to face it. The fact you have a 14-year-old, I mean, that's pretty intense. If you think about 14 and 22, wherever your kids are at that phase of their life is going to trigger where you were at that phase of your life. So 14 is like a horrible phase of life. Like that's like the turning point where you're going into like these intense peer relationships and trying to change your attachment from your parents to your peers and figuring out like where you fit in the world.
Yeah, we're seeing that.
Yeah, the fact that they're trans, like they really in this intense moment of like gender and orientation.
They're doing great, I have to tell you. I mean, they have their struggles.
Great parents, then you're fantastic.
They have a good therapist too.
Oh, that's nice. And the 22-year-old is in this separation and individuation place where they're becoming their own person, right? And they're separating from their family. But both of those phases are about finding your sexuality.
Sure.
So the fact that that's happening in your life at the same time that you guys are going through this, it's like a mirror process for you to figure out what was going on for you when you were 14 and you were 22, when you were in those separation and individuation places, when you were finding your sexuality. This is like a do-over for you. So you can use this time as sort of like your second adolescence, where you discover the parts of you that you want to do over, like, and do better and do it differently. What's going to happen is you're going to find those parts of you that you want to re-explore sexually. So it makes total sense, Sue, that you've had this sort of rejuvenation of your sexuality, that you're going to want to see who you are in the world, like mirrored in other people's gaze, if you will, like what's my value out there? You know, that's why you think about like where you want to be career-wise, like sort of giving up the acting, like what do I want to do in the community? Who do I want to be? What do I have to contribute? All those things start to come up again because this is like the second chance adolescence. And so now you have a little bit more freedom too to do the things that you maybe didn't do back then, but in a different way. And you're both exploring them on different levels. Like, I don't know, would you have gotten along when you were teenagers? Would you have hung out together? Would you have been in different cliques? Like, I don't know, this is a thing to explore. But the other thing, and then I'll stop my lecture. The other thing is,
it's a good lecture.
thanks. The other thing is, if you're gonna stay together in some kind of capacity, which frankly, no matter what you do, you're always gonna have a relationship for the rest of your lives because you're always gonna be parents, right? So
right.
You're gonna always have some relationship. But if you're gonna have a conscious relationship at this point in your life, we'll have to think about what the resources are as far as like time, attention, affection, and sex. So what are the things that you want to share or that you feel deprived of or that you need to boost up in order to feel satisfied for both of you? And I think you've been negotiating those things and trying to figure it out. But you may have different needs in those areas. So I feel like Sue's like, I need sex and I'm going out and getting it. And I hear Bill saying, but I need affection. And you both have different attention needs. And like, I feel like you're both trying to work it out and you're both trying to communicate about what those things mean, but maybe you're still trying to figure it out for yourselves. And so those are the conversations I feel like need to happen to go to the next level of the vision of what you want your relationship to look like.
This was really good topic and comment. I said to Bill in a conversation I think that's last weekend, that I have a vision. It's just my vision. It's just one vision. I could envision it another way, but one was that, we do find a way to stay together and be happy, but that you actually have joy again. I don't feel there's any joy coming from you. It is, and I respect and honor that chronic pain, it takes that away from you daily. And that you still are sexual. You're just not sexual with me. And when we are sexual, you tell me now all you think about is, what do I do this with him, or do I do that with this other guy, or and so there's a big block there. But that if there was a way that you could get to a place where you see me as a separate sexual being, and you get me for when you get me, and you get what you get, and that makes you happy, not thinking about me being with the other people, that would be ideal. I'm not saying this can happen. I'm just saying it's a vision I could have.
You get what you get and you don't get upset.
Or you get what you get and it's hot for you. Like, is there a way to integrate this erotic energy back into the relationship so that all this erotic energy isn't split off outside of the relationship?
I think we have a lot of other issues to deal with before we get to erotic energy. I feel like there is, not only managing your pain and how that manifests and you feel. I think there is career and work, and I think there's a sadness and a depression that you have about a lot of that, and you're trying to figure out a new way, a new path for your work. And I understand that and honor that. I think it's a daily struggle, though, in our relationship. I've recently entered into a new phase in my career, a new step that's been a big, big step for me, and a successful one so far, and should continue to be successful. So I'm very happy and positive in all that. It takes me away from the family more, which I'm not thrilled about, but after COVID and being home and, a lot, I welcome it now. So there's these other, factors in and income disparity is a huge thing. I think it's a big wedge between us. It hasn't, I don't know if you brought it up in your session with Tammy. I mentioned it to you when you and I talked, Tammy. So that's a big thing. There's an expectation of what I expect, what you think I expect, and all of that we haven't opened up and really talked about productively. There have been some not productive conversations around angry, sad, that type of thing. So,
well, Bill, let me ask you, do you feel like you're depressed?
Yeah.
Have you talked about that with your therapist?
Oh, yeah.
Are you on any medication?
Yeah.
What are you taking?
Duloxetine.
All right.
That was more for the leg pain because patients with fibromyalgia found some relief there. It helped initially, but then it waned as far as helping with the pain. So just went to another neurologist and they upped the dosage a little bit. But I still have the pain. So
that was in June. You went to that neurologist. Yeah. So 6 months ago, up the dosage, pain worse than ever. Pain worse than ever in the past month.
Well, stress.
Well, that's not helping with the depression. Right? So, you're not really being treated for the depression, which may also contribute to the pain.
Right.
Would you be open to being assessed by like a psychiatrist?
Sure.
Because I think the depression is not doing you any favors as far as your own healing. Like it's sort of like Maslow's hierarchy, right? At the bottom, if you're just working on surviving, getting through the day, like getting out of bed because everything hurts and you're depressed and you could really give a shit. Then how are you going to like worry about your relationship or self-actualizing, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little distracted. Sorry you had to do that. But
I'm just telling somebody that was calling me at work. I'll call them back.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Do you feel like she does that a lot? She sort of goes off and does her own thing? Texts and looks at her phone. Yeah. She's
She's running a business, so, I understand that.
Well, she's also a fast processor. She talks fast and she's got a lot of ideas going on. And
yeah.
I run 2 businesses to be accurate. So
sorry.
And when you're depressed,
and there's a lot, and there's been so much apologizing over the years. It's been a constant thing, and this is another example of it. That stop apologizing.
Well, you have to bring it up. Why do you bring it up? You have to bring up the fact that you have 2 jobs, and I have 1 job.
Because I don't think it's appreciated, and I think it's seen as a detriment. To be honest with you, so that's what I think.
do you feel like her jobs take away from your relationship?
Yeah, but I understand it. She has to do it. You have to earn the money,
Yeah. So
It takes away from the family. I know it, but it's, we work it out.
For many years, it was a good balance because Rob was around more for the family, but took the younger kid to school at 6 and 7 years old, and took care of the shopping and the meals and a lot more, and still continues to do a lot more around the home and house and for the kids and all of that. And I appreciate it. I can't do it. I just can't do all that I do for work to earn us the lifestyle that we have and do all these home things. I just can't. I never pretended I could.
So why don't we, for the last few minutes of the session, can you share with each other some things that you appreciate about each other and mirror them back? And then we'll talk about what we're going to do going forward and what some suggestions that I have. So think about like 3 things you appreciate about the other person. And then by mirroring them back, I mean, like, if you could say, Bill, I appreciate you being here. And Bill, you're just going to say, so you appreciate me being here. So in this last piece, we're going to look at how do you close the session. I always try to close with appreciations, but here we're going to talk about the difference between boundaries and rules and how to co-create your ideal relationship. Holding each other hostage in a monogamy agreement that doesn't work for either of them, we talked about earlier, is a compromise that is really a form of coercion. So boundaries are things that you set for yourself, what I'm comfortable with, what's going to work for me. And when you set boundaries for someone else, you're telling them what to do. That's more of a rule. And rules, first of all, are meant to be broken. Secondly, someone has to be the keeper of the rule, right? So if there's a rule that you have to come home at midnight, then I have to be waiting up till midnight. And then what happens if you come home at 12:15? I have to come up with the consequence of that rule-breaking activity. And so now I'm in the parentified role of holding you to the rules. And now the other person is forced into guilt and shame and breaking the rules. So boundaries are something that we can come to an agreement on. What it's going to feel like to wait up for you or not wait up for you is up to me, not up to you. So we'll talk a little bit about that after we watch this next closing part of the session. So think about like 3 things you appreciate about the other person. And then by mirroring them back, I mean, like, if you could say, Bill, I appreciate you being here. And Bill, you're just going to say, so you appreciate me being here. What you don't want to say is, so you appreciate that I'm the one that set this up and it's always my idea and you're always late. I just made that up. I don't know if that's true.
I wasn't late, but okay.
You weren't late?
I called her from the car. I was literally on the phone.
I was kidding. But if we do that, then we're really talking about ourselves and we're not focused on the other person. So the idea is, it seems corny and stilted and unnatural, but if we go deeper and do some more intense work, it's just a way of letting the other person know, like, I'm really with you. I got you. I'm really hearing you. And the other person gets to say, well, maybe that's not what I really meant now that I hear it back. Maybe what I really meant is I really appreciate you being here and working on our relationship. So you really mean that you appreciate that I'm here and working on our relationship. So as an actor, this should be easy for you.
Want me to start, or do you?
It's Mark Rylance. Do you know that actor?
I'm not sure.
He's anyway. He's been in many plays. He's one of the top actors now. He does this in rehearsal. So where you do lines to each other and all that.
Oh, good.
I really appreciate the fact that you make all the money that you make.
You appreciate that I make the money that I make. All the money that I make.
Perfect. Good. So then send her 2 more so she can just soak up the appreciation.
Yes. I appreciate your beautiful ass.
You appreciate my beautiful ass.
Beautiful.
I appreciate when you are free to joke around.
You appreciate when I'm free to joke around.
Nice.
I appreciate that you make beautiful meals for our family.
You appreciate that I make beautiful meals for the family.
I appreciate that you care about our home and our family enough to be here as much as you are and do as much as you do.
That's very long. You appreciate that. It's a little like vows. You appreciate that, but maybe vows are inappropriate now. Sorry. You said that. You said you appreciate all that I do around the home for the family, and that I'm here for the family.
Yes. And I appreciate that you're willing to work on this relationship and didn't just walk out the door.
You said that you appreciate that I'm willing to work in this relationship and not just walk out the door.
Yes.
Nice. Nice. So what is one, that was beautiful. What is one goal that you might have for the next 2 sessions? So my thought is that we work on really creating a potential vision for a finite period of your life. So it's not like, well, let's just work on staying together forever because that's what you're supposed to do because you're married. I don't really believe in that. I do think that sometimes marriage has an expiration date, but I don't think that it's a black and white decision, like stay together or break up. I think that you guys have been very creative in the way that you've tried to get your needs met and tried to make it work. And you seem like incredibly resilient people that are able to pivot during a crisis, and that you've had really good conversations and you've been able to communicate. And I think we can use those strengths and those skills to create a vision of the next phase of your life. And it doesn't have to be this never-ending amorphous thing. I think you can get concrete about how you can get your needs met, each of you.
It's interesting you say that because I said to Bill recently, this is your home and this is your family, and I want you to take the time you need to figure this out. If it's a month, if it's 3 months, if it's 6 months, if it's 18 months, there's no timeline on this. Now, when you just mentioned an amorphous thing, that sort of sounds like, well, it could be anything, it could be 5 years, but I don't think it's that. But, I want to get to a place together, but that Bill is actually thinking about what he wants and needs and not saying yes and doing something just to make me happy. Because that's what he has been clear with me, is that he agreed to opening the marriage to make me happy, and also said, because you would do it anyway, which was a little, but okay. That makes it sound like I wouldn't kind of compromise if you sat down and said, I really am having a hard time with this and I'm not sure I can do this. And, and we never had that conversation.
We're here.
We're having
this is the whole reason we're
correct. Yeah. But it probably needed to happen. 11 months ago, before I even built any other relationships. So
Before I had a relationship where I fell in love with someone.
So you're wishing that you had had a more comprehensive conversation about creating a real monogamy agreement and what that would look like.
yeah, and honestly, Tammy, I needed him to be honest with me, and I feel like he wasn't honest. And he was not honest or not forthright out of a loving sense, but it was losing himself to that. And I don't.
I did ask you, what are the rules? What are the rules? I just want to know the rules.
Yeah, but those rules were around blowing your nose and then coming to kiss me without washing your face. Those rules were around.
Establish. I'm going to interrupt you because we're just running out of time. Let's just establish first that rules don't work. So rules are things that we put on each other, and then we have to somehow make sure those rules are followed, and then somehow has to be a punishment if the rules aren't followed, and then
Failure.
we have to somehow like police ourselves. And what ends up happening is the relationship becomes very parentified. Like somebody's got to be the parent to make sure that the rules are followed.
And that's what I was being asked. Yeah.
And I think you know, to ask that of each other is sort of a recipe for disaster. Now, we can set boundaries for ourselves, like to have a boundary that, you know, I'm not comfortable seeing people in our neighborhood, or I'm not comfortable having sex without protection, or I'm not comfortable having intercourse with people, or I'm not comfortable telling our family, or whatever your own boundaries are. Those are your boundaries, but you can't put boundaries on someone else. You know, those are their boundaries. They have to have boundaries. Now, doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have, you know, guardrails for your relationship so that it doesn't go off the rails, like it doesn't go off the road. But I think those are more about like finding your shared values, like your sort of North Star, which I'd like you to think about before we meet next. Like, what are the 3 things that are the most important to you in this relationship? For instance, like we're always going to be honest with each other, or our relationship, our marriage will always come first no matter what, or our kids will always come first, and we'll shut everything down if it threatens our kids, or we're always going to stay friends, or we're always going to be transparent with each other about our outside partners, or we're never going to do anything without talking about it first. Like those are values. Those aren't rules or even boundaries. They're just like the things that you can always come back to remind each other, oh yeah, these are the things that are most important to us. No matter what else happens, like we're always going to come back to this. That right, we said we'd always be honest, or oh yeah, we said our relationship would always come first. Oh yeah, we said we'd always talk about things, or oh yeah, we said the kids would always come first. So, you know, those are the things that you're going to come back to no matter what. So figure out those 3 things. And if you don't have my book, Open Monogamy, get a copy, because we're going to talk about co-creating your ideal relationship agreement. And there's a lot of information in there. If you can download it, you can get it on Amazon or whatever.
But Tammy, the point is, we may be at a place where open monogamy or an open works for me, and it absolutely doesn't work for Bill.
Which is totally fine. And keep in mind that there's a continuum here, all the way from traditional monogamy to polyamory to totally detached, which is like intentional divorce.
Mm-hmm.
And making a separation that is not, you know, arbitrary, that is really intentional and still keeps you connected on some level, but you do it really consciously. So, you know, and I don't believe in keeping each other hostage to a monogamy agreement that says, well, I don't want to have sex with you, but you can't have sex with anybody else. That's not fair.
I don't want that either.
No,
I don't want that.
And Bill is referred to many times, but we made an agreement. But agreements change.
And I think your agreement should be flexible and fluid over time. And that's what I mean by, you know, wherever you are on that continuum, it's going to change and grow. But I think the way that you talk about it is going to save you from a lot of heartache. And that seems like where
there's a lot of heartache. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's what the head can reconcile and what the heart can't reconcile. And that's where we are right now. is what
And
I
it
believe.
seems like you, Sue, are sort of the holding that cognitive, intellectual piece, and Bill, you're holding that space around the heart and your emotions. And we'll see if we can find a balance with that as well. And I really do want you to talk to your doctor or even your neurologist or get a psychiatrist to just assess you a little bit for the depression and
Great.
see if that would be helpful.
Yeah.
If you need a referral, I'm happy to get you one, unless you can just talk to your GP or they can talk to me or.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, let's do that by email.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about you, and you deserve to be, to be happy. Pull yourself out of that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All right. Any last questions before we end?
No, we'll email about scheduling for next week.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Tammy.
Thanks, Tammy.
Let's talk about boundaries a little bit more. So, identifying your boundaries means that we move the locus of control to the self. What are my boundaries? I need power over my own environment. So I can determine what's healthy, what's toxic, and what's neutral for me, for my world, what's comfortable for me. And for instance, it might be that my boundaries are I always have to use protection, and so I don't get an STD or an STI. And I may agree with you around that, or we might have a gap in how we feel about that. And that becomes a conversation for communication. I might need a veto if you say, well, I'm going to have sex with a partner without protection. We might have to have a much longer conversation. But if I give you the rule, you have to have sex with a partner always with protection, and you break the rule, then what? How do we have consequences in the relationship? What is healthy? What's toxic? What's neutral? That may not be neutral for me. That could be really dangerous to my safety. And so we have to regulate how we talk about the agreements and the boundaries with empathy, and just explore and be curious. What do you long for in this relationship? What's this going to do for you? Why do you want to use protection or not protection? In later sessions, we're going to see couples who are fluid bonded with their polyamory partners, where whoever they have sex with is tested, and they don't have sex with anyone outside their agreement. Therefore, everyone has decided and agreed that the boundaries can include that particular polycule or pod of people, and they don't have to use protection. If they went outside of that and had sex with someone without protection, then they would be putting the whole pod at risk. So how do you manage balancing more than one partner in your life? What are the conversations that you need to have? What would it be like to get those sexual needs met by multiple partners? Are you going to try to satisfy everyone? Are you going to take away from someone else's sexual needs? Are you going to get your needs met in a way that works for you? Or are you just placating one or more of your partners? What will they give you that you believe you need? And are you focusing on your own needs or others? What do you imagine you want to feel when you're with other partners? This is a good conversation to have with people, particularly when they're new at open relationships. What do you imagine you're gonna feel? And why do you want to do it? What's the motivation? What do you make up in your mind that you're going to feel if you're with these other people? If you've already done it, what did you feel when you were with other partners? Sometimes the fantasy is better than the reality. And sometimes people are doing it as a stepping stone, as an exit from their current relationship, and they just haven't figured it out yet. And so we do have to be able to confront people in the session and in the actual work of the therapy. So I want to show you a couple pieces of another session with this couple so that you can see how they have progressed. This is session 3. Bill and I both had COVID. You saw the first part in another module. So they had been separated to keep Sue healthy, to keep her away from Bill. But they were still talking. Bill was wondering if he had to give up his values around relationships in order to make her happy. He's tried open monogamy and he doesn't feel it's right for him, but he knows it works for Sue. So he's in a crisis around his own identity, right? With work, his health, his career. He's questioning everything. Both him and I have these hoarse voices. We are not in a relationship, by the way, just because we have COVID. It's just the season. It was winter. A lot of people had COVID. We are both a little under the weather, but we are talking to Sue, who's in a separate location, and Bill is still sequestered. And you're still trying to figure out what that means for you. Now, last time we talked, you were saying you didn't really want to do anything. And now it sounds like you're thinking about, well, maybe I would, but I have to figure out what that would look like. Because you were talking about your past relationship and the sort of hurt that had caused.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I've been dealing with my own therapist and been trying to work through a lot of depression and grief that I've been dealing with, and the pain, the physical pain that I've had through the years certainly has not helped any of this. So I'm in the process of really trying to reform my thinking around all of this, and reform my thinking about this idea of exclusivity, and why it's been such a big deal for me, and why I haven't been able to just accept it as I've accepted the fact that Amy needs these other relationships and wants these other relationships. So I'm working through that. It's a huge paradigm shift, from how we used to be. So so there's a little bit of grieving of our past relationship, I guess, that I've been going through. And what's special for us.
That's actually been discussed a lot and brought up by Bill a lot. What do we have that's special? And by that, you mean exclusive and only for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have exclusivity with all of our different friends. There would be one specific thing that we connect to, that we joke about, or that we're endeared to, that is just for us and our friendship.
I think that's true. That's a very accurate statement about each of our friends.
So I think that, perhaps maybe it's just the fact that we've lasted this long.
Yeah, you said that a few days ago, that we've just been married 35 years and maybe that's all we have that's special. In other words, Tammy, that if I have sex with other people, to Bill, it's no longer special because it's not only with him, even though the kind of sex Bill and I have is completely different than anything I do with anyone else, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I brought up some sort of ridiculous theories or ideas of like what it could be like when I'm with another person. I mean, some people just want to be held and cry because I'm a mother and they don't have that or whatever. Yeah. I mean, some people want all kinds of that. Well, get over your sickness and I'll be back. And I've tried even through the COVID and masks and all that, it's nice to see you unmasked actually, to at least come and give you some pat, a kiss on the head, that,
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, anything, because, it's hard, the isolation. But again, I respect Bill's thinking that something I go do with someone else, it's no longer special because it's not exclusive to him. Now, I don't know what I think about that. I'm just acknowledging that that's what he says. because when he had a partner and went and had sex with that partner, I knew that it was different than what he had with me when he and I have sex. So, but I know that it's different. And so what we do have when we have sex is special to me. That's my logic or way of thinking.
Yeah.
I don't
understand
expect
that.
everybody to be on that same train or that same car.
I mean, I completely understand that intellectually. I'm trying to work through it emotionally.
So that's a big differing thing in us. And what I read in your book, Tammy, and listening to some other people too, with the, TED Talks podcast, is that people in the beginning of their relationship, like you said, what were you really attracted to, it can be the thing that really drives you crazy or even pulls you apart later in life. And Bill and I had some nice conversations, calm, really peaceful, quiet, lovely, and I would say open and loving conversations. And I was raised in a way that emotion was secondary and logic and reason and figuring out and doing, and it was very much the primary. And so when I met Bill at 20 or whenever we were, this sort of all feeling, all loving, all emotional was like, oh, I like that. I want that. And that was really attractive to me. And I think conversely, my sort of get it done and logical thinking and orderly and organized and thinking about 10,000 things at once, which a lot of women do anyway, but was also very appealing to him because there was a lot of stuff that I think you felt I could probably take care of, Bill, or at least be a reminder or a backup if you didn't remember something or take care of it. And organize it and figuring out how to buy a car when we didn't have a lot of money and all kinds of things like that. So when we were younger, it was a really good thing. Now I think that we're older. Again, I wondered, like, gosh, is this the thing that's going to pull us apart? Because he's so feeling and emotion based, and completely, I'm using his words, admitting that. And I am not as much like that. I mean, even when we have these disagreements or fights or flare ups that, I tend to stay very calm and collected and process my thought before saying, try to at least think before I speak. And that's not this case with him. So those conversations have been pretty difficult for me, mainly because the raging reminds me of an alcoholic parent. So I have a very hard time, and I tend to shut down even more and not walk away, but I tend to get very even and protective of my own psyche.
You said a lot there.
I want to learn to temper my emotions and think more before I speak.
It feels like when you just said that, I thought maybe because of how your environment was growing up, maybe it was all or nothing. It was either you were allowed to sort of be completely open and emotional and emotive, and because that's what was shown to you, or it was don't talk at all. Don't tell how you really feel. Don't tell if this makes you feel bad. Don't say it. I don't know. I'm guessing it was either one extreme or the other from stuff you've said.
Yeah, yeah, I don't really recall. I mean, it was, we were just dealing with things as they were coming at us.
Right. And I'm not here to psychoanalyze our childhood. I'm just telling you from my experience of the way you and I have been in the past 2 months. And Tammy, I do believe you were right. It was dire a few weeks ago. And I had kind of already set my mind to, I'm not here to force him to stay or make him stay. If he wants to go, if he wants to make a change, what can I do? I want him to be his own person, autonomous, stand on, literally on his own and do what he wants, not accommodating me. I understand that it comes from a loving place, but it crosses a line into like it's hurting you.
Has anything changed, Bill, besides the fact that you got really, really sick?
I'm starting kind of some work with a friend who we connected to years and years ago, Tess, who we've always been connected in our interest in learning more about spirituality or conscious creation and stuff like that. And so recommended a book for me, and so I've been reading through it and really thinking about what I want to do and what I need to do. And this has been kind of, January is going to be kind of that month of figuring it out, because I'm at a big crossroads career-wise, health-wise, all of these things, relationship-wise. So it's a lot that I'm trying to come to terms with and work through, and figure out really what I want, because I have been going along, with everything, thinking that was, the phrase that, it's a very stupid phrase, but that a lot of men say is happy wife, happy life, and I've always heard that, and I was like, yeah, for the wife, but where's that, where's that, that sense of just saying yes to everything, yes, yes, yes.
That's a wooden sign in people's kitchens.
Is it?
I think Sue and Milt have it.
I bet.
Oh.
It was interesting. We worked through the pages that you gave us. Some of the things for me to answer were challenging.
Same here.
In what way?
I didn't quite know how to answer them. Didn't quite. Yes.
I answered them, but oftentimes it was like, is this really about you and me, or is it about our family, like with our kids involved, and how much is lost of the you and me in the four of us?
Yeah, interesting. So we are at creating a new vision phase of the therapy. What do we want in the next phase of our lives? What do we want the next phase of our lives to feel like? So let's explore more with Bill and Sue, session 3, part 3.
I answered them, but oftentimes it was like, is this really about you and me, or is it about our family, like with our kids involved, and how much is lost of the you and me in the four of us?
Yeah, interesting.
Which I think is very natural, right?
I didn't feel that way at all. I thought it was really about, one of the things that I said was some of the most meaningful times we've had were attending our children's performances. That was one of the really memorable, strong moments of us being together, watching them, and being proud of them.
So it sounds like for both of you, what has been really important is the family and your family structure and being a family.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
For me, I would always say, if the two things that I would tell people are, I'm most proud of my family and my marriage. That's what I would, my career, who cares, honestly. Because, acting work comes and goes, teaching work comes and goes, all of that. That's not, for me, a phone is a phone, a car is a car. I'm not, I'm not, I don't need a fancy car. I don't need a fancy phone. I don't need any of these things. If I have, the experiences are the things that really, really mean the most to me.
Mm-hmm.
What it's like to just, oh, go ahead, Tammy.
Sounds like you want to be more actively involved in creating the vision of your life and not just passive about it.
Yes. I know that Amy wants that for me too.
Mm-hmm.
Tammy, what I was going to say is that there were you had mentioned, it sounds like there have been some changes since we last spoke. And one of the things Bill didn't mention, but it's been forefront in my mind because to me it was pretty substantive. Doesn't have to be for you, but Christmas Eve, we had the opportunity to talk in the car before Bill went into work. For various reasons, I took two people to work and we didn't leave a car. We brought it back home. So Bill and I had a good 45 minutes to kind of chat. And, one of the things he said was, I need to figure out my next thing, meaning work-wise. And I was like, oh, okay. I like hearing that. That's great. That to me is like an opening, right? And it isn't necessarily about me. And it was him taking on the ownership of that for him. And I was like, great. And then my first thought was, how can I help with that? What can I do? What would be the best way to support that? And then we got into discussion about some things at his current job that weren't so great and didn't have before COVID and didn't go so well. And so I said, why don't you take some time off? Like just stop working and focus on, because I've got it covered. I mean, for the next few months, and there was a nice payout at the end of the year, I can do this. And take the time to heal your body, heal your mind, heal your heart, because I know all of these things are hurting. And I think one of Bill's best things is that when he's doing something, he's fully focused on it, 100% enthusiastic, giving his all, and all the other stuff kind of goes over there, right? And so if you stay at the job you were in, I think you'd have less time and energy to focus on other stuff, and you're tired, and it's, and I said, it's winter, and you could just be home, and you could be baking bread or doing anything that makes you happy, work with your therapist. Now you've found Tess to work with on a different leg of the journey, which I think is great, and really take time to figure out what you want to do. 3 months, 6 months, if in 6 months you kind of haven't figured it out, then that's maybe a different conversation, but I was really serious. And I think I saw your shoulders kind of relax when you said that. And then, of course, COVID happened and you weren't going back to work anyway. And now you tell me it's just a 1 month hiatus before you decide whether you'll go back to that or not, to that job. And that's fine. That's for you to decide. But the offer is still there of take more time to find yourself. I hate that phrase, and find what you want. So that to me is a big, big change. And it isn't like a pay me back kind of thing, it's literally, if our marriage is going to go on and be reformed, I want you to really figure out what you want and not just go along with what I say I want, or let's try. Well, let's try this, let's try opening, let's try, And acknowledging the grief. I mean, I think your therapist is really smart in talking about you're grieving your marriage, what your marriage was, you're grieving your children, they're no longer your little girls, one's a boy, one's a non-binary, all of the things I'm just repeating back what you've told me. And then of course, your last partner and how that was so wonderful and ended. And it is sad. And in fact, and especially since it is a complete cutoff and no friendship remained, and I know that's both of your choices or whatever. So I've ended some things with partners that we've stayed friends, and that's been really nice. Yeah. And I didn't expect that to happen, but I was really glad. And I expressed my gratitude towards them to say, I'm really glad that our friendship was actually heavier and deeper than anything else.
How do you feel, Bill, about that idea of taking time off from work? Or is work something that you enjoy?
I do enjoy work, but I do feel like I've gotten everything out of this job that I could. You know,
And that's what he said, and that's what prompted me to make that off.
You know, a lot of it was to supplement my income with the teaching. And initially that was what it was, but it was also for me a way to reconnect to a community after COVID and meet a lot of different people and talk to a lot of people and, you know, share my energy with all those people, which was really, really, really wonderful. I mean, you know, to the point where I wanted to open a store in that town. But I'm not a businessman. And funding it would be a challenge. The rents are very high. There are a number of reasons why it's not going to happen, or you know, I don't know if it might happen in the future or not, but I still have an interest in it, definitely. How we find our way to this new place, because I don't think we can find our way back. And I don't think you want to. We don't want to go back to what was going on or what was happening. This sense of separating. I think it's coming down to making time for each other as we make time for the other people in our lives or the other aspects in our lives.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you say a lot often that we've been separating for a long time, well, step by step. And I think that's true. And I wondered if there isn't, in the course of a relationship, in the arc of a relationship, if there isn't, you coming together, things are very intense, and you add to it with moving to cities and children and other, you know, jobs come and go, you're right, you know, but, and then, you know, this new step that I initiated and of opening and being with other people, but that I don't think it necessarily goes back to what it was or ever should or could. We're just,
I don't think it can.
I don't think who we were at 25 or 35 or can be the same as who we are at 58. I don't see that as a drawback or a detriment. I look at, like I keep saying, I'm positive and going, well, what can this be now? But again, I sort of say that with this like hopefulness, and then I hear, well, you know, I can't do this. I can't be like you. I can't go on this journey with you. And I'm like, okay. So I stop being hopeful pretty much immediately when that happens. And, you know, I recognize this is all in a continuum. So this isn't like it's done. You know, this is just kind of where we've been in the last few weeks. So.
Well, I agree. You can't go back. There's no going back. But the things that are standing out for me are that you want to focus on what's unique if it's not going to be exclusive. You know, what's unique in your relationship if that's not exclusive. But I also hear that community is something that's important to you. And, you know, there is a potential community, polyamory community, even though that's not something that I imagine that you ever thought that you would want or need or think about or see yourself in. But there is a community of people there that that might be accepting and welcoming. And also that, you know, your family is your number one priority still, regardless of what happens between you guys. And that you're beginning to get in touch with your spirituality as something that's really crucial to your personal growth right now.
Yes.
And it seems like the next step is to really be consciously creating a vision of what you want next in your life. You know, like a vision is not, you know, setting goals. It's not necessarily setting resolutions, but it's really deciding, like, what do I want the next phase of our lives to feel like? You know, when I get up in the morning, what do I want to feel like?
So here we have this expectation that Bill should want to open his relationship. And what I am affirming for him is, look, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be monogamous. So the expectation that's becoming more explicit is that she's really saying, in order to stay in this marriage, I want to be open. And he's really saying, I think in order to stay in this relationship, I want to be monogamous. So how do you manage the monogamy gap? Let's look at the next part of Bill and Sue Session 3, Part 4.
Like, what do I want the next phase of our lives to feel like? You know, when I get up in the morning, what do I want to feel like? You know, you talked about like your health, your career, your relationship, and sort of consciously creating that. Like, what is it that I want to feel in the morning? Like, I don't want to be in pain anymore. I want to be able to breathe, to like take in life, and to experience life to the fullest without pain, and to feel, you know, happy for my wife and my husband, to feel joy for my children. Like, what are the things that I want to feel bring meaning to my life? And I'm contributing to my community, or I'm interacting with people. Like, what are the things that really, in my vision, would bring meaning to my life? Because really, you're at an incredible turning point right now, and you're in that unique time of like liminal space where you're in between one turning point and another. So you're not in the place you just were, but you're not quite in the next place.
Right.
So,
I feel that for sure. Yeah.
definitely are. And especially, you know, being sick, being sick is like this void where you're just, nothing's happening, and you are just waiting to get better, to start your life again. And there's no other liminal space like that. But in many ways, you know, the holidays are like that. Your relationship has kind of been like that right now, like this liminal space of anything could happen. You know, liminal space is that empty space, which could be filled with some creative energy, like anything could happen. But it's also kind of scary because anything could happen. Right. And so that liminal space where it's not what it used to be, you can never go back, but it hasn't become what it could be. And that's a very exciting place. It's like standing in front of an empty canvas, but you haven't quite created anything yet. But it could
open the paint.
Right. And it's totally new. And, you know, you're both trying to create something that hasn't been created yet, which is why it's so confusing and scary. But the reality is you're coming from a place that has a really strong foundation. Yeah, 35 years, strong family, good communication. You have the two sides of your brain covered. You have strong emotional connection. You have a good logical connection. Like, you have those two things, regardless of who takes responsibility for what side. You've worked through a lot of things in your lives.
He's not an asshole.
He's not an asshole.
Somebody I saw.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's nice of you to say.
And so
But you're right. You're right. I'm excited about this in sort of a weird way. I totally get what you're saying, Tammy.
And so,
I,
to your credit, you've been honest. I mean, this is not happening because you've been lying about stuff. I mean, this has all been out in the open.
for me,
Well,
yeah. I mean,
Well, and finally for me.
And finally,
now,
yeah, and I'm like, my therapist is helping me sort of hold the tension of that. Like, she keeps talking to me about holding the tension. Like, just because it's like, feels like it's crashing and burning and, you know, it's finally all coming out. Like, don't feel like that's like you got to throw it out with the bathwater, baby out with the bathwater. She's like, hold that tension, that because this too will remorph and form, and like you said, it's this liminal space. I wrote that down, liminal space, and we're in it.
I want to release the tension.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I want to release it.
Mm-hmm. So what would that be like, Bill, to release that tension? Like, what is that tension for you?
Holding on to old beliefs, holding on to old things, holding on to the one of the commitments of marriage. Really letting that go, really letting it go. I still, I want to find that thing that is unique.
Mm-hmm.
To me, of course, every person you have sex with, that will be a different experience. I think that's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it's a good experience or a bad experience, or whether it's just a release or something very spiritual, I think that's different with all different people. And even how they approach it and want to do it, and and what really turns them on, and all of that, So of course, I know that you and I, Amy, have something that no one else is going to have with anyone else. I understand that. I do. I guess for me, it has a lot to do with energies and is energetic in that way. It shouldn't, I feel like it shouldn't matter to me that much, and I want it to not matter to me that much. I really do want it to not matter.
Well, I think the thing is, go ahead, sorry.
So it's that releasing of that, whatever that BS is.
The exclusivity part.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's lovely that it matters. I think it's wonderful that it matters. I think it's charming and beautiful and gorgeous that it matters. I mean, I don't know if you want to let go of that. That's so profoundly personal and important. I mean, that sounds like it's really such a huge part of who you are.
I think that's really true, Tammy. And I would hate to see that disappear or change.
I mean, you talk about it as if you have to excise that part of yourself, as if it's something wrong and you have to get rid of it to profoundly change who you are as a person. Like that, I don't know if that's ever going to be comfortable for you.
Yeah, so then, I'm in this quandary then. I feel that that's the easier thing to do, really.
Hold on for 1 second. Somebody needs this room I'm in. I'll be right back.
I feel like that's the easier thing for you to do, to change fundamentally who you are as a person.
Sorry, I'm back. They need this room, so I'm just going to have to. I have a tablet I'm going to walk around with for a minute, go to a different place.
Okay.
I agree that
Talking while you do that?
pardon me?
Is to stop talking while you do that? Or are you going to be?
No, there's almost no one here, but I'm in a big conference room. The client is in the lobby of the building downstairs and they're coming up here. So I would hate to see that shift, because it is one of the things I love about Bill and find attractive. And
That's what makes him him.
Yeah.
And, if you have to fundamentally change who you are as a person and what makes you unique, is that going to make Sue love you less? I mean, or love you more? Like she's not asking you to change who you are as a person in order to align with what she's doing.
I guess it's more my thinking about it and how I react to it and how I respond to it than changing it. But it is changing. I think I have to change my mind about this. I have to really, shift my whole thinking about the structure of what, our marriage was about, really, to me. I mean, I know it's about a lot of different things, but that's a big, again, to this sense of exclusivity versus being unique. I know that in friendship, in relation, every relationship is unique, and because I always think of the Incredibles. Everyone's unique. That means no one is.
Everyone's special.
Yeah. We're all right. We're all. I've lost my train of thought now. No, that idea of the fact that if you're married, you have to sleep with the same person your entire life, right? Which I at one time I had briefly thought about being a priest as a young person. Wow. And I thought, well, that's that's a big thing not to have sex with anybody. I mean, because I really like sex. But I guess I really trained myself through all these years to go, no, this is the one person I'm going to deal with that. So that's the biggest stumbling block that I've hit and that I've tried to deal with, and that I, and I don't know, maybe it's a male thing versus a female thing. I don't know, upbringing thing versus, looking in one box as opposed to being able to connect all the wires to all the other boxes kind of thing. I don't know.
Well, Bill, let me just say, there's nothing wrong with you for wanting to be monogamous. Like that's not like a defect.
And we're going to go right into session 3, part 5, the closing of this session.
Let me just say, there's nothing wrong with you for wanting to be monogamous. Like that's not like a defect. It's not a defect of your character. There's nothing like, there's nothing, broken in you for wanting to do that. I mean, it's actually ironic because most people would be very judgy about people wanting to open their relationship. So, the fact that you're struggling with what's wrong with me that I can't do this for Sue is, kind of comical on some level. What I hear is that this is a sign of how much you really care about Sue. That you care about her so much that you're struggling to give her the kind of relationship that after 35 years she really wants, that will really work for her. And that she's had the kind of relationship that's worked for you, and now she wants the relationship that'll work for her. And that's how much you love her. And that's really a sign of how much you care.
That's a very good point.
I just want you to think about, in your vision of your new relationship, what part of this relationship is a shared value? If this is going to go against your deepest intrinsic value around what relationships mean and what it means to be a man, if you can't live in integrity here, it's not going to work for you. It really isn't. You're going to have to find a space in yourself where you can feel like you're doing the right thing by living in this kind of love.
Yeah, that's That's what I'm working on. That's what I'm searching for.
And, you know, in some ways you're doing it out of respect for what Sue wants. And
Of course.
that's a lot of respect, frankly.
Huge.
Particularly if you're just sacrificing what you feel like you need. But if there's too much sacrifice, particularly too much sacrifice of your own values, then you just end up resenting her. And then it feels like coercion. And then that's not going to work in the long run, because then you're kind of end up punishing her. And then she's going to be like, what? I thought you said you want to do this. That's not going to work.
And that's where
that's kind of what happened. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's going to have to be, you know, I appreciate the soul searching that you're doing over it, because, you know, there's going to have to be a point where you find in yourself a place that you're doing it out of love and not out of obligation. And I mean, look, we all at some point are doing monogamy out of obligation because there's days that it's much harder than others, right? So, I mean, it's not a given either. So finding that place where it's workable, even if it's not a perfect solution, is okay as well.
Right.
You know, monogamy is not a perfect solution. And for many people, it's workable, but it's not great. That's fine, as long as you're not betraying, you know, yourself on a daily basis and then resenting her for it.
Tammy, do you have couples where one is monogamous and the other is not, and they find a way to make it work?
Yeah, there's polymono couples, you know, where one is very monogamous and the other one isn't. And, you know, it depends. Like, you can't really compare yourself to other couples because everyone is so unique, you know.
That's how we've always felt, you know.
Everyone is incredibly unique, but that does happen, and more often than you'd think. And it's more because I think every person is so unique and they want to create the life that works for them. And they're in a different place in their life. And, you know, they're busy with their career or their kids, or they're just, you know, they're in between relationships, or they've decided it doesn't work for them, or they're like, go do what you got to do. I don't care. You know, like there's
Right.
different feelings about people.
That was one of the things that came up a lot, is Bill said, I tried to be like you. I tried to do what you do, and I can't.
And he probably will. He probably never will do it like you, Sue. And he probably never will be like you, because you guys are very, very different. Just fundamentally, you're different people and you approach life differently. And
Well, he said recently to me, I don't know that you are this poly. Like, I never knew this about you before. Like, all these 38 years, where has that person been? And I hear that. I mean, I really do. And I'm like, I kind of didn't talk about it or didn't say anything.
And maybe she's just come out in middle age, you know, like that's not uncommon either. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, it's where we are now.
I mean, I'm inspired by our children, you know, gender non-binary, older one, transgender, younger one. The younger one came to me recently with a list of pros and cons about starting testosterone treatment. They're 14, so it's not going to happen anytime soon, but they want to start taking the steps to look into it. And I'm completely open and accepting of that. And I will do everything to help them do that if that's what they want to do. But
I am too.
Well, I'm not saying you're not, but I'm just saying, you know, that's been a big part of our life for the past 3 to 5 years, I'd say.
Bless those kids.
Longer than
Right.
that.
Bless those kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're amazing kids, and all you have to do is love them and accept them and be open to what they want to be. And I'm like, then why can't I be who I want to be?
Yeah.
Why can't I have Bill in this marriage and all the wonderfulness of it? And he, for whatever he wants to do, loves me for when he and I are together. But, you know, I go off and do my work. I go off and have relationships. I go off and do all kinds of things, right, that he's not involved in. And why is that? Does that have a bearing on what he and I have or could have
And
or had?
Bill's going to have to figure out, you know, why can't I be who I want to be? Like, he's going to have to figure out who he wants to be.
Well, that was a big part of my offer of taking time really taking time to rest and heal and grieve, go through the grief. And there was a thing recently, you never really get through grief. It's always there, but at least sort of work through and process more of it instead of stuffing it away.
Yeah. So we have to end. Can you share with each other like one takeaway from today?
I really, really appreciate this time with Tammy and you. And I always feel it's easier with another person to talk. I don't know why that is, but, and I really, really appreciate this month or more that you've given me. It's a huge gift. It's a great Christmas.
The coming month, you mean?
Birthday gift. Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it.
You're welcome. And for me, the fact that you are participating in this and we should have had these counseling sessions probably many years ago, but that we're here now and that we're doing it now, and that it's sometimes things are hard and things that are said or heard are hard, but at least we're getting stuff out on the table. I would like to get to a place soon that we're not in a don't ask, don't tell situation, because it's very much like that. And that's very hard for me right now. So I know our time is up almost with you, Tammy, but that's my biggest challenge right now.
So that's part of your vision, to have a more open conversation about that.
Well, at least I have a friend who wants me to spend the night, and I'm like, do I have to make up a reason or some story about where I'm going to be or what,
No, you don't. No, you don't. Just go and enjoy that night.
You just don't want to hear the details of it.
Yeah.
No, and then he's been clear about that. But then on the flip side, is it tearing him apart when I'm away? And I'd like to get to a different, better place on that. But I can't do that alone. So, Tammy, we need you and want to continue with you.
All right. So I will send you details on how to set up another session.
Okay.
We'll meet again whenever it's convenient for you. And I hope you feel better, Bill.
I hope you feel better too.
Thank you. And I will talk to you guys again soon. Thank you for today.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam.
Happy New Year.
Sue.
Thanks, Bill.
So some of the dialogues that you could use and encourage people to talk about as they're exploring the vision, or even if they're in the deep crisis phase of the interventions, to encourage self-disclosure, particularly if someone is more shut down than the other person around their emotions. It's difficult for them to express them. Using the sentence stem, what I really want you to know, or what I really want to know from you, or what I can't stop thinking about, or what I want you to know about me right now. So what you might do is say, what I want you to know about me right now, Bill, can you share with Sue? And then have Sue mirror that back. So what you really want me to know right now is, or what I need from you each day. So now you're pushing them into the future. You're helping them create a little bit more of a vision going forward. So you're helping them bridge what's happening in the present to their needs and desires for the future. And what I need from you when I tell you my feelings, so that you're creating that bridge of empathy and validation. So let's review the 3 stages of an integrative relationship therapy session. Remember, there's the crisis, which is the introduction when they first come in. There's the insight phase when they begin to explore how we got here. And then there's the closure or the vision. Now that can happen in a session, or it can happen throughout the sessions, depending on how many sessions you have. So in the beginning, you're starting the session, you're hearing the narrative, you're bringing out those emotions. In the insight phase, you're identifying the dilemma. You're hearing the narrative. You're accessing the pain and the grief. Remember the grief over the unlived mission of the couple. You're accessing the shame about that. What I have done to prevent us from living out that mission. And then in the visions phase, the closure, you're integrating the potential for the change. You're trying it on, you're practicing. What's it going to look like in the future? So you're really telling the story of the relationship. Figure out what it means about me and about you and about us. So if I say we are in an open relationship, what that means about me is that I'll have to find another partner, and I might be lonely, and I might feel competition with you. What it might mean about you is that you'll be out having sex with all these people and having a great time, and you won't think about me at all. And what it might mean about us is that we'll become more and more distant, and eventually you'll leave me for a younger man. So if they tell that story, then at least you'll have a narrative. And then she might tell the story about, well, what it means about me is that I can rediscover my sexuality. What it means about you is that I would encourage you to find happiness with someone else so you're no longer depressed. And what it might mean about us is that it could bring that erotic energy back into our relationship. And you could also use parts language. So it's not necessarily true that all of me doesn't want the open relationship. A part of me might want it. A part of me might want to date other people. A part of me knows that this could work out. A part of me desires sex with other people. A part of me desires sex with other people with you, though. Maybe I want it just when we're together. A part of me knows, a part of me is afraid, a part of me is confident that I can give each of these parts a voice. So you can go back and identify one by one what these parts are saying, the scared part, the brave part, the angry part. Give voices to those parts because it takes away from the experience of all of me feels this way. And again, monogamy is not binary. So there may be parts of you that are all along the continuum where you have a voice that you can experience all of those parts. Maybe there's a part of me that could try polyamory. It can imagine waking up in the morning and having breakfast with all of our partners. Maybe there's another part of me that's horrified by that thought. And give voice to those parts. The other thing I really like to do is a what would happen if conversation. What would happen if we went to a club together and flirted with other people? What would happen if I met your potential partner before you went on a date with them? What would happen if we met people together on an app and talked to them together? What would happen if is a great way to begin a conversation about opening the relationship or even closing a relationship. It's the beginning of the narrative to help people explore conflict and desire. It helps explore conflict and desire. So let's look at another couple. We saw John and Sarah in the integrative relationship therapy and application part 1. We saw their first session, the introduction. And so this is still session 1, but I'm going to show you the next section where he starts to define his implicit monogamy assumptions. So he's making them explicit. So we'll watch the narrative and identify the dilemma in their relationship.
I don't do casual. I don't.
Which I get.
I've had like one night stand in my life. I don't do casual. It's just not my thing. I connect with someone, and that's when I then get into it. I have a hard time just jumping in bed with people.
Mm-hmm. So is the issue the open relationship, or is the issue this particular partner that's getting in the way of things?
Well, she's not getting in the way of things necessarily. I cannot fault Maria. She stays out of the way, but I have an issue with just, it gets me super jealous and anxious and upset. It feels too close. So I think that it's probably this particular woman.
Or this situation.
Yeah, not this woman. You're right.
The local
she's
girl.
been fine. Yeah.
She likes the idea of something more, much more casual, more distant.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
For me, it's not what I feel is, where I want to be in life at all, So that's kind of, we sort of reached a point, you said in the 2 or 3 year range, we sort of, reality starts kicking in, and we sort of both have our own little paths that we're trying to go down, and, not necessarily finding space for each other in them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it sounds like you have what I call like the monogamy gap, right? So you have a gap in between what you want and what your agreement should be. And I mean, that gap can change and shift and move around depending on what your situation is, where you are in your life, where you personally each are on either side of your bridge.
Mm-hmm.
But where you meet over that bridge, it sounds like it's the issue. Like it sounds like you've talked about it before. You made an agreement to wait till after the holidays, right?
Yeah, we actually do really well at that. That's one thing we do well. That's part of the reason why we're still together so well for so long, is that we do communicate really well. We talk it out until you can't,
Sometimes too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John communicates like a woman. He's very like, we get into it.
That's nice. But sometimes you can, have like communication fatigue, right? You can just get like burnt out. Like enough, it's 2:00 in the morning.
When you know the other person's points, when you can already, you can argue the other person's side for them, that's when it's,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and if you get to that communication fatigue where you've like talked it out, there's two sort of like dead ends there. One is, okay, we've talked as much as we can, and now we have to like do something. And, you've been in the fantasy of it and planning something, but you haven't done anything. But the other dead end is we're never going to come to that agreement in that monogamy gap. Like we're always going to be at a crossroads, and you can't convince the other person.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. She's on the front of it now with the anxiety and stuff. When it was more restrictive, I was on the front of the anxiety. But it seemed like either one of us are, no matter which way we go, one of us are more anxious than the other. There's a, like you said, power struggle, and there's also a dom sub aspect of our relationship, which makes the power struggles a little more complicated.
Mm-hmm. And is that working for you? Is it positive? You said it's complicated. I mean, is it adds value to your relationship?
The dom sub aspect of it? Yeah, no, that's actually one of our bigger positive points.
One of the things we're really good at.
Yeah. But it makes that it does put a lot of decision and power into one person's hands, even outside the bedroom. It's hard to keep the power, keep from her feeling like she had no power.
Okay. So you're the submissive one. I'm taking it. Okay.
Yeah.
And is it a lifestyle or is it just for sex?
Just in the bedroom. No, just in the bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like your sex life is going fine.
Oh yes, that we get right.
That's nice, and that's also complicated, right? Because if things are going well and you want to keep them going well, there's a lot at stake.
Yeah, very true. And we generally don't. This is the one thing we have a lot of friction on. With almost everything else, when we have a disagreement, we can find our footing or let it go. This is just the one thing we can't seem to find harmony on, which makes it extra frustrating.
Yeah. So most people, I don't know where you are, if you've read my books or not, so I don't want to repeat myself.
Okay.
Have you read Open Monogamy, or do you have a copy of that?
No, I've read, John doesn't read much. I'm a reader. I read all of the, Opening Up and Sex at Dawn and Polysecure and a million other books.
Okay. All right. Well, my latest book, I have 6 books, but my latest book is Open Monogamy. It's a guide to co-creating your ideal relationship agreement. So it's really based on this idea that you are primary partners.
Right.
You have some kind of relationship agreement that's flexible and fluid, pretty much what you guys are doing.
Okay.
But the idea with your primary relationship is that there's really 4 resources. There's time, attention, affection, and sex. When you think about adding in other partners, it can feel like there's like a pie and there's a limited amount of resources. And being with another person is going to take away from.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I feel like that it's, when I'm not here, I'm not here. When I'm here, I'm here. I don't buy the pie theory as a whole construct of my life. I figure if I'm here, I'm 100% in the moment with you here, then you get 100% of the pie, whether you didn't eat some of it, that's
John likes to take metaphors a little farther.
Right. But it's not that it's a agree or disagree, right? You can feel the way you feel and she can feel the way she feels, and you can be true for both of you. So it isn't that there's a limited amount of pie. There's pie for everyone. And and certainly if you have enough to share, then it can grow in all the areas. But it's a way to look at which part is bothering you. So in other words, you might feel like I spend plenty of time with Sarah. I don't know what she's complaining about. When she's feeling like, okay, yeah, you spend time with me, but when you're with me, I don't feel like you have the same attention because you're on your phone texting this other person. Or when you're with me, I don't feel like you give me the same affection in bed. We don't snuggle anymore because you've been with this other person all night. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just using those as examples, right?
Right.
So when people say it bothers me, I'm jealous, I'm anxious, sometimes we don't really have a language to like talk about which part is bothering us, because our partner might hear one thing like, oh, you're jealous because I'm having sex. Well, no, that's not it at all. I don't care if you're having sex, but I do care that I'm not getting the same kind of attention that I want. So we can like maybe concretize it a little bit and think about like, what is the part that bothers you about this?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And talk more about like why jealousy is not necessarily a negative thing. It's either like a sort of a canary in a coal mine. Like maybe there is really a problem here that we got to figure out. And it's like a warning sign, like something's not working with this particular setup. Or it could be that there's something in you that you want to work on that has nothing to do with John. Or it could be that, this is a sort of a symptom that there's some part of those resources that really needs to be focused on in your relationship. Like there's not enough of something. It feels like there's that needs to happen.
I almost feel like I can answer that on a couple levels. I need to work within myself on, some pretty serious anxious attachment. Just in general, I was kind of a neglected kid, and John's like a daddy figure to me, and there's all of that. And with us, I think the thing that I keep saying to John is, I'm really hurt that I feel like having multiple partners is more important to him than I am. And I've been saying that since like the second month in of or no, maybe not that soon because that was the pandemic, but I've been saying that for a while now, that him having multiple partners is more important to him than this relationship. And he's proved that by being willing to walk away if I don't get on board, which I get. If this is who he is, this is who he is. But it does hurt. It does hurt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So that makes sense. So that it feels like that multiplicity is more important than.
And I say it's more about an honoring of myself and my original, my goals in my life. It's not that I'm putting myself above you.
Can you just get a little bit closer to your?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just saying that I feel as though I put myself above her in things like this, and I don't feel like that's necessarily a bad thing as long as I'm taking care of myself, and I can then take care of her also. So I do put myself a little bit first in that.
So you put your own needs first, or are you putting her needs first? I got
my own needs first. Yeah. I
So we've identified the dilemma. We identified their language around time, attention, affection, and sex in order to have a language around their needs and their resources. So next, let's identify their origin story. So you put your own needs first, or are you putting her needs first? I got
my own needs first. Yeah, we've hit a point where you have a choice of left and right, and you can't both go left and right at the same time. So sometimes right now I'm pulling more in this direction, and
Mm-hmm.
And that's sort of not, I don't know. I feel like when you're in a couple, you make these decisions together. And John kind of does what John wants to do. And I can either be on board or not. And that feels strange to me. It's sort of not my approach to relationships, right or wrong.
It's not like that with everything, but yeah, there are some things, this is one of them, where I spent 5 years dating people, telling them in a very open early relationship, telling them, hey, I do not intend to be monogamous to you, and dealt with all the rejection of that for, years. And I'm not going to get into a relationship and have someone just, have me change my mind. It's almost too, some of it's ego, but it's too much. I put too much into it to go back now.
Well, you also have laid it down pretty clearly that this is who I am and this is what I want. And so now you're at a because if you give it up, then she's going to feel like she's shutting you down.
Yeah.
And if you do it, then she's going to feel coerced because she doesn't have any other choice. It's either stay in the relationship or not, or lose it.
That's the problem now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it leaves me a little torn sometimes. For my selfish reasons, I want her to stay, and I enjoy what we have. And for my less selfish reasons, I think that there are people out there that would give her exactly what she wants. I think she's amazing, and
Mm-hmm.
so that's what I care about that. Having to go both directions for that.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you a question. Sarah, what did you like about John when you first met him? What attracted you to him? How'd you guys meet, and what was like, oh my God, I got to be with this person?
Sure. It was the conversation we had. We met online. I think I said nice hat or something. And the first date was on Valentine's Day, February, right before the pandemic. So we'd had about 2 dates before we went into lockdown. But it was, it was like, well, are we going to do this? But our first date, we just couldn't stop talking. We skipped the small talk. We went right into like really deep stuff, sexually, emotionally, what we were looking for. Like we just got honest with each other so fast and so hard I texted him as he was walking away, like, you're cute, or, you can't wait to see you again, or just something, you're cute is what I said. And and I don't usually jump on guys like that. But it was really the conversation we had that did it right away. Yeah.
Nice. How about for you, John?
Yeah, the conversation, the language, we both spoke the same language a little bit, I kind of knew, I was newer into the BDSM part of things. So to have someone that I could, use all this new lingo that I just learned with, was very, exciting, And we spent I think our first date was 4 hours long. Yeah. We ended up at 2 different restaurants.
Yeah, that's true. It was a long one.
That's nice.
But and when it was the first time that I've had someone where I'd been open about where I wanted to be sexually, and they didn't run out the door. It was, so I got really excited about that. Like, oh, well, here's a pretty girl. She's into this.
Nice. And when did you know that you were in love with each other?
I think you first said it to me right before you introduced Maria into the picture. And when you'd already been seeing her and hadn't told me yet. It was right before or after we took a trip somewhere together to the Everglades and stuff.
Two-week trip, I think.
Was it a 2-week trip? No, I don't think it was, but it was it was like the first time we went away together. And it was right before that or right after that. He said, you know, we had said we weren't going to have like the talk until the pandemic was over. So we hadn't. And then he just said it like, oh, I love you. I want you to be my primary partner. And, you know, I was kind of already there and just not saying something. So maybe 6 months, I'm going to say. Yeah, like 6 months in.
Mm-hmm. So what made you realize, John, that you were in love with her?
The cheesiest one that comes to mind is the way she looks at me sometimes.
The way she looks at you sometimes?
Yeah. Like, you know, she gets this really far off kind of look when she's looking at me.
Well, you're really tall, so.
That's sweet.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So when did you have the talk about being in an open relationship? Right away?
No, like I said, the pandemic was happening. I think I had said, look, like the world's crazy right now. Let's discuss this all after that. Mm-hmm. What I did not know is there was already somebody in the picture that he'd been talking to before he met me. So out of the blue one day, I get a text saying, hey, listen, I've been talking to somebody for a while. It's getting serious. And so, you know, I know you have questions, but I want you to know this doesn't change anything between us. And I wasn't prepared for that. You know, I thought we were going to have a talk about that at some point, what direction we were going to go in. I mean, I couldn't figure out where he'd found somebody. I'm like, how? Where we're like, there's no, you know, it's a pandemic. We're not, you know, not realizing it was somebody so I didn't know somebody was already there waiting in the wings. So I don't feel like we ever properly had the talk. John told me what was happening and I had to get on board or decide not to.
Not pursue the relationship any
or
further.
Not pursue the relationship any further. And I decided at that point, you know, after talking to John, I thought, well, you know, okay, I've done poly before. But I'm older now. This is a different partner. He seems much more, you know, emotionally in tune than the people I did this with before. Like he convinced me nothing would change. Everything would be great. And so I decided to, you know, not to fight it too hard. Just, okay, let's see how this goes. But I never really got to make a decision, you know, like we never got to talk about what we wanted to do. It was already happening.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't a mutual decision.
Mm-hmm.
No, it definitely, it hasn't not been at all, honestly. It's never been, we come to an agreement that neither one of us, I say we talk and we compromise. Eventually we compromise to a point where neither one of us are getting what we want out of it, you know? We've done that a few times, like, you know, and then had to, you know, sort of revisit the whole entire thing, you know, scrap our agreement and try again.
Mm-hmm.
And we've done that like 3 times now.
We have done that about 3 times. Yep. Made agreements, scrapped them, moved them, tried again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find that compromise doesn't really work. It basically means you're both just giving up something. And neither of you are really happy. And so all it just means is that you're either like moving a little bit this way or moving a little bit that way, but you're never really getting what you want. So neither of you are going to really be like settling for this.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it is. I have not been in her position still. I have very little of, you know, of the having to deal with the jealousy side of it, the anxiety myself. You know, so I can't put myself in her shoes exactly either. But I understand that, you know, it's not easy. I get it. You know, I get where the complexity comes in and how it can be, you know, bothersome inside your head, heart, whatever. But
and
When you say but, it like sort of negates it. So, but you can say and then because I feel like there's more to that.
I guess I don't. Sometimes I don't. The communication doesn't come out, and I just like run out of things to say.
Okay. Well, let's go back for a minute to this idea, Sarah, that, this multiplicity. First of all, there's a difference between multiplicity and like compartmentalizing your life, like feeling like, oh, I can have this compartmentalized life over here with this partner and everything's fine over here at home. That may or may not be true. You might feel like it inside, like, oh, I can do this and it doesn't affect us. But multiplicity is different than duplicity. Like duplicity means it feels like it's secret. It feels like it's separate, and it feels like it's not adding to what we have.
So they've identified the narrative. So now what is the vision that they're grieving of how they thought this would be and how that romantic phase is now over? And so they're grieving the vision that they had of how they were both going to contribute to that. And let's see where they are in the next part 4 of session 1.
Multiplicity is different than duplicity. Like duplicity means it feels like it's secret. It feels like it's separate, and it feels like it's not adding to what we have.
Right.
And you can negotiate the difference between like secrecy and privacy, and that can shift and move around throughout your relationship. But if it feels like this compartmentalized part of my life is good for me and this part is good for me, that might feel to you, John, like, well, I can live this multiple life. But for Sarah, it might feel like, no, that feels like duplicity. It feels like you have this whole part of you in your life over there that I don't get to share. Yep. And therefore I get less of you for me. And why is that? Why is it that I'm not worthy of all of us? So it's not just about you. It's about, why am I not worthy of all of us? Like, it feels like I have to settle for less of, instead of I get more of, because these outside relationships can add to us. Like open relationships work great if there's overflow. If our relationship is so great that we have so much love to give everybody, and it just flows, and then it flows back in, and it's a wonderful sort of growing and organic.
I can feel a little bit of that sometimes when I'm you get that good feeling from someone else, and you feel like extra happy, and you come home and you want to massage your partner or something more, or you want to do something extra for them or something like that, and I don't feel like it's guilt or something like that. So I genuinely feel good, and I want to bring some of that to her. That being said, though, we have for this whole, the relationship has to be well enough and bubbly enough and lovely enough to be able to share to other people. But the moment I want to share it, then the relationship breaks back down to, you need to sleep with other people. There's something wrong with the relationship. We need to build this relationship further, And it's a catch-22 when you do it that way, Mm-hmm. It always sends you back to the same loop of trying to fix a relationship to be able to, have the experiences that you want to have.
So, Sarah, what happens for you when you feel like I'm not enough, or this relationship's not enough? Like, where do you go? What is your narrative in your head?
Oh, my anxiety gets super high. Yeah, I feel unappreciated and taken for granted. I feel like I'm chasing him, trying to get attention and love, even if he's, and John has never neglected me. John has never, it's the only reason I'm still here. He has never, done anything so horrible that I can't stay. But that's what the narrative in my head tells me. He's just not that into me.
You've been saying that for years.
For 3 years, he is not that into me.
I'm not that into her, obviously.
He moved me into his house, but he's not that into me. It's so weird. Yeah, that's what goes on in my head, though. That's where it goes, right or wrong.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like there's a part of you that feels like you have to work hard to get that attention and appreciation and love.
I feel like I do. I probably don't. I feel like
you're usually worrying about what's going to happen in the future, not you're going to get less of me later on. It's never like you're getting less of me now. You're always, you're going to get less later. It's the worries, not the actual, not the actual thing. I feel like if she didn't know about anything happening up until like the last minute and then knew that day, the worries would not be near as intense if she knew way ahead of time and worried about it for 2 weeks ahead of time,
And I find I'm ruining the time we do have together because I want to talk about what's going to happen in the future.
Yeah.
If you have this month all to yourself, just you and me. And
I know, and I've been arguing over this. But.
So when you are together and it is good, what kind of attention are you getting that you feel like hits the spot for you? Like, what is it when it's good? What makes it good?
Sure. I honestly love being part of, like, it sounds very girly and weird, but I love being part of a couple. I love doing stuff like that together. That kind of attention, physical touch, of course, and physical touch and quality time are kind of my big ones. But lately I've been asking him for more words of affirmation. I've been wanting to hear him say why I'm, the one he wants to be with. And John very much struggles with that one. He does very well with quality time and physical touch. The words don't come quite so easy.
I'm not very eloquent.
So yeah, we're kind of working on that one. I think I like the kind of attention that's just us. I like couple time.
Yeah. So that for you, it sounds like that intimate time when it's just the two of you is really important.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And what is fulfilling for you, John, in the relationship when it's going well? What's happening?
Well, when it's going well for me, it's like there's for me, I feel like an acceptance. Like that's my favorite time with us is when, and apparently it's not really an acceptance of, she's told me later on, no, I was just, giving up sort of, but this sort of acceptance of, who you are and what it is you want to do. That's where I get some of my biggest, goosey times from her, like where it touches me inside. And I know it seems weird, like, I feel more in love with you for letting me sleep with other people, sort of a thing. But that's sort of how it feels, and I tell her that, or that I say that it's acceptance. I've dealt with a lot of people that didn't accept it, it's sort of kind of what I crave.
Well, it sounds like it's more validation. Like you feel like
okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good word for it, also. Yeah. And being raised religious, I had a little bit of my own personal struggles trying to get past the moral implications of it, so having more morals thrown back at you, tends to make me revolt the other direction.
Are you able to validate her feelings as well? Does it make sense to you that she feels the way she
Yes, yeah, it does. Yeah, it really does. And even down to the anxiety and the jealousy and stuff, I process my jealousy differently than she does. When I get jealous, I look inward a little more and try to find why I'm feeling jealous and what I can do personally to make myself not feel that way.
I also haven't done anything to make John feel as jealous. Like my connections have been a one night stand, or I haven't had another boyfriend for 3 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do understand her feelings. I get them. I can get to them. Not always though. And then sometimes I can only hear my own feelings, and it's later on that I can get to hers. But I can see them, and then I just don't know what to do about it. Like, okay, I understand your problem. I see what it is that you don't want out of this, but what can I do at this point? This is.
He does ask me a lot. What do you want? What can I do? And I'm like, I don't know. Something.
Do something to make it better.
Yeah.
Well, there's certainly a need that's not getting met, and it doesn't have anything to do with Maria. There's a need in the relationship that's not getting met. It has to do with time, attention, affection, or sex. It has to do with, my guess is,
exactly what you said, Maria. Maria, sorry. That was a bad slip of the tongue.
Those I don't think that
Better
one.
you than him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Which is exactly what you said, Sarah, about like, I feel like I'm chasing him for appreciation, attention, and love. So regardless of whether you agree or validate or empathize, that's the feeling that she has. And whether that's the grown-up self or an older, younger part, or, you know, that whether that's reality, whether you feel like you're giving her appreciation, attention, and love, there's a part that is not being met. You know, I mean, you obviously know about the languages of love because you're using that language. I mean, sometimes we try to love our partner as much as we can, but it's just not hitting the mark because it's not in the way that they need it. So there's some reassurance that she needs to know that you're there in a way that's not being conveyed. And it may be that you're getting in your own way. Like maybe there's a part of you that is keeping her at a distance because you're not sure she's going to stick around. You know, maybe there's a part of you that's defending yourself against really going to that extra step that she wants because you don't want to be hurt. And so we're in a stuck place around that. And so my guess is she's pretty intuitive. And so she's sensing that you're a little bit, you know, reserved from giving her what she wants. And my guess is she's not making up that feeling. And so that maybe the feelings, whether you want to call them jealousy or anxiety or whatever, there's a calling in your intuition, in your sensing, thinking, feeling, something in there is saying, this doesn't feel right. I'm longing for something from you or from us. Let's just say it's from us. I'm longing for something on this bridge that doesn't feel totally connected. And it's not safety, it's about trust. I want to know that I can trust this bridge. I can take a risk on this bridge. You know, safety is about, it's sort of like a parental need. Like, I need you to take care of me and let me know I'm safe no matter what. Well, neither of you can ever do that.
And now let's close the session talking about sort of the review of what we've covered. What's the takeaway? The idea of multiplicity versus duplicity. To be in multiplicity in a relationship is different than the idea of duplicity, which means I hold these two places and I don't share with you one of them. So secrecy versus privacy. What is compromise and why can it work here? What is safety versus trust, and which holds the erotic charge? And how do their early attachment needs play out in this relationship?
Safety is about, it's sort of like a parental need. Like, I need you to take care of me and let me know I'm safe no matter what. Well, neither of you can ever do that. So the frustration that you might be feeling, John, is like, I can't make you feel safe because I'm not your father. And, you know, I'm never going to.
I'm the one that might be breaking up with you. I'm the one that's hurting you right now. I can't be that person, you know?
And you couldn't be, even if you weren't. Even if it wasn't happening, you couldn't be that firm. Just like she can't be your mother. She can't ever tell you it's all going to be good and I'm never going to hurt you and I'm never going to leave you and I'm never going to be mean to you and I'm never, you know, life is going to be great. No, she can't, because that time is over. What you can work on is, can I trust that if we take some risks together, that you will work on yourself, on your inner stuff, and I'll work on my stuff, and that we can take some risks together. We can push some edges together. It's like in the DS relationship, you know, like you don't want to be safe. You want to be edgy. You want to be a little scared. You want to get a little pain going in there, but you also want to trust that if you use your safe word, your partner's going to untie you, right?
Yes.
So trust and safety, much, much different. It's the same thing here. To be able to trust that, you know, you could push your edge, you could go to those places that might be scary, because it's not safe. Relationships are never safe. But the trust comes from knowing that, you know, you have each other's back and that you put each other first,
and that you'll be there for each other in the ways that you are capable of. And my suggestion would be to have more conversations about, number one, what your shared values are in this relationship. Like, what are your due north or your North Star? Like, what are the 3 things that are the most important to you in this relationship?
Yeah, we did that thing. I just threw three things as a number to throw at it, but yeah, we did the same thing. I think we have like a couple common points in our top 3.
I don't remember what they were.
Nature.
Oh, nature. Yeah. Connecting.
For me, it's rock and roll.
Yeah.
What are the other things?
John's are sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Well, those things are great, and they're all fun, and they're all important.
There you
but
go.
those are the values that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, and you know,
We were talking about what's important to us. Yeah, not these days. What the values is what's important. We were talking about.
in the relationship agreement, like the most important thing is that our relationship will come first. So that means if Maria or Joe or Susie or somebody else cuts in the way, then we got to shut it down because our relationship comes first. Or honesty comes first. That no matter what, we're going to be honest with each other about our feelings, about other people, about who we sleep with, about condoms, whatever. That's a value. Or another value is like safety. Like no matter what, we're going to keep each other safe as far as STDs go. That we're going to trust that you're going to use a condom with other people, or that, you know, if we're going to be fluid bonded with each other, that we're going to make sure that everyone tests or whatever. Like you have to decide what are the things that you can always come back to when you lose the bridge, when you lose sight of home. You know, you have to know that there is a home that the 2 of you can come back to all the time, even when you feel lost. Because it doesn't feel like there's like this solid center. You like each other, you know that you have a lot in common, you want to be together, you kind of, you know, have a lot in common, but there's not that like, okay, are we going to commit to this center pole?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that feels about right. Commitment has been a problem.
I reckon it to like a foundation, like we're not on the right type of, you know, if we're not building a strong enough foundation to be able to, you know, get higher with it essentially, you know, if we can't get to a stronger, you know, it's like a center core, like what's important, what's not important, where we draw our lines at, or.
And you can't give each other rules, because rules are like parental, right? You can't say you can't do this, you can do this, you can't do this, because then there's going to be broken. And then you're going to feel like, you know, you're his mother telling him what he can and can't do. And then what are you going to do? Like punish him if you don't like it? It's not going to work.
That was the plan. I was going to ground him. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice. Ground it. But you can, you know, you can decide what your own boundaries are. And you can't put boundaries on someone else, but you can say, you know, my boundaries are, I don't want to have anal sex with other people. I don't want to have sex with people that are friends. I don't want to have sex with people from work. I don't want to have sex at all. I just want to have online friendships. I want to, whatever your boundaries are, those are yours. Mm-hmm. And if you don't feel comfortable having any kind of outside relationships, then that's your boundary. But you can't put it on Sarah. You can't put it on someone else. You have to decide where your own boundaries are. But I would talk about like some guardrails here, because if you feel like, okay, we're going to like run off the road, then, you know, I hear like an underlying threat of panic a little bit between you guys, like
uncertainty. Yeah.
Yep.
It's going to kind of come down to the wire. You know, you're at a certain point where we moved in together like 6, 7, 8 months ago or so.
9 months ago.
And you know, it was sort of like, you know, let's try the next step together, see if we can do this. You know, how we work out when we're up each other's butt all the time. You know, and there was a lot of talk. There wasn't a lot of talk. There was a little bit of talk on how we were going, because when we lived in separate places, non-monogamy was much easier. You know,
for you.
It was easier to logistically happen? You know, did you have?
It was easier to compartmentalize, you mean, because I was in my own place.
Mhm.
And now that I'm here, he can't do that anymore.
So, I mean, but you know, these are sort of things that we had, you know, talks about, and just we didn't get far enough into, and you know, sort of both did our whole, you know, all right, we talked about that, but we haven't really came up with a solution. Well, you know, we'll deal with it later, you know, and we both sort of figured we'll he'll come my way, she'll come my way, or whatever. We'll you know, it'll work out, and I get very optimistic. Say, oh, it'll be okay, it'll work out, you know, and my optimism has not been as high as it used to be.
Well, it's interesting that you moved in 9 months ago. I mean, you're about to give birth to something, whatever that is.
Jeez.
A new something. Well, I mean, we're at the end. I'm wondering if you could think of something you appreciate about your partner and just share, you know, one thing I appreciate about you from today, and then the other person's just going to mirror it back. So you might say, you know, one thing I appreciate about you is that you showed up today. And the other person's just going to say, so one thing you appreciate about me is I showed up today. It's a way of making sure that you're really listening to each other and not making up stuff like, oh, you appreciated that I made the appointment. It was my idea. And then we'll talk about what we'll do next time.
Yeah, I do appreciate that you showed up today, and you actually showed up for the whole day. John took me to brunch and took the day off, knowing I had the day off so we could be together. So I appreciate the effort is seen, you know, it's seen.
So can you just mirror that back for her?
I recognize you appreciate that I have showed up and that I've been, you know, on top of my game today, and you know, keeping up on, you know, having quality time with you. And
then
you know, I mean, exactly, kid. I kind of understand it. And
it's a good start. It's a good start. So her an appreciation.
I appreciate how you've, this is more not just a day, but it's lifetime, how you push my preconceptions. And, you know, open my mind up in a lot of ways.
Open your mind up. Okay, thank you.
So can you just mirror more of that back then?
Yeah, no, I appreciate your saying that I help you open your mind up and stuff. I do. That's nice.
Nice. Good. So, well, I appreciate you both being honest about what's happening and being so committed to trying to figure it out and really
Thank you.
work together. Yeah.
And Open Monogamy is your book, because I'm a reader, and I'll get on that right now. Great. That's helpful.
Yeah, I can send you the link, but it's Open Monogamy. And if you guys want to take a look at that before we meet again, if you decide you want to meet again, I would suggest the 2 other sessions. And what I would do next time is have you guys talk to each other, and I'll guide you through a dialogue, which is similar to this, where we'll work more on sort of going a little bit deeper underneath what some of the issues might be, and seeing if we can dig into the emotion that might be making you feel stuck. Because what happens is, you know, when we get to those emotional places, it's sort of like a tree where a branch has fallen off and then the bark keeps growing. We don't really know it's there, but if we go a little bit deeper, we can sort of dig in and see, okay, maybe there's an old wound here that needs to be recognized, and that's why these things are so painful. And maybe it'll work and maybe it won't. But I'm astounded by the fact that you guys moved in together, knowing that this is the dynamic between you. So my guess is that something's working.
Everything else works. Everything else works, you know, and even this isn't, you know, not working. It's just not, you know, working as well as it should, you know.
Well, this is a big thing. It's not just
Yeah. I know it's not a
Just this little thing.
It's not like where to put the couch. It's a little
No, it's where they put the barrel.
but that thought that only works if you're coming at it from a normal monogamy standpoint of view. But if you come at life from a open love, open relationship standpoint of view, then it is not a big ask if it's just the norm, So that's one thing that I feel like people miss out a lot is, norm is not right, is not better or anything like that.
Well, there's a difference between, look, even if people who have traditional monogamy do their relationship different than everybody else. Like everyone has a different agreement, whether it's implicit or explicit. Some people think porn is cheating. Some people think talking to their ex is cheating. Like everybody has a different agreement about what monogamy means. So normal's a setting on the washing machine. Let's not even right? So we just figure out what works for you guys.
Yeah.
Not worry about what works for everybody else.
Sounds good.
You're going to do it and design it in a way that's totally unique to you.
Mm-hmm.
And what works today might not work next week. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one thing. Staying fluid does help a lot. We both are able to do that quite a bit. And not quite there at Hills and as much on some things, except for me.
All right.
So what did you notice about how you felt during both of these sessions, both with Bill and Sue and now with John and Sarah? And just noticing when we talk about the implicit versus the explicit, discussing your monogamy agreement in a very explicit way means the difference between your implicit assumptions that you don't talk about. You might assume that everyone feels the same way about monogamy, but monogamy includes your morals, your values, the childhood roles that you learned about, your culture, your religion, your family background, all the things that you assume that maybe are not conscious about what it means to be in a committed partnership. The explicit monogamy agreement is what is said out loud or committed to, defined. It can include rules, but it's really about the definition of outside sexual romantic involvements, being present for each other, how you're going to stay together. What does it really mean to commit? And what's the difference between rules versus agreements? And how can you in the session mirror their emotion, notice where they're being transparent, and teach them just to validate so that you are helping them create their new monogamy agreement? You're not telling them how to be monogamous. So let's look at one more session. Let's revisit the session with Kat and Damon and see whether the intervention is needed for their new monogamy agreement. Let's look at session 3. You've seen some earlier sessions with them, and their dilemma continues. The narrative is, we run into problems where you're doing something and you don't tell me. That's the dilemma, right? So notice any improvement in mirroring since the first session. You might remember that it was charged with conflict. Notice the body language. Who's leaning back, who's leaning forward, who's leaning towards the other. Remember in the first module we talked about sort of the micro and macro movements in a session. Notice how they're learning more empathy towards each other and how we include the I imagine statements.
What kind of dog do you have?
Mutt.
I think.
Again.
Oh, he's so sweet. So you need some therapy?
Yes. He needs some therapy.
I need something. What do you want? Did you feed him this morning?
Yes, he's got food in his bowl.
What is your beef?
Oh, he senses your emotional anxiety about going into therapy.
Exactly.
He's your support dog. So we're going into session 3. How are you guys feeling? Let's check in with each other and then do some appreciations.
Feeling good. It was an emotional one last week, but in a enlightening good way.
Okay. So it was emotional, but in an enlightening good way.
Yeah. Brought up something I wasn't even thinking about. Where I was like, I thought, she's going to ask about my childhood. So yeah, we yelled a lot. It was like, so that was the only thing I was thinking. That all this other shit comes flowing out of my mouth. It was, it's pretty crazy.
Oh. So stuff came out that you didn't realize was even in there.
Yeah. And I thought about it a lot.
You did. You thought about it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Did it affect your week? And
no, it was more sort of settling. Just you had said something to the effect of, "Oh, could it be possible I'm gravitating to what I know as a child?" And it's like, no, it's not gravitating towards. It's more like, oh, I know that I could deal with it. I could work, or I know how to work around it. It's something I'm not fond of, but I can work with it rather than I gravitate towards.
mm-hmm. So you're familiar with it and you know how to deal with it because you.
Well, obviously not, because that's what we're here.
Okay, so it's not something that you're good at necessarily, but it's familiar to you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how about you, Damon? How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Besides good, fine, or okay, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm having a nice week. I had a good week of work. I think Kat and I are getting along really well. Things are good.
Mm-hmm. How did you feel after the session last time?
Well, I think it was a good breakthrough for her, but I didn't feel anything particular about it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you ever feel particular about anything, Damon?
Sure. Yeah.
Like what?
Well, I was just fuming about something the other day. What were they going on about? I don't remember.
So you can feel anger. You get in touch with your anger sometimes.
No, it was more like frustration.
Mm-hmm. So you can feel frustration.
Sure.
Because my experience of you so far is that everything's good, fine, okay, and you have one-word answers, and you're a little bit dismissive.
What makes you experience that?
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just like, it's like such a good example.
Why do you feel dismissed?
I don't feel dismissed at all. I feel like.
Then what makes you use the word dismissive?
It's hard for you sometimes to talk about your feelings and you dismiss the feeling language a little bit.
I'm feeling fine now.
Well, fine isn't a feeling. So that's what I'm saying. Fine, good, okay, nice. Those aren't feeling words. So I think I experience Kat as the one in your relationship who holds the emotion and is responsible for sort of like talking about feelings and getting to the feeling place a lot of times in your relationship interactions.
Could be.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel when she brings up things that are emotional between you?
How do I feel? I'm usually happy that she brings up whatever issue she has. So everything's emotional for her.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. So you're glad that she can talk about stuff.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. So can you guys do a check-in with appreciation for each other? Something you appreciate about the other person and just mirror it back?
Sure. You want to go first or second?
The second.
Okay. I appreciated last night laughing with you about West Wing and the relevancy it has in current day politics.
Yeah. I hear you said that you appreciated the discussion that we had about West Wing last night, and it was pretty interesting.
I appreciate the sex that we had yesterday. It was very hot.
I hear you appreciated the sex that we had the other day. And I concur it was.
And it's not an appreciation so much. I appreciate that the weather's been cold and we've been able to cuddle on the couch. I don't know if that's really an appreciation of you, but it's been nice.
I hear you've appreciated the time we've had cuddling on the couch. I appreciate over the past couple weeks how I can't quite put my finger on the right words for it. Maybe it's I'm feeling, I think I'm experiencing more communication from you. And no, I know I am. And I am extraordinarily appreciative of that. I feel when you tell me stuff that's going on with you, I'm feeling more trusted and valued and heard.
So you appreciate that I'm sharing more about my life with you and you're feeling more trusted and valued and heard.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I appreciate some of the little things that you do that are really big things, like when I didn't sleep the other night and next day you warmed up one of those little rice things and you put it around my neck while after I was done doing taxes, and lie down on the couch. And that's just such a nice thing to do.
And you appreciate the little things I do, like warming up the rice pan.
Yes, I do. And I appreciate how you appreciate me when I make dinner, like when I made that pasta last night.
You appreciate that I appreciate you making dinner.
Yes. And it's not just like a given.
Gotcha.
Nice. So how would you like to spend the rest of the session today? Is there something that you want to make sure we talk about? Is there a topic that you want to bring up and discuss with each other? What's important for you today? Either one of you.
I'm not feeling any personal agenda.
Okay.
I'm still, I mean, these past couple weeks have been really good. And I'm still sort of unsure. I think it's a good start, but unsure of like how we proceed, so we don't fall into the same trap. I was thinking about this the other day, is how do I get to the point where, if he tells me he's going camping by himself, I say, okay, cool, have fun. And I don't think, is he going camping by himself? Sort of unsure. I think it's a good start, but unsure of like how we proceed, so we don't fall into the same trap. I was thinking about this the other day is how do I get to the point where, if he tells me he's going camping by himself, I say, okay, cool, have fun. And I don't think, is he going camping by himself? I guess I see where we are communicating, how we are communicating now, and that's good. And then I think of the things that got us here, and I don't want to go there, and I don't want to slide back. I don't want to slide back to where we were. So it's almost like checklists. Like I guess I think of it in terms of checklists sometimes. It's like how do we keep the momentum going, and how do we not find ourselves back to where we were?
So Damon, can you mirror that for her and see if you got what she is bringing up?
What I heard you say was that you're not sure how to proceed without some sort of checklist to prevent us from backsliding. Is that what you said?
Yeah, sort of checklist, sort of what my whole goal was for a more transparent relationship, more transparency in our relationship, and how we get there. Yes. I guess
so. I'm hearing you say more transparency in how we get there.
Mm-hmm.
Am I understanding right?
Those are the words I said, yeah.
Okay.
So, Damon, can you validate that for her? Like, what makes sense to you about what she's looking for, what she wants?
It makes sense that you'd like to have a little more insight into my life and what's happening with me.
Is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
I'm not sure that's what I heard. I heard you saying, I don't want to go back to being concerned. Is it that you don't want to wonder if he's telling you the truth, or you don't want to wonder why he's not giving you enough information, or I'm not sure.
It's all of that. So if you were more open with me about your other relationship, you wouldn't have to hide it from me. Well, I know about it, but you wouldn't have to hide events from me. So it's and even when things are difficult and you think I might have a bad reaction to it, or a uneasy reaction, or a jealous, a knee-jerk visceral reaction, for me, it's better to do that than to live in a world where things are just sort of made nice for me. And I want to know your reality, the ups and the downs. I want to see what you're going through with your life, your ups and your downs. Yeah, does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
So what makes sense?
Does that answer your question?
Well, it's more important that it answers your question. Like, what makes sense about that to you?
Well, I think it makes sense that anybody in somebody's life wants to know what their ups and downs are, what their experience of the world is. Makes sense to me.
So what makes sense?
Does that answer your question?
Well, it's more important that it answers your question. Like, what makes sense about that to you?
Well, I think it makes sense that anybody in somebody's life wants to know what their ups and downs are, what their experience of the world is.
Yeah, but why is it crucial in your particular relationship, in this particular situation where she doesn't want to backslide? Why is it important that she knows more details about what you're going through in your other relationship? Why is that important?
You're asking me or you're asking her?
I'm asking you, like, why do you think it's important to her?
I have no idea.
So then it's not obvious. So let's find out.
Well, what do you mean what's obvious? It's obvious that people want to know how their partner's experiencing the world, but I don't know why it's important.
For me, it's important because when you shield me from your world, you've tended to not be honest with me about what you're doing. And then that escalates to the point of lying to me about what you're doing. And that gets us into a situation where I don't want to be, where it's just as easy to say, hey, we've got a trip planned. We're talking about, and even not before it's done. It's like, not like, oh, we've decided. It's just like, hey, we're thinking about going away for 2 weeks in July. Give me like even that sort of says, give me the heads up. Let me know what's going on. It's so that you tell me what's happening and there's less of I have time to digest and feel it and work on it. And then you will have less need to shield me from a potential emotional upset, and then you don't have to shield yourself from my emotional, ups and downs, because I can't deal with a last minute, well, what do you mean you're going away with her for 2 weeks tomorrow? That sort of thing. Not saying that happened, but that sort of thing. And all that being said, I understand the need for privacy and your personal matters. I don't want to know everything. I don't need to know everything, but there's certainly a middle ground. That can be reached.
So Damon, see if you got all that.
So what I heard you saying is that you would like more information about my plans that I'm making and what I'm thinking about doing. So you don't want to know everything that's going on in a relationship. And you'd like to find the middle ground there.
It's not just the plans that you're making is just an example, since a lot of the stuff has been where we run into problems is when you're doing something and then you don't tell me, like I don't find, you don't tell me. She goes on a trip with you and you didn't tell me, or, whatever. But it also extends to how you're doing. Just, hey, how's it going? Are you guys all right? Yeah, no, everything's fine, everything's fine, everything's fine. And then when it's not, it's just like, oh my gosh, when did this happen? I know that things are personal, and you might not feel like talking about some of the deeper stuff. Sometimes, so it's not just like calendars, making plans, it's emotional stuff as well. And it's not that I like, oh, I don't want to know everything, but it's just like, I understand that there's stuff that you're like, yeah, this I just need to keep with me. I mean, I know there's levels of stuff, but I don't want to be shielded from everything.
So I'm hearing you say you'd like to know the emotional things that are happening in my other relationship, as well as the planning stages. And you'd like to be able to listen to those things when I share them.
Mm-hmm.
So notice the resistance and how the language of validation doesn't, quote, make sense. When people get really flooded, they can appear confused. So notice like the fogging over. When people are emotionally overloaded or when there's a trauma response, remember in our last module, we talked about that. If you get overloaded emotionally, it's hard to mirror. It's hard because the intake valve sort of gets clogged. So notice what happens and how we switch out of that. And we'll go to part 3.
I understand that there's stuff that you're like, yeah, this I just need to keep with me. I mean, I know there's levels of stuff, but I don't want to be shielded from everything.
So I'm hearing you say you'd like to know the emotional things that are happening in my other relationship, as well as the planning stages. And you'd like to be able to listen to those things when I share them.
Mm-hmm.
And can you empathize with that? I mean, can you say to her, I imagine if I was able to do that, you would feel what? What do you think she would feel?
I imagine if I was able to do that, you would feel trusted and a partner.
Mm-hmm.
And Damon, can you share with her something that you might feel about why you don't do those things?
Something I can feel about why I don't do those things.
You know, sometimes I don't share my feelings with you because, or maybe you don't recognize that you don't do that. I don't know.
Sometimes I don't share my feelings because I haven't gotten them squared away for myself yet.
Mm-hmm. I understand that. I understand not being able to talk about something when you don't even know what you're talking about. Can I share with you something that I've learned to try and do? You've probably heard me say it, where I'll say, I'm feeling something and I don't know what it is. And sometimes I'll look like it to like I have a feeling like right in here or in my gut, and it's about this, but I don't quite know what it is. And sometimes that's the only thing I need to do to just sort of get the ball rolling, and it helps.
Does that make sense what she's saying, Damon? Or do you really not feel anything? Because I mean, this is interesting that we started off the whole session with me saying it seems like it's hard for you to get in touch with what you feel. And so what I hear you saying is I don't really know what I'm feeling. So it's not that I'm not telling you on purpose. I just haven't figured it out yet.
I'm sorry, can you say that sentence again?
Yeah. So she's saying, well, one way you could do that is by saying, well, I feel it in my body, but I haven't identified what it is. And I'm wondering if maybe you don't even know that. Like, you know, maybe you're saying, you know, I'm not telling you what I'm feeling because I haven't figured it out yet. Maybe you don't even know that you're feeling it in your body yet.
Sounds very plausible. There's certainly some truth to that. Yeah.
I mean, it seems like not being in touch with your emotions is kind of your regular MO. Like this is where you live in the not feeling end of the spectrum.
I don't know if I agree with that assessment, but I'm open to hear about it.
So what are you feeling now about your other relationship that you can share with Kat?
Well, my other relationship right now is going through something of a turbulent situation. There's a lot of anxiety with my partner, and I'm not quite sure how I'm going to deal with that.
Okay. Do you want to just?
But I've already shared this with her.
Okay. Well, let's just stay with that for a minute. So, Kat, do you want to just mirror that?
Yeah, that there's a lot of anxiety in your other relationship, and you don't know how you're going to deal with it. And this is what was one. This for me was one of those things that it was a surprise to me, because not 3-4 weeks ago when we had our first session, or when we're talking to therapists and trying to figure out, what we're going to do. I had mentioned that you said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to see her tonight, and I'm really looking forward to it." And I was just like, "Oh wow, I don't usually get the I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited about seeing her. I'm excited about a party we're going to." I don't get the ups, and then I also don't get the downs. But it was the first time I had gotten "Oh yeah, we're getting together, and I'm excited about." I was just like, I got tense and tight, but then I was just like, "Oh, he just told me something positive. That's really good." And you had been spending a lot of time with her. So then when this negative stuff came up, it kind of hit me out of the blue, where I was like, I didn't know how long this had been going on for. And it could have been going on for a week, a month, 6 months. Because what I hear from you is always, "It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine." Like that.
Does that make sense, Damon, that she doesn't really know what's going on?
Well, what do you mean? Does it make sense? That's her experience.
But does it make sense from your point of view that's her side of the bridge?
I don't really understand the question.
Do you feel like you have been telling her what's going on in the relationship, not telling her? Are you surprised that that's what she's feeling? Does it make sense that she's feeling that? Did you think she was feeling something different?
Okay. So her feeling surprised over the anxiety of that's happening. I don't know if that's necessarily, that's certainly understandable. I mean, it's somewhat of a new thing. So it's not like it's, whether she's surprised by it or not, it's new. It's a new experience for me too. So
what else do you want to share with her about your anxiety, about your...
No, I'm sorry. It's not my anxiety.
Okay. So what else do you want to share with her about the anxiety with this girlfriend?
No, my partner's anxiety.
Right. That's what I'm saying. What else do you want to share with Kat about the anxiety with this girlfriend?
And that's really funny too, because I've never heard you refer to her as your partner. And you've been seeing her for 5 years. And it's the first time I've heard you say you call her my partner. And it's just a tag. It's just terminology. And that's all it is. But all of a sudden I go, "Oh my God, he has a partner." It surprised me. It's just by sticking that tag on it.
So I guess my answer to your original question is I'm not surprised that she's surprised, because she gets surprised by very easy things.
Well, I mean, it sounds like it's new information.
Well, I guess. I mean, if you're talking about terminology and calling somebody a partner, but
what do you normally call her? How do you normally refer to this person?
As Catherine.
Okay.
First name.
So you don't call her your girlfriend or your partner, or?
No, not really.
Okay.
I don't really use either of those labels to describe either one of the women.
Okay. So is there anything else you want to say to Kat about the anxiety that's going on in the relationship?
No, not really.
Do you want to explain to Kat why she's anxious?
Well, I did already, but I'll do it again. She's feeling that I was going to break up with her.
Did she have reason to feel that way?
You know, we didn't get into that. We ended up mostly talking about the anxiety, and she just kind of released. And I just listened a lot to what she had to say.
Mm-hmm. Did you talk to her about your feelings?
To Catherine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you feeling?
I was feeling that she had a lot going on. There's a lot going on right now with herself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what I can do to help her out with it.
Well, that's her stuff, but what were you feeling?
That's what I was feeling. What can I do to help?
Mm-hmm. So were you feeling concern? Were you feeling...
I don't know if I'm feeling concerned, really. I think it definitely impacts the relationship. And I don't know whether the relationship can survive it. We'll see.
So in part 4, who is rescuing who? Does the appreciation from one to the other turn things around? How do you go from being the therapist rescuer to the observer? How do we get out of that role?
I think it definitely impacts the relationship. And I don't know whether the relationship can survive it. We'll see.
How does that feel for you, Kat, to hear that?
Well, I'm hoping that they figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
It's if that relationship went away, that's not a good thing for me.
Oh.
It's not like, oh, I'm sitting here on the sidelines saying, oh, well, maybe. No, not at all. Because he's been with her for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
We've been together for 8 years. It's moving forward. It would be much better if we could move forward in the existing configuration and figure this out. That being said, if that doesn't work out, that doesn't work out. And we have a lot more tools in our tool belt. And I know that I would not let it get to the spot it got now, where it is now. In terms of, me knowing to ask for what I want, communication levels and things like that, where 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, I was like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? Don't say anything. Just okay. Just let him just come to me and tell me. Make a situation where he can be honest with me. Make just trying, keeping it to myself and trying to create a situation where, well, is he going on dates? Do you see anybody? And it's like, I would not sit back and just wait for the truth. I would be like, I would be more active in pursuing. So I know that if this one goes away, there will be another girlfriend, and then there will be, whatever, I wouldn't be handling it the way I handled it 5 years ago when he started seeing her.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that our communication is infinitely better now than it was when we first started this journey. Infinitely better. And I think what we have here are just old habits, a lot of old habits.
What do you think about that, Damon?
I agree that our conversation and our communication is better than it was at the beginning of our relationship. And I think a little tweak can be great.
What does that mean?
So that she can get more of whatever she needs in the relationship. And the more she speaks up about it, the more it'll happen.
Mm-hmm. So what's your ideal relationship here between the two of you?
You talking to me or him?
I'm talking to Damon. What's your ideal relationship between the two of you?
My ideal relationship between Kat and I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're pretty close. I mean, there's not much that we need to work on in terms of intimacy, time spent, activities we do. You know, we're pretty much there. So I'd love for her to just get what she needs in terms of information from me, whether it's emotional or logistical, and, make that happen.
So how can you make that happen for her?
Well, I'm trying to talk more about my feelings about what's happening in the other relationship and try to talk more about what I'm planning to do in terms of schedules.
Okay. Is there anything else that you can add about those things today in this session right now? Anything else you want to share with her about your feelings, about your schedule, about your plans?
No, I don't think so.
Anything else about the next month that you have planned that you can share with her?
No plans the next month.
2 months, 3 months, 4 months?
No plans for you.
I didn't know if we were being literal.
No, I don't have any plans coming up. I think there might be a play that she wants to go see at some point, but I don't know if that's happening or not.
Is your relationship with Kathleen on hold?
Is it on hold? No, it's not on hold. I'm still seeing her, and we're discussing. So it's not on hold, but it's in something.
What does that mean? Something.
I honestly don't know. I don't know where it's going right now or what's happening with it. So we'll see.
So you're up in the air about it as well. You don't really know where it is.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
How does it make me feel? Well, on the one hand, I want to be supportive of a friend who's going through a lot of difficulty. On the other hand, there's only so much that I can do. So I guess a little bit, my feeling is stuck. I don't know, that's not a feeling really, but.
No, I think that's a good description of a feeling. So you feel stuck.
I'd like to be able to help her, but I can't do a lot. So What can you do?
So you want to help her because she's going through something, but there's only so much you could do.
True.
Yeah. Okay. And it sounds like you don't have really any plans to see her for the next month or so, or a couple months.
No, I'll see her. We'll do stuff and get together. But there's nothing, I don't have anything solid scheduled.
Do you see her on a regular basis, like once a week or?
Yeah, it's usually once or twice a week.
Okay. And does Kat know about that ahead of time?
Usually it's a couple days or a day ahead. It's scheduled.
But we did do that thing where after this last incident, I had asked you to ratchet it down to once a week because I felt as if we needed time together. And I had also wondered if your current troubles are related to the fact that I was, while we were sorting this out and looking for a therapist, and that, we've been together more and sort of doing this work.
Is that part of why your relationship with Kathleen is a little rocky?
I don't think so. It mostly has to do with Catherine's world. That has very little to do, I think, with my world.
I'm sorry, I keep calling her Kathleen. I apologize.
That's her.
I'm Kathleen.
Let's keep it separate.
I know, and I had fake names set up here someplace, but it's all right.
Yeah, so you don't think, I mean, Kat says maybe that the fact that you guys are trying to spend more time together and work on your relationship, that maybe that's affecting this other relationship.
If it is, it seems it hasn't been brought up to me as an issue.
I mean, if she feels like you might break up with her or that you're ratcheting down, she's got to have a reason.
Well, the reason that I'm sensing from her is that she's worried that she's too much for me to handle. You know, that may be true. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. So, Kat, what's your ideal relationship here?
Can I just add one thing that when he was talking that it came to my mind?
Sure.
Before we started this whole session, I remember you were on the phone when we were talking, interviewing therapists. You were talking to Doug, and you just blurted out to him, yeah, things are okay, but relationship stuff, I've got to work on communication skills and, got some work to do. And then he called you back like twice asking how you were doing. And it was like, for me, so beautiful. That was like the first time I heard you being, and I just thought of that. I was just reminded of that when you guys were talking, because I overheard you on the phone being emotionally vulnerable with your friend Doug. And then because you were vulnerable with him, he was calling back and checking up on you. And, hey man, how you doing? What's going on? And like he called you back like twice in the next couple of days. And I was just like, I just saw that as the, one, it was nice seeing you be vulnerable. And two, the power of that vulnerability where somebody else is reaching out to you more. And I just thought that was beautiful. And I guess that ties into your question is I'd like to see more of that vulnerability without me sort of getting a can opener and, trying to get it out myself.
Mm-hmm. So as we move into creating the vision, some language you might use as my new vision for our relationship includes one thing I can do to help this vision come true. One way I might inadvertently sabotage getting what I want. One thing I can do to improve my relationship with myself and with my partner. One way you could help me as my partner. One thing I'm looking forward to. One thing I appreciate right now. So this dialogue, I'm giving you all the sentence stems you need to create a new vision of your relationship going forward, or to help your clients in their new relationship going forward. So really, we're revisioning a monogamy agreement. You can close your exits for a finite period of time if that helps in the therapy, and begin to identify with all partners. You can do this with a whole pod of people, a whole polycule. What I want for our future is, what scares me about this is, what I'm afraid will hold us back. When I think about this, I feel what I long for from each of you is. So you could do this with as many people in the room as you want. It's good to do with a family, but it's really designed for a pod. And just keep in mind that there is something maybe different about how we can envision relationships, that instead of having an expiration date, a couple can have an expansion rate. So maybe instead of feeling like, okay, we've reached the end of our commitment and it's time to end or time to trade each other in, maybe it's time to expand. Maybe it's time to change our agreement. Now, what are the risks? We can have communication fatigue. Here's an example of a relationship agreement that sort of goes wrong. And reminding people that you can revisit the continuum of monogamy anytime you want. So whereas you might be in the phase where you're talking about feelings with other people, later on you might talk about how do we integrate loving other people into our relationship. And always going back to, if you feel stuck, always going back to the appreciation exercise. You can make it very simple. One thing I appreciate is, one thing I would like more of, and one thing I want to try. Because remember, we're expanding on what's already working. If people are in their reactivity, if they're getting triggered, that means they're in their brainstem. So we want to move them into their prefrontal cortex. And the way to do that is to bring them into appreciation. And so to be very simple in your work, if you feel people are really getting reactive, or to close the session. One thing I appreciate, one thing I would like more of, and one thing I want to try. So even though 40% of Americans said that marriage is obsolete, the whole concept is obsolete, almost half said they'd still get married. So remember in the beginning, I talked about how marriage rates are lower than they've ever been before. Even people who thought that the whole concept isn't working are willing to try it. They just need help with how to make it work. So as a therapist, what do you need help with? What are you finding challenging? And what have you learned? Integrating those lost parts of the self, remembering the dismembered self, the compartmentalized self, heals us from shame. So as we come to the end of this module and this section, think about yourself as the therapist and maybe even journal about this. 3 things that you appreciate about yourself right now and about perhaps having gone this far in the course. And it could be about your own relationship status, your own relationship agreement, or even understanding more about what it's like to work with various types of monogamy. And what's one intention you want to set for the future in your career? So take a moment to jot down those instructions. 3 things I appreciate right now, 1 thing I appreciate about myself, and 1 intention I want to set for my future. So that you can do your work as you ask your clients to do theirs. So thank you. If you want more information, you can email me at tammy@drtammynelson.com. You can always find me at my website. Or for more information on training to be a sex or couples therapist, go to istytraining.com. You can always follow me on social media or listen to my podcast, The Trouble with Sex. Until next time. Hi, I'm Dr. Tammy Nelson. Welcome back. This is Module 4. We're still talking about monogamy issues. This is integrative relationship therapy, and we're talking about intentional divorce. And if you've been aware of my work in the past, intentional divorce is actually personal to me. We've taught classes at the Institute, but we have looked at it from many different angles. As an imago therapist, I'd like to give some credit to Wendy Patterson, who I have done talks with and done presentations with her around this idea of intentional divorce. And you're going to find handouts in your resource section that you can use with your intentional divorce clients. Intentional divorce is personal to me as someone who's been divorced and remarried. And so I'm going to use myself as examples along the way. And as someone who's been a therapist for over 35 years, I know that I've seen a lot of people who have been struggling with whether or not to stay in their marriage, and people who have gone through divorce or are currently divorcing, and the aftermath of divorce. So really, divorce is our current model of ending and shifting out of marriage, which we've talked earlier in this module about the traditional mode of marriage and its legal implications. And here we're going to talk about the social, legal, emotional, and even the energetic implications of divorce. So divorce rates are declining somewhat, mostly because people are not getting married as often and they're getting married later. But they're still hovering around 50% for first marriages. So many of you watching this course may have been divorced or maybe even divorced more than once. And so this may be a sensitive topic for you as the clinician and as a person. So I would encourage you to take care of yourself. In the last module, or the last module in this course, module 5, we're going to talk about self-care for the therapist. But I would encourage you to be aware of any feelings that come up for you and take breaks if you need to. Remarriage is on the rise for those 55 and over. So one of the things that I've noticed in treating a lot of therapists and supervising a lot of therapists is that we tend to divorce more than a lot of other career paths. But it may be because we happen to be an older career. So in other words, we need a lot of education to be therapists, and we improve sort of like fine wine. You know, the older we get, the better we are at our jobs. And so we tend to see therapists a lot in training and in supervision who have been around for a while. And so the older we are, the more chance there is that we have lived longer relationships, and the potential for having multiple monogamous or back-to-back marriages is greater. Now, interestingly, divorce rates have been going down somewhat, except for those over 50. And so we call that gray divorce. Gray divorce accounts for about 10 out of 1,000 couples over 50. So the rates of people over 50 getting divorced is greater. I think partly because we live longer, and we used to get divorced and have a very short period of sexual proclivity. And now we live to be well into our 80s, sometimes into our 90s, and there's an expectation of staying sexual well into our 80s. In fact, the highest rate of sexually transmitted diseases is people in their 80s. So we continue to have this desire to be sexual and to partner with people for many years into our old age. And so the idea that we could have multiple partners and multiple marriages makes sense. When we lived to be 38, we pretty much stayed with the same person until we were dead. Now there is the potential, there's the time, and many of us stay healthy to have multiple marriages. So if we look back to the times when we lived to be 38, marriages lasted about 14 to 18, 20 years. And interestingly, that's about the length of time that they last now. So gray divorce makes sense that people are marrying in their late 20s and getting married, or in their 30s even, and getting divorced in their 50s. The problem with gray divorce is it's really financially devastating, particularly for women. Few women form unions after divorce. In other words, they don't necessarily move in with people after they get divorced. More men will move in or get remarried than women. And so financially, this has contributed to the really growing economic problem among people over 60. We see this sort of idea of gray divorce in Hollywood a lot. In particular, Bill and Melinda Gates just got divorced, and people were really shocked because they seemed like such a nice couple. He was 65, I think she was 56. But you see it all over Hollywood. And we used to have this cliche that they would get divorced, the male in the couple would marry a younger woman. It's not necessarily the case. What does happen is we do see people who are married for an average of 12 to 20 years, and then they marry someone else. Females actually experience a 45% decline in their standard of living. Men, standard of living only drops by about 20%. But the difference is the decline will persist over time for men, and they only reverse for women if they re-partner, either move in with someone or get married. So that 60 to 67% of second marriages ending in divorce usually happens after people are being married for a shorter period of time than their first marriages. And there's usually about 3 years in between marriages. It is true that for heterosexual couples, men marry much faster and tend to marry a second time, whereas women will avoid marriage or move in together or take longer to marry the second time. 64%, in fact, of men will get married, and only about 50% of women get married again. But the average length of marriage prior to divorce is only 8 years. In other words, most people get divorced around the 8-year mark. We see 12 to 20 years in the therapy world, in the clinical world, which means that not everyone who gets divorced is going to therapy first. So 8 years of marriage is usually, after that magical 7-year itch time, but also it's a developmental marker in marriage. It's a developmental time where they've either had small children, decided to have children, or decided not to have children. And the markers in the marriage have changed, right? So the mission of the marriage has changed. They've gone through the idealized romantic stage, and they've moved into the conflict stage, or the power struggle of their marriage, and realized that they're stuck and they can't get out, and they're grieving the vision that they thought they had of what it was going to be. And when it feels like it's too wounding and they can't get out and they can't figure a way out, the choice to exit and trade their partner in for someone else becomes too much of a positive option. It also, for some people, getting divorced when the kids are young, having kids is much more of a shock than people talk about. Giving birth is much more traumatic for many people than they talk about, because we want to believe that having kids is such a beautiful experience that how can it be traumatic? But for many women, the birth experience is incredibly painful, and it doesn't go smoothly, and it's in a cold and sterile environment, and it's not supportive of the mother's trauma around the birthing process. And we don't take care of women postnatally. And so if the relationship isn't connected in a way that recognizes the need for that support and deals with the incredible stress of having a newborn, many times by the time the kid is old enough to tie their shoes or make their own breakfast, the parents look up and look around and go, oh my God, I can't believe we just did that. I can't believe we survived that, and you were not there for me on some level. And the resentment many times drives people to separate. We see each other in different roles and through different lenses. We also get triggered from our own parental histories and realize that we're either reenacting or getting triggered from our own past. And those triggers, if they're not dealt with in therapy, can lead to separation. And because divorce is an option in our country, it's really about ending relationships. We have this lovely sort of mythological view of marriage that you marry once, you fall in love, you stay in love forever, you ride off into the sunset. It's always a happy ending. But the reality is it's just a relationship. Marriage is a relationship, and many relationships have a beginning, a middle, and an end. But we see divorce as the tragedy that it has become in our culture. And we're not good at transitions. We're not good at endings. We're very good at the beginning of relationships, falling in love, the romanticizing of that wonderful, powerful, sexual, erotic energy. But we're not great at the ending of relationships. We have ghosting, we have affairs, we have betrayal, we have a lot of ways of handling endings that are not mature, and we pathologize the endings of relationships, and it sets up the grief process. And we're not also trained as therapists to believe that divorce is a healthy option for many couples. That divorce is an option for therapists to provide support for couples to end their relationship. That marriage may have an expiration date. That it's possible to learn everything you can from a partner and for that relationship to be done. And to complete your marriage instead of your marriage failing. The idea that a marriage is successful only if it stays together forever is an interesting one, particularly for therapists. If you're a marriage and family therapist or a couples therapist, you've sort of been trained to believe that you have to save someone's marriage. And again, that puts us in that rescuer position that we've talked about, that it actually is a recreation of a trauma model. So we are not the rescuers of people's marriage. What we are is the coach in helping people to understand what will work for them, what's the best option for their lifestyle. Now, because of the legal model in our country, in the US and in parts of the Western world, divorce is very expensive, very adversarial, and can wreak havoc on not just our emotional life, but our financial life and on our children's lives. But we continue to do it, and we continue to do it in the same way that we've been doing it. And it happens quite often. There's one divorce every 30 seconds in this country. So what is the cause of divorce? It may seem obvious to us as therapists why relationships fail, but statistically, there are some specific reasons. Affairs are not necessarily the cause of divorce, although they do appear in divorce documents. But the major cause of divorce from the Gottman Institute, nearly 80% of the time, is that people become emotionally distant and drift apart. The most common cause cited in the legal documents as reason for divorce is lack of commitment. So that one person in the marriage just isn't committed, however that appears in the relationship. Other causes, 58% report arguing and just excess conflict. So they can't get out of that stuck cycle that we've been talking about. 45% say they married too young, and 38% report that money issues are the problem. Money and financial problems are the issue. And interestingly, 66% of men and 74% of women think their partner should have worked harder to save the marriage. They think the other person should have worked harder to save the marriage. And over 70% of people who divorce report the reason as they did not understand the realities or stages of marriage. So it's obviously really hard to understand what marriage is going to be like. And when people say, oh, relationships are work, I mean, that makes sense. But deeper or more granular, when we say that, what we really mean is that marriage is developmental. It goes through many stages, and it goes through developmental life markers just like we do as individuals. So as individuals grow and we change and shift, our relationships change and shift. And riding those waves, particularly when there's crisis and grief and trauma, can be overwhelming for some people. The average age of people who divorce is 46 for men and 44 for women. So if you think about the developmental changes that people have gone through, they have come through the phases of having young children. They've come through developing a career path or trying to, and they are expanding on who they are as people. So as we work with people to help them understand what exactly change means, what is transition, and how do we handle change from an organizational perspective, if we think of marriage as a business, as an organization, as the function of our companionship working itself through ongoing shifts and changes, we can look at what our expectations are, what our desires are versus what the realities are, and really help people assess. So I'm going to help you assess, should people get a divorce? What are the signs and the symptoms? And then how do you move people through an intentional divorce? And I'm sure you've seen people where you thought maybe this couple should get divorced. And there are cases where people stay in relationships when they shouldn't. And we've all seen that. For sure, if there's physical abuse or any kind of domestic violence, absolutely people should divorce. Compulsive sexual behavior, addiction. There are certain cases where ongoing affairs, people who really can't live in a relationship where there's too many self-destructive relationship behaviors, we know that those relationships probably should end. But there's also people who have grown up with really traumatic histories that form relationships that are like trauma bonds. And sometimes we call that betrayal trauma victims. So in other words, they pay attention to the positive in a relationship and might suppress or ignore the negative or the traumatic behaviors in their current relationship because of what they experienced as kids. So because of shame, they might see the patterns in the relationship as their fault. They perceive anything negative as, well, I must have deserved it, or it's got to be my fault, or they dissociate from it. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see that. Betrayal trauma theory has been around for a while. It's when trauma's considered when there's trauma from the person who cared for you, usually the parent. So the perpetrator was one parent, or you had traumatic neglect of one parent, or parent who didn't protect you from the perpetrator. And it can lead to betrayal blindness, where your memory impairment for any kind of trauma or abuse in a relationship is a sign of your adaptability. Like it's the way that you adapted from your childhood. And sometimes you see that in therapy, where we talk about one thing in a session, like this horrible argument you had where somebody threw something at you and pushed you into a wall, and the next week they come in and you try to talk about that incident with high intensity and your own concern for the couple, and they seem to have dissociated it and don't remember it. That could be linked to a history of physical abuse or neglect. How do you help people shift towards an attitude of potential divorce? This is not a course on domestic violence, so we're not going to go into those type of couples, but I will give you resources in the reference section. You should know, and of course you probably assume, that by the time couples get to you in your office, they have waited, according to Gottman research, an average of 6 years before they go to therapy. I think many couples probably wait longer, or they wait until one person has already got one foot out the door and has decided to separate anyway, and they're just in couples therapy to check off the box and say, okay, we tried this. So by the time they get to you, your job is potentially impossible to save a marriage where one person is already shadow divorcing. In other words, they're pretty much out the door anyway. How do you put yourself in that position of either letting them know you can't save the divorce, but also mirroring what's happening? And also offering help, saying, I'm not just there for you until you decide to save your marriage, but I can be with you through the whole process, regardless of what happens, so that they don't just stay together for you, and then if they leave therapy, that means they leave the marriage. You don't become responsible for the marriage. Just like people can't stay together just for the kids, making the kids responsible for their marriage, although that can be a motivator. And we can talk about what are good motivators to stay together. And can we look at marriage as something that does have an expiration date, that we choose someone, we talked about partner selection, we choose someone who is going to heal us from many of our childhood wounds, who's going to mirror back the parts of us that we need to look at and where we need to grow. And when those parts have grown and healed and found ways to integrate, to reintegrate, then when we become integrated enough, we either go into the next phase of growth and our conflicts change, the power struggle shifts, we learn different parts of ourselves, or we can say, thank you, I've grown, it's time to move on. And we can grow out of relationship with each other. So there's a difference between saying, thank you, this was very powerful, we got a lot out of it, I really appreciate everything that we've learned from each other, versus leaving and slamming the door, or creating a trauma and a crisis so that one of us has to make the decision to leave. And couples therapy is not necessarily the thing that's going to save people or prevent divorce. You know, if you're gearing your positive treatment outcome and your successes on people staying together, and you're seeing yourself as the savior of marriage, you're going to fail 50% of the time, or 67% of the time if it's a second marriage, and 73% of the time if it's a third marriage. So your success rates are not going to be that great. So you might want to reevaluate what is your positive treatment outcome. And know that couples therapy is not going to work if one person comes in with one foot out the door, or if they've decided to separate already and they're just using you to do it. They're just using you to be the voice, just like someone would use an affair to be the can opener. Sometimes people use therapy to be able to soften the blow, or to be able to find the words that they need that they can't find on their own. So some of the indicators that therapy won't work include, unwillingness to address the issues. They've already said, you know what, I'm done with talking about this. I don't really want to do the work to change. And I don't really want to be emotionally vulnerable either. Continuing to blame the other person, continuing to have affairs, making the choice to be in the exits outside of the relationship instead of closing the exits and being in the conflict. And maybe divorce is just natural. Maybe like we are prone to come together, and just like all seasons of everything, maybe we're prone to get together. There's a time of growth, time of expansion, and then a time of separation. Recently, there is an article, and I include this in your resources in Science News, finding out that birds actually get divorced too. So interestingly, 90% of birds actually are monogamous, but there's a difference between having a mate for life and having offspring that actually come from that mate. So some birds will actually, in addition to that, leave their mate for life and search for a new mate. And so they call that phenomena bird divorce. And some will actually cheat. So they've been able to look at the eggs in nests of birds that they previously thought were monogamous, and they found that those eggs actually come from multiple partners. So even in birds that mate for life, the females will go out and partner with other birds to make sure they perpetuate their offspring. If the female birds get caught with that, many times the couple will stay together, the bird couple. If a male goes out and tries to find another partner, the birds will break up, and that's called bird divorce. So interestingly, if you're into birds, then you want to know this, the birds with the highest divorce rates have the highest male promiscuity. Those are plovers, swallows, martins, orioles, and blackbirds. And the lowest divorce rates and the lowest male promiscuity are white petrels, albatrosses, geese, and swans. And everyone thinks that geese and swans mate for life, and they kind of do, but they also occasionally divorce. Both woodpeckers and bluebirds, who we thought were totally monogamous, have nests containing mixed offspring from multiple females, multiple males, or both. And this is another interesting thing when we think about living together, not living together, or what I call living apart together relationships, or when we think about couples that travel for work and how affairs many times happen because of opportunity. They found that pairs of birds that migrate over longer distances have higher divorce rates. So the birds that travel more often, the birds that maybe have higher stress jobs, the birds that are also exposed to more partners. So in birds where both sexes have exposure to larger populations of birds, they have more options. They tend to have more partners. What the article says is they're more polygamous, which I don't know if that's the right use of the word. Polygamous means being married to more than one person. But when the population has more of the opposite sex, that sex has more partners, and they tend to have more divorce. So in other words, if there's more males in the species, the males will divorce and fool around and meet more partners. If there's more females, the females have more choice, and they'll do the same. So the rarer sex has more opportunity to play the field and cheat on their partner or leave their partner in favor of a new mate. And that makes sense in our society, since there is a tendency to be more cheating in places where there's more options. So let's talk about intentional divorce. If birds do it, clearly we're doing it, how can we do it better? Because for most of us who've been through divorce, the emotionality of it is incredibly devastating. It's hard on kids. It's financially just, for most people, difficult, even Bill and Melinda Gates. And how do we do it in a way that's more conscious? And how can we look at it as, instead of failing our marriage, we're completing our marriage? Maybe we've completed our work together and we've come to the end of the road. How do we do it in a way that's workable? You know, we spend millions of dollars a year on weddings, on the celebration, the ritual of coming together, on getting a dress or a suit, or having the big party, on the food, on the liquor, on the celebration, on the band, and we buy gifts and we travel and we have honeymoons. All of that money going to celebrating the wedding. But when we get divorced, when we come to the completion, there is no ritual. There is no grief process that is ritualized. We, shake each other's hand on the courthouse steps and move on, and that pain is not ritualized in a way that can be expressed and supported. Sometimes, there's grief groups and there's divorce support groups, but they're not integrated into our society in a way that's supportive, particularly not for women. Now, we've had a shift, and actually it's come through Hollywood. So there's a book by Catherine Woodward Thomas called Conscious Uncoupling, which Gwyneth Paltrow and Chris Martin actually made quite famous when they decided to do their conscious uncoupling. They were getting divorced and they had read the book Conscious Uncoupling, and they created a ritual for themselves. They went to the beach and they threw stones in the ocean that represented their marriage and the letting go of their relationship. And then they talked about how beautiful that ritual was and how much they meant to each other and how they shared children and a life together and that had meaning for them. And they got a lot of that from the book Conscious Uncoupling, which is 5 steps to living happily ever after, how to break up in a whole new way. And Catherine Woodward Thomas's book made a sort of ripple in the world around intentional divorce. In the therapeutic community, you may know Bill Doherty's work on discernment counseling. He takes couples on the brink of divorce, and there's a very structured and deliberate process about how to make decisions. Are we going to work on the marriage or go through a separation, maybe a legal separation, or go all the way through and get a divorce? So it's very time limited and it's very non-judgmental. So it's not about right, wrong. It's not a moral decision. It's a very well thought out cognitive. How are we going to take each person's desires into account? And then how do we move forward in a healthy way? Intentional divorce is similar. It's a divorce that's done on purpose, with respect and dignity and integrity. So it's integrating everyone's desires with a process that can work without the drama and the trauma of our past history on adversarial divorce. So the goal is to reframe the idea of divorce, to acknowledge the grief process, encourage people to take care of themselves, and to leave with some good interventions for self-care. So the reasons for doing intentional divorce seem kind of obvious, but they're not, I don't think they're intuitive. To have less trauma, you actually will have more treatment success. So you will be able to use integration, you'll have more integrity. You'll be able to integrate more of that person's life. They'll be able to work with their own family history stuff. They'll be able to work therapeutically with their issues around their own children if they have them. They'll be able to integrate support systems, friendships, and also decide what they actually do want in their next relationships when they get there. So the idea of this contemporary model of treatment is to, again, get us out of the victim, perpetrator, rescuer model. You are not the rescuer. And in intentional divorce, there's no victim and perpetrator. It's not like one person is causing the divorce. We're going to get to the point where it's an intentional decision on both people's parts. And how can we work through that for both people? And for you as the therapist, if you see treatment success only as marriage lasting and being monogamous, then it can appear on the surface to comply with that. Like they can say, oh yeah, we do all those things. Like the social norms can be in place, but that doesn't necessarily mean that under the surface, that's what people are doing. If the affair rates are so high, if their sexual connection is not working, there's many reasons that people might stay together and not be happily married. So we know that a lot of couples will stay together and say, oh, we never fight. This is great. We've been together for 60 years. Well, if you never fight, you might never talk either. So some of the couples that stay together and choose not to divorce have found creative ways to make that happen. They have 2 houses, they live separately, they live apart together, one travels more than the other, they open their relationship, they become non-monogamous. There are implicit and explicit agreements where the couple chooses to stay married legally, but has a flexible and fluid agreement. If those things don't work, divorce can become one of those options on the continuum of monogamy. It could just be the end where we change our relationship to each other. Now, you might change your relationship to being friends, to being co-parents, and that's really really important if you have families that you want to continue to share, whether it's in-laws or children. The idea is to assess that and complete the process, but also integrate your new relationships going forward. There was a great article years ago in the New York Times about a woman getting divorced, and I just want to read a quote. She said, "I woke up one day and realized it wasn't true. There was love, an abundance of it. We just had to respect and accept that it was not the love of happily ever after. No, we would not be celebrating our 60th wedding anniversary or even our 6th, but we would always be celebrating our children and the physical and emotional bond that brought them into being." So the idea is that you can celebrate what you do have, integrate the joy of what you had and what you brought into the world, children, a home, a shared family experience, memories, travel, without having to judge it as a failure. I have a hard time with people saying, oh, that marriage failed. I was married to my first husband for about 11 or 12 years. We were together about 17 years. And I don't consider that a failure. We have 2 beautiful children. We had a really wonderful life together, and it was completed. And so the idea that I could call that a failure would somehow imply that my kids were a failure, and that our home was a failure, and that our in-laws were a failure. And I was still very close to his parents till the end, till they died. You know, the idea that getting divorced would mean closing off everything that you've connected to in that life means that you deny the life that you've created. So how can you integrate your own experience into your new life going forward? So in intentional divorce, there's 5 stages. First, you assess. You have to make some decisions. What are we going to do and how are we going to do it? Step 2 is the crisis management. Can we assess for real danger or emotional needs, depression, anxiety? Can we bring in and integrate other professionals to help with our treatment team? Step 3 is to take action, to set some intentions, to have the insight into what needs to happen and how this could go in a way that works within the integrity of all parties. Step 4 is completion. That's the closure phase, the integration of our new roles going forward. Step 5 is the vision. So I would have you, as the therapist, reconsider what are your successful outcomes. If our culture is shifting away from getting married in your late teens, early 20s, having children, the nuclear family, where the heterosexual, heteronormative, male works, female stays home, raises 2.5 kids, the husband works for the same company his whole life, retires at 55, and they die by the time they're 80. Like, how is that shifting? That is no longer the norm. So if that is no longer the norm, we can no longer go with our potential treatment outcome that we've been trained on. What is this romanticized idea we have of soulmates that we've been taught is the basis of emotional connection and relationship? That we have one soulmate, that we are not complete until we have found our other half, that we have one person that we're searching for to make us whole. That's really a codependent vision of love, that somehow we are not whole until we have another person, instead of being a whole person and perhaps having many soulmates, that everyone you meet perhaps is your soulmate. Perhaps we have a spiritual connection with everyone in our lives. How is culture shifting in this idealized version of pair bonding? If we are evolutionary scientists, are we looking at pair bonding as only one pair, or can we pair bond with one person and then another and then another. And where is the choice around women's empowerment? Divorce was only available to women in the 60s and 70s, and we could only get child support, alimony, so it's only been 50 or 60 years since it was really an option. And the idea that divorce rates then escalated and have hovered around 50% ever since says something about how marriage actually works. Not how we think it should work, but how it actually functions. Marriage is a legal contract, but it's not a legally binding contract. We don't go to prison if we break the contract. There's an implicit and explicit contract here. The explicit agreement that we make around marriage is the promise that we make out loud to be together till death do us part, but it's not binding. There's an implicit assumption that we can get married and then we can get out of it if we need to. In the back of our minds, we can walk down the aisle and know that this does not have to be forever. There's a myth around the individualized desire for potential, that I can reach my full potential only if I'm by myself or only if I'm with another person. So how are we going to find that full potential? Are we going to replay our attachment needs in a relationship? And if you don't heal me from my attachment wounds from my early childhood, then it feels like a failure and I'll have to find someone else to do that for me? Or can I have my inner adult be fully present in the relationship and know that you can't replace my early attachment figures, but I can heal my early attachment and I can come to this relationship as an adult? Part of the crisis that happens at a developmental phase of marriage is that loss of innocence, that knowing that I could get hurt in this relationship, I'm going to choose to love you anyway. But that is an existential crisis of I am not necessarily up on the pedestal that I might have been on from my parents. That I will not be the idealized partner after the romantic phase is over. And I may have a wise adult part of me that Terry Real talks about, but I also have the inner child that wants to be loved and adored like I am the center of the universe. And I have an adaptive child that Terry Real talks about, the child in me that has created parts of myself to survive a childhood where perhaps I was not mythologized as the top of the pyramid. And so the things I've done to survive my childhood, I'm acting out in my marriage, and that may coincide with how my partner's acting out in his adaptations. And those may create the crisis that we have gotten to, where we've both decided that this marriage is not going to work out. So how do we complete the marriage? If we look at divorce as completion and not failure, how would you as a therapist do therapy differently? Can you acknowledge our adaptations worked really well as children, they're not working so well now, and can we try to work on those? And if we decide and discover that these don't necessarily mean that we're pathologically unable to connect, we can heal, then perhaps ongoing therapy is the answer. If we decide these adaptations are overly wounding and not adaptable to this relationship, in other words, no one can wound you like your partner, because we choose someone who's going to hurt us in the same way that we are hurt as children emotionally, because they have the capacity to heal us in the way that we weren't healed as children. It is possible that the wounding becomes so painful that we just tap out and say, okay, I can't do this anymore. Or that we feel like we've been healed in those places and we say, thank you, I think I'm done. How do you reframe the union and the mission of the person's marriage. How do you reframe the mission? Are you done with the mission? Have you completed your mission? What is the expiration date here? Have you completed your implicit contract with each other? What was the mission that you came here to do together, that only the two of you could do as a couple? And has that been completed? Maybe it was to have the beautiful children that you have. Maybe it was to help your parents pass. Maybe it was to build this life that you've built that can help other people. So as your therapist strategy, what is it that you can do to make people aware that you can lead them through the process, that there is a process, there's a plan? You need other resources. You don't have to be the divorce coach. You can help people advocate for their own rights, or you can find other advocates for people's potential separation. You're also allowed to make predictions. Like, this is what could happen. If you tell the kids too soon that you're going to separate, it will make them anxious. What kids are going to be concerned about is, what's going to happen to me? How's my life going to change? Am I going to keep my room? Am I going to go to the same school? How's this going to affect my daily life? So predicting, don't tell the kids until you're absolutely sure. Don't tell the kids that it's one or the other's fault. Like, there's ways that you can begin to have strategy while also educating and also predicting some outcomes. This is how it's going to affect the kids at this age. It may be better to divorce when the kids are really young instead of when they're in middle school. Like, there's ways that you can use the strategies around some of the divorce research that might be helpful. However, I just want to point out that it's different for every family. Every family is different. The more intentional you are with your divorce, the less painful it will be for children, regardless of the age that they're in. So how do you help in the assessment process? How do you help when people say, I'm done, I want out, I already have one foot out the door? One way to assess is to ask a series of questions, and I'm going to give you these 5 questions. First is this really about an affair? So sometimes when people are swept up in the new relationship energy of an affair, the excitement, the sparkliness of an affair, it can feel like, I'm going to definitely leave my wife or my husband, and this is going to be a whole new, wonderful relationship. That may or may not be true. Most likely, only 7% of people actually end up leaving for their partner, for their new partner, and most of those relationships don't work out because they're based on a foundation of cheating, so they end up not trusting each other. So do you really want this marriage to end based on your new affair? Let's just assess, wait, do some intentional integrity work around assessing the affair. My book, When You're the One Who Cheats, has a lot of work and templates about how to do the work with the person who's having the affair to discern, do you want to stay? Do you want to end the affair? Do you want to end your marriage? Like, how do you decide? So I'll put that link in their resources as well. And then the second question is to ask about their sex life. Like, what's been going on in the sex life? Is it satisfying? Is it regular? There's a lot of potential if you can work on someone's erotic life. You know, there's 2 parts of the relationship. Remember, there's the companionship and there's the eroticism. Many couples feel like the energy's been drained out of the relationship. We squeezed all the juice out of it if there's no more erotic energy. You know, we might be good roommates, and then when the roommate part starts not working, what's the point of staying together if there's no erotic energy or passion? And that might be true. But before we make that decision, let's see if there's work that can be done on the erotic part of the relationship. Can we increase the desire and arousal? Go back to the section on working with sexual dilemmas and remind people about the 6 weeks to erotic recovery or doing sensate focus. There is also the certification in being a sex therapy informed professional, or you can go to the Integrative Sex Therapy Institute and learn more about being a sex therapist or a sex and couples therapist, because there's a lot of work you can do on people's sexual connection. If they've done all that work and they still find that the sex is not satisfying, they're just not compatible, they have different interests, they have different sexual orientations, different gender struggles, then perhaps that is a sign like it's okay to leave. I have a couple where one, they were hetero focused when they got married, and he has had several affairs with men and has decided that he really wants to be in a committed emotional relationship with a man. She doesn't want to be in an open relationship. She doesn't feel emotionally connected to being in a throuple, and she wants to be in a relationship with someone who's focused on her as a primary partner, so they're getting divorced. And that seems like it's working for them, as painful as it is and as betrayed as she feels, because she feels like he should have told her from the beginning. That's a story altogether. You might look up Joe Court's work for that, for those references and resources. Number 3, finding out where their support system is. If they have a lot of family, their kids or grandkids, or are they having a lot of conversations around, should we stay together for the kids? Do they have shared friendships? What is their support system? There's nothing wrong with staying together for the kids, but if the only reason they're staying together is for the kids, it tends to make the kids responsible for the marriage and puts a lot of pressure on them. And we've all had people who grew up saying, God, I wish my parents had just gotten divorced. Sometimes people want to stay together until the kids go to college. Kids are still affected in college when their parents divorce. So I would encourage people to make decisions not based on necessarily what they think is best for the kids, but first put their relationship first. What do they think is best for the two of them, and then assess how they think their kids are doing. Their conflict in their marriage may actually be worse for the kids than having an intentional divorce, and letting their kids see the two of them find new relationships that are stable and loving and conflict-free. Do you share interests and hobbies? So are there places that the two of them can find interesting things to do together? Are they convinced that there's nothing left in their relationship that they enjoy together? They can't travel together, they don't play sports together, they don't take walks, so there's really nothing of interest. Sometimes I see couples where one wants to move to the beach and one wants to move to the ocean, or one wants to move to a different country, or what I see as almost predictively destructive is when they have different political party interests, which is almost impossible to resolve. Number 5 is, do you threaten to leave when you argue? Are you always using divorce as a threat? Are you using it as an exit all the time? Maybe you've been planning on divorcing all along. If you continue to do that, your partner will divorce you. So stop with using divorce as a threat, and let's talk about, do you really want to divorce? The other really important question is, how much couples therapy have you tried? Have you tried to go to counseling at least 3 times with 3 different therapists? It takes a while to find someone that is actually going to be helpful for your relationship one way or the other, to help you decide if you're going to divorce or stay together, to help you with an intentional decision. And finally, are you ready to leave? Do you have a contingency plan already mapped out? Do you have your bags already packed? Let's talk about how far down the road you are with this plan. In the resource section, I give you a worksheet, Ending Your Marriage with Integrity, and it has these questions and more that you can use either as a handout to send home, to get people to journal or think about it, or you can use them in the sessions with people. I think the most important intervention is letting people know that you're not abandoning them. People will want to know, well, who are you going to stay with? Are you going to pick one of us? That's really not the issue. The issue is If you choose to go on with an intentional divorce, you'll continue to see them through the process up until the point where it's time to have separate therapists, and that you'll continue to discuss that with them. So there's 3 phases of this, just like in the other sessions that we talked about. There's the crisis phase, there's the insight phase, and there's the vision phase. And let's go through what happens in each of those. In the crisis phase, you're really making sure that everyone is safe, right? Securing the family, dealing with the intense affect, but making sure everyone is safe and that you're not trying to necessarily be the rescuer, but witnessing what's happening. So you're reframing the strategy. So your roles are going to shift from I was the therapist that was working on what we can do to keep you together. Now I am more of a coach to let you know what your options are and help you work through the grief and pain of what is the potential of splitting apart and becoming a new partnership. What is your new partnership going to be? I will help you be that person. So that insight, that intention phase, your roles change in your relationship and the relationship of the therapist to the couple. So as you help them with their financial issues and their questions, you're going to help them to understand that those ties are going to have to be cut one way or the other. In the beginning, everyone's very generous and it's going to be fine. I'm going to take care of you. You want to do that work while people are still in that phase and help them to advocate to find financial advisors that will help them set that strategy up while things are still in the good communication phase. If they find legal representation that's very adversarial, they will end up in financial battles that do not align themselves with intentional divorce. So you want to reframe internally how we're going to do this and get the commitment and the buy-in from both of them. If we do this, we're going to do it intentionally. We don't want to hurt each other. We're not doing divorce as a weapon. That divorce is equal to the amount of anger that each person has against each other. So, in other words, you can weaponize divorce as a punishment for the anger that you hold towards your partner. And divorce should not be the weapon that you use for revenge. And if we can reframe it so that it's really about completing your marriage, and there's many levels of completion. There's the financial level of completion where the ties have to be cut. There's the legal completion where you need some kind of advocate. We'll talk about that. And then there's the reframe internally of your roles that has to be completed. And then there's an energetic marriage that has to be completed. And that, I think, is the most difficult. And then we don't talk about it enough. You know, when you marry someone, you energetically partner with them and you make a decision to share their energy and to be married, to be a married person. There has to be a real energetic letting go. I think about the Chris Martin and Gwyneth Paltrow of the letting go into the waves. Understanding that there's waves of this experience that are going to come in and go out. And because of how we look at divorce in our culture, there's a lot of shame about being divorced. I remember when I was going through my divorce, just admitting that I was going through a divorce or getting divorced as a couples therapist was really hard. It was really difficult. I was actually in my Imago relationship therapy training when I made the decision that I knew I had to let go of my marriage. My husband at the time did not want a conscious marriage. He did not want the marriage that I wanted. He actually wanted me to be a dental hygienist so I could be home every day at 4 o'clock, and really felt a lot of pressure being married to a therapist that kept pushing more and more of intentional relationship and an integrated relationship. And he was happy to be married forever. He just didn't want to be married in the way that I needed to be married. And so as a therapist, I had to make a decision about, should I stay together so that the community wouldn't see me as someone with a failed marriage. And how could I be a marriage therapist if I was getting divorced? How was I going to help people in couples therapy if I was divorced? And what would they think when they asked me, how long have you been married? Are you married? Do you have kids? Because I believe in being transparent. I wasn't going to hide or lie. And there's shame involved in that. John Bradshaw talks about shame as shame is a healthy human emotion, but it can be transformed as a whole state of being, where it takes over your whole identity. He said, to have shame as an identity is to believe that one's being is flawed, that one is defective as a human being. Once shame is transformed into an identity, it becomes toxic and dehumanizing. Toxic shame is unbearable and always necessitates a cover-up, a false self. So that's what we've been talking about creating that false self and compartmentalizing who you really are, right? Hiding that other part of you that needs to be reintegrated in order to heal from shame, in order to live in your whole self. Since you feel that your true self is defective and flawed, you need this false self, which is not defective and flawed. He says once you become a false self, you create that part of yourself to exist psychologically. To be a false self is to cease being an authentic human being. So in other words, it's to cease living as an integrated part of you, an integrated whole person. The process of self-formation is what Alice Miller calls soul murder. As a false self, one tries to be more than human or less than human. Toxic shame is the greatest form of learned domestic violence there is. It destroys human life. Toxic shame is the core of most forms of emotional illness. And so we know that shame around divorce is so prevalent. And yes, it's very toxic. So I think soul murder is a good choice of words when we talk about how it feels to get divorced. How can we as therapists help people to integrate the parts of themselves that feel shame? What does marriage mean to them? What is the story they make up about getting divorced? What was divorce like in their family? Are other people divorced or separated? How do other people see divorce and separation in their family? I grew up in my mother was Catholic, and when she got divorced, or when she broke up with my father, he was allowed to go back to the church, but she was not. At the time, you were not allowed to be divorced in the Catholic Church. And she was the one who was religious. He would have burst into flame if he walked into the church. And she was very hurt and felt very betrayed. She had a lot of shame about that relationship breaking up and about that relationship in general. And there was a lot of secret keeping, and we're not allowed to talk about certain things about their relationship and the way we grew up. And she had a lot of anger and resentment at the Catholic Church. And so a lot of that shame came from the idea that one did not divorce, right? So where is the religious background of your clients? Where's the learning, the integration around how people feel about divorce? That's still very real. So for you as the therapist, what's very real for you? Where do you integrate the idea of divorce? What is one thing that you might even be afraid might come up in sessions, that might trigger feelings of you and how you might react? Are there issues around divorce in your marriage? Are there issues around divorce in your parents' marriage? How do you feel about it in your own religious beliefs? Where do you come from when you talk about marriage? In your religion, is it okay to divorce if the couple isn't having sex? Is it okay to divorce if there's domestic violence? Or is it always important to stay together for the children? Where do you fall on your beliefs and countertransference? So an exercise you might want to do is to think about one thing I'm afraid that might come up in sessions. And I think that would trigger feelings of what? What do you think you might feel? And how do you think you might react? And what are some ways that you could handle that? If you have a supervisor or a supervision group, you might want to talk about this in group, or do this with another therapist and validate and empathize, and then switch and see what each of you comes up with. Or take a minute and just journal these responses and just notice what happens for you when you think about the endings of relationships and legal divorce. Going back to that New York Times article, another quote is, "As it turns out, the world of moral absolutes is ill-suited to divorce. It isn't a question of good, bad, success, failure, right or wrong. It's a recognition that what existed is irretrievably broken and that something else must be built in its place. Something else must be built in its place." So we're really moving from one place to another. We're not coming to the end and dropping off a cliff. There is something else beyond this. When we talk about the end of marriage, the destruction, the failure, we're actually in many ways seeing it through the financial lens of a partnership, the corporation, the business of our marriage that we've built. So there's a financial release. And how do we maintain integrity and respect without destroying each other financially? Because the adversarial nature of divorce is such that we use money and the idea of money and as a resource to punish each other depending on how angry or hurt we are. The level of hurt can sometimes be measured with the level of financial recourse. So intentional coaching can include encouraging people to find a mediator, divorce mediator, or doing the mediation yourself, or finding a collaborative attorney. Collaborative attorneys decide and commit that both partners will be committed to finding an agreement and that they will not become adversarial and increase fees or encourage financial ruin for each partner. And they will also help you create a parenting plan, which is important before you go through with the final legal steps. So you can assist in the process of that intentional disengagement, whether it's financial or parenting. You could do a lot of that collaboration before they go to the mediator, before they go to the collaborative attorney. The more work you can do with them in the session, the better. The more you can help them before that legal completion, the more trauma they can avoid that they may not even be aware is going to happen. You can help them choose their legal team, to find a way to move forward in a restructured way. Finding intentional attorneys. I have an attorney that I worked with for years that we would refer back and forth. Many times he'd send me couples and say, I don't really think this couple should get divorced. I think they need therapy. They didn't go through enough therapy, or they didn't have the right therapist, so I'm sending them back to you. And I would see them, and many times we could work through what they were going through, or else get to a more intentional place before I sent them back to the attorney. Sometimes he would send me people and say, these people really need to work through their parenting plan before they get divorced. This is going to be a mess. So I would work with them for a bunch of sessions until they came to a more intentional agreement. And sometimes when I felt like people were ready for an attorney, I was very comfortable sending them to him, who could do the collaborative divorce where they didn't need to have two separate attorneys, who would represent both of their interests. And his intention was always to serve as an ally for me and for both of them. And he had a great reputation. If I wanted to send an individual to him, he was like a teddy bear, but he was also really rough in court if he needed to be. So I really loved that he could be someone who could mitigate some of the controversy. And he would also help me decide if someone really needed litigation or mediation or could use collaborative divorce. And you can help people decide that too. Where are we going? These are your options. Mediation, where you could meet with a mediator and work through all those details. Collaborative attorneys, or this is what's going to happen if you go through with litigation. This is what's going to happen if you fight over child support. This is what's going to happen if you fight over sharing custody. And how do you deal with, if there are in litigation, can you help people to deal with the opposing counsel? Can you be the counselor that helps them through that process? And how do you help them deal with that energy as they go through the transformation? How do you help them with that release to create healing and psychological growth? So there's the legal letting go, and then there's the energetic letting go. There's a great exercise. I'm going to give you this handout. But letting go, really letting go truly, means understanding that your relationship may not be what it was in the past. And this is the beginning of a new type of partnership, or maybe co-parenting, or totally letting go for both of you. So this is where you can focus on a new vision for your partner. What would you really desire and want for them? So there's no wrong way to do this if you're focusing on their well-being. And so here's an exercise I'm going to give you that you can do face-to-face or in a letter. Sometimes I recommend that people write this out in a letter. It's a letter to your soon-to-be ex, and you can burn it, you can bury it. It's part of creating a ritualized, energetic letting go. It's also really helpful with the grieving process. You can do this if you're working with an individual or working with a couple, or they can share it in a ritual in your office or with each other. I've done it both ways where people are just in tears. It's very emotional. I did it myself around my divorce, and you might want to do it for you, even if it was a relationship that ended years ago. Think about a relationship you had when you were young, or maybe there's still feelings that you have for an ex that you have energetically not totally let go of. This might be a great exercise for you as a therapist to do as you work through your own issues of intentional divorce. Even if you've been divorced for years, I've been with my current partner for about 20 years, even if you still have old feelings that are not quite reintegrated, if you haven't quite integrated them into who you are as a person, you may be holding on to some compartmentalization because of shame. And so can you do the rest of this work to really heal some of those feelings towards your ex? So there's six questions, 6 sentence stems that you're going to fill out as a letter to your ex. The first one is, one thing I've appreciated about being in a relationship with you. So even if people have really hard feelings, if they're really angry and resentful, if they feel betrayed, the idea is, can you focus on the things that that went well? Can you focus on the thing you actually appreciated about that person? I appreciated that you were always a good parent to our children. I appreciated that you made such a great effort to make our marriage work. What are the things you appreciated about being in the relationship? And then one thing I am deeply sorry for. So what can I take responsibility for in the relationship that I need to apologize for? And again, you can give this to your partner or not. I haven't seen too many people actually give a letter to their ex. It's just the writing of the letter that's really powerful. One way I will always care for you, and sometimes when I get to this one, I get a little choked up. It's such a deep reminder of how connected we are to the people that we've committed to in the past, and that connection, that love never goes away. I don't care how angry or hurt or betrayed you are, there is always a part of us that will love the people that we've loved in the past. One thing I always dreamt about for our relationship was, so this is part of the grief of letting go of the vision, of the dream that you had that doesn't come to fruition. And then taking responsibility for it. One way I may have prevented this from happening was, and then the final one is, one way I can help you now to move in the direction of your dreams. How can I help you become the person that you were meant to be, even if we're not together? This is a very powerful exercise. I would give yourself time and space to process it and to know that it's a grief exercise, and it's also incredibly powerful letting go exercise. You know, to grieve such an intimate relationship, you have to first appreciate it to move into deeper levels of goodbye. Grieving the vision that you had, it's not so much you're grieving the person. It can feel like a death, but it's not the death of the person. It's the death of what you thought could have been or should have been or was going to be. And what you should have been is different than what the person should have been. You're not grieving that my ex should have been this guy that I imagine he could have been, and I'm grieving the fact that he never became that. I'm actually grieving what I thought I was going to become in that relationship. I thought I was going to grow into this particular person, and that didn't happen. And so I'm letting go of that person that I thought I was going to be. And that's very painful and also incredibly powerful in order to move into the next phase of who you can become. This is part of a ritual that you could do. It's part of the moving into the waves of the ocean. You could take the letter and burn it. You could take the letter and put it into a bucket of water. Whatever you feel is your sign. You could bury it in the earth. You could release it into the wind. But this is a lesson, a ritual that you might want to use. One way that you could speak it out loud is to use this energetic release ritual. And I'll read it to you, but I'll also give it to you in your handout. I release being with blank, and you could say their name. Our energetic partnership is completed. We have learned all of our karmic and spiritual lessons. I'm grateful that we recognized each other in this lifetime, and our energy was entangled for the time that we were together. With gratitude and love, I release and I send them love, see them whole, and now dissolve my ties and see myself centered and whole. So just take a moment, even if you want to do this in your mind, and release the person that you've loved in the past. Send them appreciation, gratitude, and love. See them centered and whole, moving forward. Maybe they've passed on. Maybe they're still in this life. And then see yourself centered and whole and releasing them energetically and spiritually. Seeing your karmic work, your mission complete. So now we've really entered phase 3, the vision phase. And you can create a dialogue that can help heal and disengage and release. So this really facilitates the completion and avoids the trauma, like the energetic trauma of it, and maybe creates a ritual for a happier ending. Why can't the divorce be a happier ending? Why does it have to be traumatic? So what's the vision you have for the next phase of your life and for the next phase for your children? Maybe it's to marry someone else, have another relationship, be single and travel around the world, be a healthier person, get sober, live a life without fear. Like, what is the decision that you made that's going to help you? Another piece of that article that I really liked says the decision to end a marriage is about quitting. It is about letting go of one relationship, but it's in exchange for another. The equation isn't love versus not love. Divorce, at its best, is a love reborn. Birthed from heartache and rage and despair and ultimately forgiveness, it creates a different kind of family. So it may be that you're friends now. It may be that you're co-parents. It may be that you have a single life, or maybe your vision is to be in therapy together. What are the resources? Maybe you're going to play pickleball on the same team. What is that? And how can you create a ritual for some kind of uncoupling? Happy families are not all alike. Some are fractured and misshapen. To appreciate them, you have to adjust your line of sight, your level of expectation. You know, all families have seams and scars, but they're still beautiful in their odd, imperfect way. So grieving the fantasy that you thought was going to work out differently, you now have to grieve all those possibilities. Maybe you're not going to rock on the front porch forever, but you have had some kind of life together. And guilt, there's a lot of guilt. Guilt is different than shame. Guilt is feeling responsible for the things you think you've done wrong, and remorse over hurting your partner. And that can be very intense. So bringing all of yourself into the grief, letting yourself feel it all instead of trying to avoid it. You know, there's a long period of time that's incredibly painful, particularly the first year is the transition year. And letting people know that that time is when they're going to need extra support and they're going to need to stay in therapy. It's not the end of the line where you're done with them or they are done with treatment. So sit down and think about what you want for your future together as partners, new partners, different kinds of partners. If you have children, what's it going to take to make that work? So we've gone through the parenting plan, but what do we want to feel when we drop the kids off every Sunday night? Those transition times are painful. And I know people who have met in parking lots and you know, not spoken to each other, or they've come in for coffee and shared meals, or they've gone on vacations together, they've had holidays together, or they've put their kids on planes and sent them away for summer vacations to the other partner. How is it going to look? And you can't go through this alone. So how are you going to find the support that you need? And now that you've made the decision, let's imagine that you've separated, you're on your way, or you are divorced. Recognize and appreciate your resilience. Whether you stay as the couples therapist or you're working with one or both, or you've sent them both for individual therapy, help the person recognize and appreciate the resilience that it takes to pivot and to find the strength to choose a different path. That what are the solutions that they've come up with, and appreciate the fact that they've been resilient enough to come up with other options and choices. Remind them how strong they are and focus on their strengths instead of what they may perceive as weakness, guilt, or shame. And remind them how well they've coped with the difficulties, the sharing of children or the financial stress or moving out of a home that they may have shared. And appreciate your resilience as a therapist, that you have come up with new solutions that are about pivoting and being resilient, and remind yourself how strong you are as a therapist, that you're able to manage through this crisis phase and bring people through the insight and through these very difficult decisions, and that this is a strength of yours, that you have been able to help them with intentional divorce. This is not a weakness. You have not failed in your therapy. And think of how well you're coping with this, as it adds a new dimension to your integrative relationship therapy. Now you can integrate a whole new tool into your process. So remember, resilience is the capacity to pivot and recover quickly. And ask yourself and your clients, how have you managed to move on? Whether it's a day, a week, a year, a lifetime. If you've known clients that have been divorced in the past and are in their current marriage, their second or third, ask them how they managed to move on when they've ended relationships in the past. What has that been like for them? What has been their strength spots? Where have been the pain points, the pleasure points, and the strength spots? And how did you, maybe you can't identify what you did well, how did you prevent things from getting worse? And maybe you can ask yourself that as a therapist. Maybe you didn't do the best job, but maybe you prevented things from getting worse and more complicated and more expensive. And what is the unique strength that helped you all persevere through this process? Whether it's the couple, whether it's an individual, or whether it's you as an integrative relationship therapist, what's helped you to persevere in your own relationships in the past? Maybe you've admitted to people that you're a divorce therapist or a remarried therapist, or what's helped you persevere through expanding your career into integrative relationship therapy. This journaling activity can help your clients, and it can also help you. It's a great exercise in resilience. First, you write down 5 things you've overcome and 5 things you've accomplished. And I think I'm going to do this today because I really need this exercise. And then you reflect on 10 personal strengths that have helped you overcome whatever you've gone through. And then you write down how you feel about each accomplishment or difficulty you've overcome. This is a cognitive behavioral exercise, and it can be really powerful. You can do this as a therapy exercise. So tell me 5 things you've overcome and 5 things you've accomplished. And then what are the strengths that you think have helped you overcome that? And then how do you feel about those accomplishments or difficulties that you've overcome? Or you can give this as a home assignment. Or if you're with a couple, you could ask them, so what do you think, what can you tell me? What do you imagine that your partner has overcome or accomplished? What are some strengths that they have overcome? And what do you imagine is the feeling that they have about that accomplishment? It's amazing to hear from each partner what the other person has gone through and their own strengths, and to see the partner's face when they hear how their partner perceives them. Particularly if they're coming to the completion of a marriage, it actually sort of solidifies and it's a way of putting in cement the appreciation that each has had for the relationship. So going forward, divorce does not have to mean the end. It can mean the beginning of the next phase of your life, the developmental phase of a new beginning. So ask yourself, as we come to the end of this section, not only the intentional divorce section, but the whole monogamy section, what are some things that you found challenging and might need extra help with? You can talk about those in the consult group after you've completed all the modules, or you can seek extra supervision. What are some things that you have learned, and what's one particular question you still have? Make note of it so that you can come back to it in the consulting groups. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you there. And don't forget to check out The Trouble with Sex.